First, you might thought this channel only stealing other works after seeing the watermark, but Suma Recap was my terminated channel, so I hope you support me to this channel. Thank you.
In the mysterious man's place, he woke up to start his daily routine. His name is Zombie. Zom from zombie and Bai from zombie. Apparently, he doesn't know his real name. He doesn't know how old he is nor when did he die. But even though he looks scary and looked like death, he has a dream. He dreamed that he could become friends with the humans. He dreamed that one day he wouldn't be discriminated against and ostracized by people. With his dream in mind, Zombie continued to improve himself, although it is impossible with his appearance. But Zombie believed that as long as he works hard, he will succeed. He believes that to make his dreams possible, he has to help countless humans just by doing a lot of heroic acts like he did on the train trail. Like one time when a plane was about to crash a football stadium. He carries the weight of the plane on his shoulders to avoid crash, but people was distracted to see Zombie's good deed because of his looks. And also, that one time when a fire occurs in a condominium. Parents were crying for help that her children are still inside the building. Zombie saved the kids, and as for the firefighter and the parents, they had the same reaction as the people in the football stadium because of Zombie's looks. Back to Zombie's daily routine. He isn't actually originally strong as he remembers. Before Zombie became the way he is. On one summer, a zombie outbreak caused an apocalypse, and the city looks severely polluted. Zombie was studying in school at that time. But since the outbreak happened too suddenly, Zombie didn't get the chance to escape and got bitten. Zombie then became an ordinary zombie. A completely ordinary zombie. The ones people see in the mob, wandering around and don't have a mind of its own and are always hungry for human meat and blood. Until one day, humans began to appear. The humans didn't talk reason. It appears that an army and survivalist pointed a bunch of guns and missiles to a mob of zombies. Not only did the humans burn the zombies for fuel, but the humas also created a perpetual energy machine by exploiting the zombies. The zombies became the source of electricity. Zombie didn't know why the zombies want to eat humans or why do humans want to kill zombies. Back then, in order for Zombie to survive, he must change his lifestyle. Zombie began training from that day on. He lifted weights, ran, swam, and jumped around every day. An independent life starts with their own efforts. Zombie didn't eat meat, and only ate protein powder for 3 meals a day. Although Zombie was tired, he continued to train even at night. Until one day, Zombie became strong and buffed. He was almost invincible. After Zombie obtained both power and knowledge, he decided to live in the budding human society. He continuously helped them to change humans' perception of zombies. Zombie wanted to live as a civilized, law-abiding, and good zombie. Back to Zombie's daily routine. It appears that he ran out of food as he opened the fridge and thought of shopping to stack his fridge. One sunny day, in Yihao's supermarket where Zombie buys his food. The nice, lovely cashier asked Zombie if he's uncomfortable wearing a mask all day. It seems like they have no idea with Zombie's identity. The cashier ordered the employees to help Zombie move items onto the truck. It appears that Zombie didn't just buy dozens of eggs, but a whole stock like he owns an egg market. Zombie's minding his own lovely day, buying a large number of eggs while being stalked by 2 guys behind the bush. The 2 men sulks with their intention to take Zombie's mask off out of their curiosity to see who's under it. The stalkers observed Zombie thoroughly even after Zombie finished his errands. Zombie frowns as he stares at the piece of paper he's holding. It appears that the wanted man in the poster is someone he knew named Agu. The poster indicates that Agu's danger level is SSS. It means he's somewhat an S-tier zombie, or should we say a boss-level zombie. His bounty is 9,999,226 yen. Back at the stalkers, it looks like they started searching and stalked Zombie when he lifted an entire airplane in the football field before. The cameraman had doubts that they might have been scammed by the media. The other guy with a mustache just agrees with the cameraman, although he's still focused on Zombie like he couldn't get his eyes off him. But the guy with the mustache acknowledged the cameraman all of a sudden and thought of the possibility that the media might be overhyping it. So even if the chances were wrong or not, the stalkers took a risk and followed Zombie to find out and feed their curiosity. The stalkers distracted by talking to each other, and when they get back on their job, their eyes were about to pop in shock, witnessing Zombie's super strength as he lifts up the truck so easily. The ground cracked as he lifts off, flying with the truck like he's Superman. The stalker stares at the blue sky in shock and confused at the same time when Zombie flew away with the truck. Zombie flew so high that he went outer space, and even the astronauts inside the spaceship were confused. In an abandoned place somewhat restricted, has a citizen of zombies that lives there. But it appears that they have a mind of their own. They're not a typical brain-dead zombie. They have feelings and they don't speak gibberish. In the abandoned city, the zombies were hungry, so that a child zombie complained about his hunger to his mother. But the mother had no choice but to tell her son to endure it for a while. That night, Zombie appears in the night sky of the abandoned city all of a sudden with the truck he bought earlier in the supermarket. Zombie landed on his feet with the truck. The citizen of zombies got his attention and calls him the king of their own kind. A child nervously suggests that their Majesty Zombie should have just drove the truck to their abandoned city just like how the humans do. But Zombie replied that he doesn't have a driver's license, and the kids looked like they just gained knowledge about the outside world. The abandoned place is a city that Zombie conquered. It's far, far away from the prying eyes of the humans. Zombie ordered all of his kind in the abandoned place to use egg to replace the protein they get from eating human flesh. The citizens of zombies began to feast on the eggs that Zombie bought. Then Zombie asked the child about Agu and the rest's whereabouts. The child pointed at the hotel's main of the abandoned city. Zombie then went inside the hotel's main to meet the rest of the zombies, who appeared to be powerful like Zombie. The zombie met with his kind, who seems to be one of the leaders in their town. They look like mythical high-level and intimidating creatures. They are Lang, Fur, again, Agu, the guy in the wanted poster that Zombie saw earlier, Varmint, and Blackie. They equally have a boss-level zombie with a danger level of SSS, a level considered to be an S-tier level, or should we say they are seen as the boss zombie. Zombie entered the room. He appeared to be the smallest kind among them, but he was treated with respect as they call him their majesty. Zombie then walked past them with disappointment for Agu, who committed a heinous crime against humans. Agu apologizes since he loses his control whenever he sees a human being like a predator hunting its prey. Zombie sat on the couch but looked like a king who sat on their throne casually. Zombie's intention for his arrival is to not only feed his people but to also hear some reports from his henchmen. Blackie then comes forward to report some issues he gathered, that they are steadily increasing their numbers, but to hide from the humans, they had to change their base multiple times. Varmint cuts the conversation and adds his vicious determinate intention to just battle the humans, then reasoned out that his chainsaw has begun to rust from not having fresh blood for so long. Zombie lectures Varmint to not be naive since humans can be terrifying. The boss zombies were busy with their meeting until they heard a plane flying near their place. The plane appears to be an Air Force, with a hot lady waiting inside who has motives for the abandoned city. Meanwhile, in the Air Force plane, the woman who gives the impression of a leader in their political organization observes their data statistics. As she looked at the data board, her colleagues informed her that all signals are normal and clear, and for the equipment, it's ready to go. She then asked for the payload. The payload appears to be a huge bomb, the armed nuclear warhead set to donate in 20 minutes that's going to be dropped in the abandoned city. The woman seemed satisfied to think they're about to bomb the abandoned city. And at the same, she's furious and races towards every zombie looking like she has traumatic experience with it. While the Air Force waits for the huge nuclear warhead to donate, the boss zombies already sense their appearance above. Varmint, being naive, suggests that he'll go and cut the humans up. But Zombie acts like a leader and doesn't let Varmint go because he's aware that Varmint will lose control as soon as he has contact with the human. Instead, he ordered the other boss zombies to evacuate. Zombie, being a robust leader, insists that he'll take care of the humans for his own kind. It happens to be that not only a plane plans to wipe out the citizens of the abandoned city, but there are also ground units who's about to fire their guns at every zombie they see. While the armies were coming closer to the abandoned city, Zombie ordered his henchmen that they must evacuate and save the civilians for 20 minutes, like he's aware and seen the chaos before. The organization looks really prepared. They sent not only a plane and a ground unit but also a skilled person who seemed to be professional in combat. The highly skilled person is hungry to annihilate every zombie he sees. He has confidence to cut down on everyone who goes in his way. The expression of the zombie citizen is not like the other or is usually seen, because instead, the zombies feared the humans. Even though they're all rotting and physically dead that became mutant monsters, they still want to live and run as fast as they can to evacuate the place. Meanwhile, in the plane, there are also a guy who looks like a mad scientist observing the data statistics. The mad scientist, who appears to be named Faye, was informed by his colleague that the Extraordinaries Academy found the zombies first. The Extraordinaries Academy are the people who shows up with an Air Force and ground unit. With that information, Faye smirks and rapidly pushes the red button, and turns out that he has an inhumane experiment to use human beings as bait to the zombies. The humans inside the cage were screaming for help with terror in their eyes, trying to be heard that they never signed up in that situation. The cage full of human beings was dropped and the zombies ambushed the cage. As the humans were being ambushed, the ground unit Tima was informed that the other team had detected a human life and ordered Tima to proceed to the marked location to save the caged humans. The armies placed their machine gun on ends of the road in places where the zombies could escape and began shooting at the zombies. But as they shoot, they realized that the zombies can't die. The zombie child held his sibling tight as they were being killed. but their majesty and leader zombie blocked the bullets to save the zombie child and his sibling. But one soldier believes that there's no such thing as an unkillable zombie, and even as there is one, that is only because they aren't using enough firepower. He did not hesitate to shoot his rocket launcher to kill the zombie. As he launched the weapon he used, it creates an explosion, but then interrupted with his fellow man that the zombie he shoots was actually seen by the human society as the extraordinary who has been helping people. He looked at the paper with information about the extraordinary, and it was zombie who's famous for always wearing a zombie mask. The soldier who uses the rocket launcher was too stunned that he shoots the wrong target out of his anger towards zombie. Zombie was even after the explosion and stands perfectly still and awaits to save everyone he can. Back in the Air Force, where the skilled man is about to dive in the sky, was informed that a boss zombie has been detected in Zone B. He instantly dives from the plane without hesitation and fearless. Back to the mad scientist. Faye and his colleague backed up the army. Both of the scientists noticed that the zombie bosses saved almost all the zombie civilians as they looked at the data of the abandoned city. They realized they might have underestimated the zombies who had a mind of their own. That's when Faye cues his colleague to commit an inhumane act, to drop a bunch of humans in a cage to use as a bait. The zombie civilians ambushed the caged humans since they hadn't consumed human protein for a long time. It's like they relapsed as soon as they sensed a human being. One zombie was so deprived and craves for human flesh for a long time that he began to be transformed into a huge mutant zombie. The mutant zombie growls so loud that zombie got his attention. It turns out, the mutant zombie was the boss zombie the army detected in Zone B. While the skilled combat man dove into the Zone B, the other team who felt dumbfounded after wrongfully shot zombie who humans recognized as the extraordinary was also informed of the situation in Zone B. They immediately responded that they're on their way. But their squad leader who shot zombie carries the weight of shooting the wrong target that he panics and ran fast to zombie. The squad leader thought he severely injured zombie that he carries zombie and thought of saving his life. The squad leader's team thinks he's making another idiotic move. The squad leader rushly threw zombie in their vehicle and ordered his team to drive as fast as they can with his conscience of almost killing an innocent person bothers his mind. The squad leader's team just went with the flow and followed their squad leader's orders since they have no other choice. The red-haired girl still thinks zombie's wearing a mask and began to be curious about zombie's identity. She's curious on what could be the reason for zombie wearing a mask every day. Zombie just nervously laughed since he wasn't really wearing a mask, it's just his bare face. In Zone B, a soldier team fighting the boss zombie kept thinking on how they could defeat it with the zombie who suddenly became a mutant and insanely strong. The boss zombie lifts a bus while growling like a homicidal monster who craves for the soldier team's flesh. The boss monster then threw the bus, but as the bus flew, the Academy's swordsmanship clubs named Marshall, the skilled man in combat, arrived and sliced the bus in half. The soldier team cheered for Marshall and felt certain that they will win with Marshall on their side. Marshall is in his position waiting for the boss zombie's next attack, and as he waits, he ordered the soldier team to save the human civilians and immediately evacuate. Marshall is confident to defeat the boss zombie. On the other side were the squad leader and his team were helping the human civilians to evacuate. While they were saving the human civilians, they also talked about the other team's situation. The squad leader asked the boss zombie's whereabouts and his team mentioned that Marshall already arrived and intercepted it. They were all calmed when they heard Marshall is already fighting the boss zombie since he's the kind of person who shouldn't be underestimated. Zombie appears to be with them since he was dragged by the squad leader. He cannot stay still because the boss zombie everyone they're talking about seems to be someone he also knew named Little Nine. The red-haired girl who's busy with her task helping people sensed that zombie already left the place and wondered where he could have gone. Back in Zone B where Marshall fights a boss zombie, he stares at the zombie and empathizes with it. He looked them in the eye and what Marshall saw was a human being trapped in a rotting body. He then asked the zombie if they were hurt. The terrifying boss zombie growls again. The boss zombie proceeds to attack Marshall like a predator. As for Marshall, who's known as a skilled swordsman, he opened his katana and slid through the boss zombie. It was so fast that no human being could see that Marshall swung his sword. As he sliced through the boss zombie, he didn't just think of just killing it, but rather helped them escape their rotting bodies. The boss zombie didn't move for a second, then its body began to spread apart in pieces since he was sliced by a very skilled swordsman, Marshall. Marshall packs up and before he walks away, he respectfully prays for his opponent to rest in peace. Marshall was about to go until he notices another zombie. It was Zombie, grieving to a zombie that Marshall killed. Zombie was staring at the sliced dead corpse speechless. Back in the Air Force, they received a report that Marshall already defeated the boss zombie. They all cheered for Marshall. Their president in the Air Force ordered her team to record the event as part of the contribution. Back in Zone B, Zombie, who grieves for his friend, apologizes that they cannot control themselves and it's no one's fault. Marshall then realized that Zombie is one of the zombies. He immediately swung his sword while yelling that all zombies must die. Back in the Air Force, while Marshall picks a fight with Zombie, the team detected another boss-level zombie. They were so calm and overestimated Marshall that they thought Marshall will kill the boss zombie in a second. The girl who's observing the data felt uneasy as the data showed that the fight between Marshall and Zombie is already done in a second, but Marshall is the one who's already gone. Back in Zone B, where Marshall is hanging on the pole and severely injured because of Zombie. Zombie may seem calm, but he still grieves for his friend that was sliced into pieces. Zombie didn't immediately kill Marshall but puts him in a very critical condition. The team on the Air Force began to panic as soon as they saw their data showing Marshall's life signal is almost completely gone by suffering a critical damage. On the other hand, they were worried that they haven't evacuated all the human civilians yet. The president in the team was pissed off that she couldn't even say one word to what happened on Marshall. The event was too stressful for her, especially her racism towards the zombie. She then disappeared on the plane and immediately jumped off to help the ground units to defeat the zombie. The team on the plane warns their president that they must observe how strong the zombie was first as she rushes down to fight a boss-level zombie. The president, who jumped off, carries her sword with her. As she goes down, she chants the name of her move called White Blade Cleave, while zombies, all confused that a woman suddenly appeared on the sky like a shooting star. When the president swung her sword, it completely broke into pieces as soon as it hit Zombie. The president was in awe to witness Zombie's invincibility. While the president attempted to fight Zombie, she was being constantly warned by her team that she can't just charge without telling them. They won't be able to send support to their president, who acts reckless. The president stands on her feet as she observes her opponent, and it seems that she must not underestimate it, or she'll end up like Marshall. Zombie apologized for putting Marshall in a very critical condition. Zombie was worried to be hated by humans since he worked so hard to be loved and accepted by the human society. The president then realized that Zombie must be some kind of mutant or a variant. She reaches her other sword to fight him once again with her heart filled with hatred for the zombie. The president chants her move again with her powerful sword named Enhanced Blade. But Zombie just wanted to talk first and wanted to clear things up. The president ran through to hit Zombie, but Zombie dodged it. The president instantly backs away to do her next move called Red Blade Cleave. When the president made her move, the poles and other infrastructure was cut in half, and as for Zombie, he just bends over to dodge the powerful attack of the president. The president was so stressed and irritated with Zombie's skill and ability. She badly wanted to kill him by her hands, but she can't. The other team saved Marshall. Due to his critical condition, he began to speak gibberish while the soldier was trying his best to comfort him. The other team on the Air Force were concerned for their president, that they repeatedly warned her that the human civilians have been evacuated and she must retreat in an instant. Meanwhile, on Zone B, both Zombie and the president are running around. Zombie seems to be not wasting his time since he must save others before the organization bombed the city. The president, on the other hand, forgot the main mission to evacuate the civilians because of her severe hatred of the zombies. She wanted to kill Zombie so bad, not just because Zombie gave an injury to one of her team, it's just pure hatred. The president then asked why Zombie would run away in the middle of their battle that she craves so much. Zombie, who has other important things to do, be chilling, fly, and swinging around away from the president. He responded that there's no way he would stop running away since the president's murderous intention is to cut him in half. The president intends her power by using Lado Level 2. A Lado Level 2 is inspired by the Japanese art of drawing. Attack, then sheathing the blade again in successive order. With her Lado Level 2, she was also assisted by her boots with advanced technology that has the same power of a rocket. She then launched herself to caught up with Zombie. As the president finally caught up with Zombie, she swung her sword and successfully hit Zombie and knocked him on the ground. The president believes that she successfully eliminated her target with satisfaction on her face. The president is now content that she finally eliminates Zombie and proceeds to order her team to lower the plane's altitude to pick her up. Back at the mad scientist, Faye was informed by his partner that the human civilians they purr in a cage to be eaten alive were all safe. Faye then remembered that they have a spy who works with the organization that Faye plans to sabotage. The human civilians cheered and jumped around to be saved by the soldiers. The Air Force, who carries a nuke, one of their pilots who works with Faye. The spy was seen by the co-pilot that he looks unusual with the handles and button of the plane. The spy pushes the red button all of a sudden, that it triggers the nuke to launch at the civilians. The nuke that could explode and destroy the whole city was then released. The whole team, who has no idea that they have been sabotaged, celebrates hopes to see their family and home after they saved all the human civilians as their main mission. The pilots yelled and instantly warned everyone to not celebrate yet, for the reason that there's a traitor among them and the nuke has already been dropped. Everyone's bewildered, and as they realized what's going on, they panicked at once. Just when the president thought that there's nothing to worry about anymore, stress spread all over her mind when she heard the appalling news and her team reported that an enemy spy has infiltrated them and has dropped the nuclear warhead. The president at the moment gazes at the sky as she perceived the situation. And what the president saw is a nuke that no less a minute will explode the entire city. The president's team was alerted to prepare for the turbulence. They are going to open the cabin doors and will lower the altitude so the president could get in. But to make it possible for them to escape the explosion, the president must jump by using Booster, the one she used to catch Zombie. The president tried her best to escape, while her team kept warning her that she must be on board in an instant. But the president's leg booster did not work and had regrets in her eyes as she realized the time she wasted when she jumped off the plane and ran around to chase Zombie, when she could have just stayed on the plane and stick with giving orders to her team. She has no idea what to do after using all the leg booster's power. She then felt like an idiot for not charging the leg booster before she even headed out for the mission. She turned on her left side when she sensed like she's being watched. She saw Zombie staring directly at her and seemed to be eavesdropping the whole time she's talking to herself. Zombie grabbed her and spins the president all around, but not for a sweet revenge but to help her get on a plane. By tossing her, the president screamed as she was thrown like a baseball. She luckily got inside the plane and landed on her feet. The president's team was worried and assisted her while she took a deep breath. Instead of being thankful, she was still pissed off by the fact that Zombie's still alive. The nuke is about to land on the city while Zombie on the ground thought of stopping it before it destroys the abandoned city that could possibly kill all the zombie civilians. Zombie huffed and broke the ground as he blasts off. He flew as fast as a rocket. He launched himself to stop the nuke. When he finally approached the nuke, he used only his bare hand. He called his attack the bare-handed nuclear warhead catch, like he invented it not long ago. Everyone in the organization, including the mad scientist, witnessed Zombie's heroic act, and it creates a huge explosion in the sky. The president couldn't believe her eyes as she witnessed that a mutant could possibly be that strong and barehandedly stopped the nuke to explode in the city. Zombie stood on the ground after that. He was not harmed nor injured. The only thing that ripped apart from him were his clothes and made his butt itchy. Meanwhile, in the mad scientist's plane after the explosion, Faye made up his mind to pack things up and leave for now. His partner resists by analyzing the data that there is still a life signature in the area of the explosion. This is not the first for Faye to sabotage the organization named Beyonders Academy, but Faye also believed that it wouldn't be their last also. He will make sure to get to the Beyonders Academy next time, and both the mad scientists proceed to leave the area. Currently on the Beyonders Academy's plane, the president felt embarrassed, like her dignity was crushed, that she couldn't even speak and kept her head low. Two of her team is worried for her since she looks all dejected, but one of her team understood her situation, that the president has spent her life fighting against Zombie, only to be saved by one in the end. The girl approached the president to clear things up about Zombie's identity. Even with all the high-tech equipment they have, they still thought Zombie is a human being. What they thought about Zombie's identity is that he is a masked hero who has become rather famous lately. The team confirmed that zombies have lived in the city for a while, and just like to hide his identity. The president gripped the tablet looking so hard that it cracked, feeling dumbfounded like the squad leader before. After the incident, there was a fine afternoon and people were terrified at Zombie as he passes by looking like a hobo. Zombie went inside to the payphone to call his friends, and Varmint enthusiastically replied that there's no need for Zombie to worry, and they all got out safely. Most of them were fine and are looking for a new place to stay. Zombie's relieved, and he promised that he'll find them again if they found a new place to settle down. Back in Zombie's home, after a long, stressful day, Zombie finally went home to relax for a bit. As he was about to enter his apartment, the Beyonders Academy tracked him down by hacking Zombie's apartment's security footage camera. They saw Zombie who's about to enter his place, but Zombie sensed that he's being watched and stared back at them. The president and her team were startled. Zombie, who's minding his own business by working out while playing Face Off by Tech 9 and E featuring The Rock to boost himself up. Zombie's friends, whom he treats as his family, crossed his mind when he saw their picture together. He wonders if his family already settled down and thought of visiting them soon. Zombie was surprised by the president of Beyonders Academy made an unexpected visit by barging herself to Zombie's place. The president ordered his securities to take everything from the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, pots, bowls, and ladles in Zombie's place. The security spreads to follow the president's order, while Zombie being on the ground disturbed and thinking of calling the police from the unwanted visitors. The president brought out a legal document to introduce her organization called the Beyonders Academy. She informed Zombie that he has been accepted into the academy. Therefore, Zombie is now a member of the Beyonders Academy without his consent, while the president acts as if it's so casual to just barged into someone's home. The president then ordered the security to grab Zombie to drag him out of his home. But Zombie resists since he can't recall joining into some organization he has never heard about. Zombie kept on resisting, fighting the securities that zombies can't go to school, but the Beyonders Academy still thinks he's a human being. The security guards were all injured for fighting Zombie while carrying him out of his own home. The Beyonders Academy put Zombie inside their vehicle while one of the Beyonders Academy's team. The red-headed girl has doubts with the president's decision that she believes it's a little inappropriate since the academy has strict criteria for recruitment. She asked if it's okay to just enlist Zombie on the president's command. The red-headed girl also mentioned that every dormitory in the academy is specially planned out. If the president really wants to take Zombie back to their place, then Zombie has nowhere to stay. But the president insists that Zombie could stay with her, like she desperately wants to recruit Zombie because of his potential that could help the academy. Meanwhile, the securities followed the president's order by taking all Zombie's essentials, until they were done unpacking all Zombie's stuff in the president's place. Zombie was still confused by the president's sudden bargaining. The two of them looked at each other like they were waiting to see who'd explain their side first. Zombie, who looked intimidated by the president, and asked if he'll be staying at her place. The president answered Zombie's question with common sense. The president became scary to assume that Zombie might want to sleep with her. Zombie panicked for a brief moment because of the president's awkward conclusion. But in Zombie's mind, he pictures a situation of a human fornicating with a zombie. But he thought it would be impossible. The president informed Zombie that he'll be sleeping on her guest room. But Zombie was shy at that moment and attempted to confess that he's not really a human at all. The president doesn't seem interested on listening as she pulls her boots. Zombie was agitated, until the president revealed that her boots were a robot leg attached to her lower knee. The president revealed that she amputated herself. The president was speechless when she had a flashback. The president's racism against zombies started when a zombie outbreak occurred in her village when she was a kid. The president's parents became zombies and bit her legs. In order for the president to survive, she had to cut her own legs. She also had no choice but to kill her parents, who turned into a zombie. Ever since then, the president has a bloodthirsty hatred against zombies that she vowed to kill every zombie she'll meet. After Zombie heard the president's backstory, he chose to shut his mouth. But good thing for Zombie, the president didn't hear his confession about his identity. Zombie didn't bother to tell the president the truth while acting awkwardly. Zombie changed the topic by asking the president about the Beyonders Academy. The president answered the question that the Beyonders Academy is an organization that specializes in coming up with ways to fight zombies. The president gave a background history that it all started 1,000 years ago when the zombie outbreak occurred. And in order for the society to survive, the humanity's ancestors established the Academy 2 centuries after the first outbreak, and that the Academy's only purpose was to fight against zombies. Through the years, the Beyonders Academy had nurtured countless talents to help fight against zombie outbreaks. Zombie tried to remember the first time he became a zombie, but all he remembered was the start of the first outbreak, which he became a zombie instantly. Zombie acts like he's not aware of the history, but the president was too busy to chat with Zombie. Instead, she reminded Zombie to report to the academy on the next day since she already enlisted him through a back channel. But Zombie doesn't want to go since he was just dragged in the academy against his will. The president threatened Zombie to not run away, or else the academy's high-level expertise will investigate Zombie's motives. The president finally introduced herself. Her name was Violet. Violet Aka. The president informed Zombie that one of her team named Dawn will bring him to the academy. Violet was positive that Zombie already met Dawn, but Zombie doesn't have any clue who Dawn was. The next day, a red-headed girl appeared. The next day at the Beyonders Academy, Zombie arrived in front of the academy with Dawn, who seemed to be delighted. But Zombie still couldn't remember Dawn. Dawn was dismayed since her and Zombie were together for a brief time back in the armored personnel carrier. Zombie finally remembered her Dawn and teases her that she was just small when they met. Dawn was offended when Zombie made a comment about her tiny height, but she chose to ignore since Zombie will be her future schoolmate. Dawn moved along and told Zombie to come with her for their entrance exam. After a while, Zombie wondered if he needed to take an entrance exam. But for Dawn, it's mandatory to take an entrance exam, especially in the academy, to test the applicants' both physical abilities as well as the skills of killing Zombie. Dawn gave an example on how to pass the entrance exam, like when the world record for the 100 meters sprint was 9.58 seconds. Then a Beyonders Academy applicant must surpass even if it's just a second ahead. Zombie felt a little pressured by the standard of the academy, and he finally understood why it was named the Beyonders Academy. Dawn wondered what could Zombie be thinking. In Zombie's mind, he actually thought that the Beyonders Academy is an insane asylum with a bunch of lunatics. Few minutes have passed. People have gathered for their entrance exam. Everyone was fierce and ready. The crowd was full, waiting for their guidance for the exam. In the crowd, Zombie carried Dawn by his shoulders since Dawn was so small she couldn't see anything from all the way back. But the bald man was so annoyed and cursed at Dawn for being too annoying. But Dawn tries to yell back. And for Zombie, he asked a theoretical question even though he meant himself, that maybe a person who lifted an entire in a human city doesn't need to take an entrance exam. Dawn explained that the academy has no favoritism since she's aware that the academy has plenty of people who can lift planes and that the academy was regulated by the old government, and every student has some sort of secrets. And for obvious reasons, no one actually watches the news in the Beyonders Academy until a man with a peg leg arrived. He seemed to be a middle-aged man who'll be in charge of the entrance exam. The examiner that day was the sports department's president named Chen. Before the entrance exam starts, Chen gave a brief background of the prestigious academy about how the academy was established by their ancestors. Chen tries to be an inspiring teacher, but in the middle of his speech he was cut off when someone called out Chen's name in the crowd. It was Zombie who called out Chen. Zombie was a little shy to be the center of attention as he asked Chen about what will happen to the zombies if they were found in the academy. Chen answered the question so casual that they will tear a zombie limb from limb and hang its corpse by the academy's gate for everyone to see. He also confirmed that they'll neuter the zombie if ever they detected one in the school. Zombie gave an expressionless face after hearing all the horrifying procedures. Chen looked directly at Zombie while he was smirking. The neuter he was trying to say was a procedure on beheading the zombie's penis. Zombie only heard all the worst possibilities, yet he already felt the pain from his private part. After Chen's introduction, the entrance exam finally began. All applicants were on their mark, being totally focused, until the referee gave the cue for the applicants to start sprinting. Since most of the applicants has a powerful ability, the referee felt a strong wind as they sprint. Zombie was startled by the orange-headed guy. They all dashed so fast that their movements weren't seen by the naked eye. And the first one to reach the finish line was the orange-headed guy named Wu Chengsu, who finished the race within 3 seconds. Zombie was speechless to see himself still running to the goal. The next test was shooting. The applicants tried their best to focus on their aim while Chen on the background educates them that shooting is the most basic skill to fight against Zombie. In Zombie's mind, he felt forced by being dragged to a so-called asylum and was taught how to fight zombies instead of learning a theoretical knowledge about his kind. While Zombie was trying to focus, he looked on his side to see another strong applicant. It was Dawn, who just fired her gun so basic. Dawn draws 4 bullets, and by just one trigger, Dawn beheaded all the targets. Dawn passed the shooting test while she looked so proud of her ability. Zombie felt like he was being humiliated by the strong applicants. Some applicants failed the test and starts to vent their rage on the straw figure. Zombie felt nervous throughout his experience. They all moved along with their next test called the shot put. The shot put was explained by Chen that they will need to hit 80 meters to pass and 100 meters to be qualified. They start throwing the heavy ball while Chen observes them. And one by one, Chen called out those who were qualified and failed. Chen called the next group to do the test. And after a while, it turns out that Zombie was just trying to control his strength to avoid suspicion and believed that he's trapped with lunatics. Chen took a peek on his data. He analyzes Zombie's portfolio that Zombie has a height of 182 centimeters and a weight of 72 kilograms that Violet sent. Violet recommended Zombie because of his unbelievable strength. But Chen couldn't believe it since Zombie only got a passing score through the test. Chen had his suspicion that Zombie might be acting weak. Later that day, they were still not done with their entrance exam and proceeds with another throwing range test. Chengsu threw the spear with his might. The spear was stable as it was charged in the air, and Chengsu's target was the mannequin's private part. Zombie squints like he was in the mannequin's position. But with Chengsu's strength, not only 1 but 3 mannequins were pierced by the spear and went flying outside the stadium, until it hits a sign on the street. Chengsu got the citizens' attention with his monstrous throw. In Chen's stopwatch, Chengsu got 32 kilometers and the targets were hit. Chengsu was automatically qualified, and the next one to throw was Zombie. While Chengsu walked past to Zombie, he gave Zombie an intimidating impression. Zombie finally grabbed his spear. Zombie was about to throw the spear, but he was stopped by Chen. Everyone was curious about the sudden called out. Shen asked if Zombie was really recommended by Violet. Shen received Violet's report that Zombie was really strong, but based on his observation, Zombie only got an average result throughout. He suspected that Zombie might be holding back his strength. Zombie became the center of attention because of Chen's suspicion. Shen also remembered that Zombie was the one who asked him a question before the entrance exam started. Shen dared Zombie to not hold back since it's a bit insulting for those who tries their best to be accepted in the academy. Shen was sharp and thought that maybe Zombie isn't really a human. Zombie denied the allegations while he panicked and trying to convince Chen that he's really a human. Shen believed Zombie and hoped that he could show everyone his true powers. But Chen made a condition that Zombie must surpass Chengsu in order to pass the test. Shen threatened Zombie, thinking that if Zombie couldn't prove that he's strong, then he might have pulled a scam in Violet, and in return, Chen will punish Zombie. Zombie was frightened by Chen's scary impression. Zombie starts to think of his own actions. But even though he couldn't remember his past, he knew that the people who was chasing him around to be used as an endless power generator came from the academy. Zombie doesn't want to be someone's fuel. Zombie decided to not hold back because in that moment, his life was on the line. Chengsu and Dawn was looking forward to see Zombie's real strength. Zombie's in his position, leaning backwards to throw perfectly. He concentrates and, in his mind, he remembered all the trainings he did, until his left eye turned red as a symbol that he's going to use his full potential. He knew that he was not training and working out for nothing. He was so serious that his face turned into someone who shouldn't be messed with. Zombie finally threw the spear and made Chengsu's face flaps. Zombie's aim was so strong that he demolished the ground. The spear went to the outer space and bounced around the space shuttles until the spear went to the moon. Because of Zombie's unbelievable strength, everyone went flying, while Zombie was on his feet being unbothered. Shen was left aghast, who seemed like he didn't expect Zombie to be so monstrous. Meanwhile, on the outer space, where the spear hits the moon, Zombie actually managed to pierce the moon. At that moment, Zombie went beast mode using his real strength. After Zombie's throwing range test, everyone was still in the air. Zombie looked up, like he was trying to find where he aimed at. He was standing still like nothing happened, and even made the ground demolished. Because of Zombie's performance, everyone was left speechless. Dawn quickly approaches Zombie, expressing her astonishment towards Zombie. Dawn was curious where did Zombie threw his spear, but Zombie doesn't have any idea and just did his best to show his real strength. The missing piece of the moon became an asteroid, wandering around in outer space when Zombie pierced the moon. And just like that, Zombie automatically became qualified. After Zombie received his certificate, he just wanted to go home. But in Dawn's perspective, Zombie is someone who's qualified to be one of the presidents in their academy. Dawn tried to convince Zombie that he could have the authority if ever he became the president. But Zombie doesn't care. Dawn was persistent and even made Violet as her example. And since Violet is a president, not only she command an army of troops, tanks, aircraft, and long-range cannons, Violet also has the access to nuclear weapons. Dawn also mentioned that Violet has the highest authority over a city of 30 million people. And their mayor is just someone who helped Violet manage the city, but she still has the final say. Zombie still wasn't interested despite all the privilege Dawn just mentioned. Later then, inside the academy, Dawn gave Zombie a tour around their campus. Dawn showed the biotech department where all of the weapons are made, and it could also be called the logistics department. While looking around, Zombie has noticed a picture of a happy family and a guy who looked like the mad scientist from before. Dawn introduces the man in the picture named Jamie. Jamie was the former biotech department president. But Jamie's backstory before he became an mad scientist was that he became obsessed with crazy experiments after his wife died. In his experiment, he involved both humans and zombies. Dawn heard a rumor that Jamie's goal was to fulfill his late wife's dream. After Jamie went crazy, the academy dismissed him and even ordered everyone to kill Jamie on sight. While Dawn and Zombie were talking, a scientist appeared asking if they're finished with the exam. Dawn gave a confirmation response while Zombie was familiarized with the woman. Zombie asked Dawn about the scientist's identity, and Dawn revealed that the scientist was the adopted daughter of Jamie and the current biotech department president. The scientist made Dawn and Zombie to approach her if they need an equipment. Dawn looked so excited to make a request to the scientist about her desire to have something that could easily carry weapons. Dawn wanted a pair of trousers that could hide her Gatling gun that looks like bigger than her size. The scientist already guessed that Dawn might be joining the gunner department. Dawn actually wanted to join the academy to fulfill her desire to shoot things. The scientist was busy with her work until she saw what Zombie looks like when she was called. She yelled out of being terrified of Zombie's appearance. But Dawn defended Zombie to the scientist named Kin that he's just wearing a zombie mask. But Kin isn't dumb enough to misunderstood. She knew that Zombie is in fact a zombie. But Dawn made her defense that Zombie is really just a human since she witnessed how powerful Zombie was. But Kin went along with Dawn and thought that Zombie would have attacked her instantly if he really was a zombie. Kin continued with her job and asked Zombie about his needs. But Zombie doesn't have anything in his mind, but he remembered that every time he goes home, he always ends up being naked. He then requests Kin to make him clothes that's impossible to be ripped. Kin was weirded out to hear Zombie's reason. Kin accepted their request that seemed impossible to make. Meanwhile, at the swordsmanship department, Marshall appeared looking like he was ashamed. And in front of Marshall is a woman who seemed to be just chilling. Marshall's presence in the swordsmanship department was to make a report regarding his loss in the battle. On Marshall's point of view, he remembered that as soon as he charged over, his entire vision turned dark. And the very next second, Marshall became naked hanging on top of a lamp post. The woman replied like she was certain that Zombie's no match to her. But Marshall's positive that Zombie's freakishly stronger than her. The president stood up and approaches Marshall and asked him so intimidatingly about Zombie's name. The president kept glaring at Marshall, and she decided to let Marshall go. The sword department president's name was Zhang Lanky. Lanky's just like Violet, but Violet was in a blade department. In the academy, there always had been a competition between the sword and the blade department that has been passed down for generations. Both sides would use unscrupulous means to poach people from the other. The competition has gotten so fierce that if the other side has even one or more member than their own, they would rather give birth to the extra member themselves than be weaker than their opponent. Back to present, Marshall wishes his best for Mr. Zombie, knowing that Lanky's also strong like Violet. Later that day, a teacher starts his lesson about the habits of a zombie. He lectures his class that other than zombies eating human flesh, they had researched that zombies love eating eggs. The teacher told the class to learn to use the zombies' likes to their advantage and their weakness, which was their heads when setting a trap. Zombie was a good student in class, taking notes to every word the teacher said. Dawn noticed how serious Zombie was. Zombie's reason was that he's willing to share his knowledge to his family of the zombie citizens. Dawn thinks Zombie was weird for wanting to share his knowledge to his family, until an announcement occurred in the middle of their lecture, telling everyone to gather at the gymnasium immediately. Dawn was curious since they just had an assembly earlier. After the announcement, at the gymnasium, students have gathered around. Zombie was busy eating a popsicle while Dawn's curious about the sudden announcement. Violet arrived at the gymnasium telling Zombie and Dawn to be quiet and avoid causing trouble since the two of them was recommended by Violet. Dawn asked a random question if Zombie could eat under his mask. Zombie awkwardly explained himself until Lanky arrived at the gymnasium. A boy next to Kin pointed at Zombie, informing her that Zombie's their target, but they seemed to underestimate him since Zombie looked slow-witted. The boy suggested to test Zombie, and Lanky allowed him to see Zombie's capabilities. Moments later, another person arrived. A man with robot assistants on his sides. A man with a big scar on his face arrived at the assembly. Everyone bowed their heads because he seemed to be one of the most important men in the academy. The man was the chief. Dawn pulled down Zombie's head since Zombie couldn't read the room that the chief is the mechanical lifeform department's president. The students showed respect to the chief while Zombie looked empty-headed. But out of all the people who respects the chief, Lanky's the only one who's not intimidated. The chief warned her to not cause trouble. Lanky didn't care and decided to take her leave. The boy was curious about Lanky leaving all of a sudden when their target was literally in front of them. But in Lanky's case, the chief was more important than Zombie since the only people she could respect was the strong ones. But unlike Violet, the chief praised Violet for her hard works. Violet humbly accepted the praise and told the chief that she's just doing her work. Zombie noticed how weird was the atmosphere between the department presidents while Dawn was acting like a kid asking Zombie on what flavor of popsicle he has. And without hesitation, Zombie told Dawn that he liked eggs. Zombie asked Dawn about how powerful the chief was. Dawn told Zombie that the chief was connected to Jamie. Dawn revealed that Chief is Jamie's masterpiece that was made by an evolved version of humans. And Chief was the only one who survived among the thousands of Jamie's test experiments. And after Jamie was expelled in the academy, Chief formed the Mechanical Lifeform Department, and the city his department controls have over 50 million people. And during 10 years of Chief's presidency, not a single zombie appeared in the city he controls. The reason why the Chief's city is a safe place was because even if a single hair was detected, he will immediately exterminate the entire R until it's sanitized. Zombie seemed to be intimidated by Chief while Dawn on the side was mesmerized. Chief went on stage to tell the students despite they're just freshmen, the academy needed them. The students wondered how could they help. Chief ordered one of his robot assistants to play a projection to make it more concise for the students. The robot assistant played a project through its eyes and showed an image of a guy sitting. Chief revealed that the guy showed in the projection was the spy that was caught months ago that made the nuclear warhead almost drop to kill some students from the Beyonders Academy. Zombie was mad to realize that he just saw the image of a guy who dropped a bomb on him. Chief followed up his report that the spy deserves to be killed immediately, but the Academy realized the spy might have information about Jamie. While Zombie in his mind felt like Jamie was such an important mission than targeting a zombie, Zombie realized that since the threat of the zombies has long since passed, most of the main conflicts are because of infighting. Dawn agreed with Zombie's conclusion. She frowns a bit as she tells the truth of some people just wanted to watch the world burn. Back to Chief, he informed the students that he and the rest tried countless of methods to get the spy to talk, but nothing worked. Even the senior students attempted to make the spy talk, yet they also failed. Chief disturbingly told everyone the methods they used, such as tiger bench, needles, castration, and trying to make him drown. All of the torture methods didn't work on the spy, and it left the Chief no choice but to rely on the freshman. The freshman's mission was a bit difficult, and that's when Chief made a deal that whoever made the spy talk could be the vice president. And all of a sudden, everyone was pumped up to hear an offer once in a lifetime. Everyone raises their hand and was willing to volunteer for the mission. First guy was picked and Chief wishes him the best luck. The guy was excited that he starts running to the spy's whereabouts. 2 hours later, the guy failed to break the spy to talk. And for after 2 hours of fruitless efforts, the freshman began to turn desperate. At first, the methods were normal, but slowly turned much more unorthodox. Like one guy starts praying, the next guy annoyed the spy childishly, and the next one tried to pull his Buddhist skills. At that moment, Violet felt embarrassed for them. Meanwhile, Zombie and Dawn were chilling at the moment while eating their popsicles. Dawn asked Zombie if he could manage to make the spy talk, but Zombie was so confident and even bragged to Dawn that he could even make the spy sing. Dawn was so excited to see Zombie attempt to break the spy. She was so supportive that she called Chief's attention to choose Zombie to be next online. Chief allowed them to do so and showed the path to the spy. In Dawn's mind, she wondered why Zombie suddenly wants to step out when she thought Zombie's someone who likes to keep a low profile. While Zombie was walking forward, Lanky was glaring at him. In Zombie's mind, he thought of his subordinates as someone obedient, but for some reason, he noticed for the past few weeks that his subordinates were randomly losing control. He took advantage of the chance that maybe the spy could explain something. Zombie went in to face the spy, but the spy thought that no one will ever break him. The two of them faced each other. Zombie glares at the spy to analyze him. The spy spoke to insult the Academy for running out of people and decided to send a zombie-looking person. The spy seemed to be a die-hard loyal underling of Jamie. Zombie slashed the spy and gave him a tiny scar. The spy was confused. The spy laughed hysterically, thinking that scathing him was the only thing Zombie could do. Zombie was dead serious and commanded him to stand up. And just like that, the spy immediately did what Zombie told him so. Violet, Dawn, and Chief was shocked to see Zombie just easily commanded the unbreakable spy. It turns out, the scar that Zombie gave the spy was some sort of virus, flowing around the spy's veins, until it reached his brains. With that virus, Zombie could control the spy's mind. Zombie asked the spy's name. The spy responded in an instant that his name was Sayo Kai. The people outside were speechless to see Zombie's new ability of controlling people's mind. Zombie tried to ask a personal question about Kai being connected to Jamie. Kai didn't hesitate to answer the question and told Zombie that he knew lots of things. Zombie asked why was the zombies being randomly going berserk. Kai answered the question that they dropped a medicine created by Jamie onto the city that causes the zombies to go crazy. And because of the medicine, Jamie controls the zombies by a certain extent. Jamie's team used to order the berserk zombies to attack the humans, and through their battles, Jamie's team collected data on the Beyonders Academy. Zombie asked another question about their reason on being a rebellion. But Kai doesn't know Jamie's reasons, and all he knows was that Jamie's going to do something great. Kai's only mission was to gather the data of the members of the Beyonders Academy by controlling the zombies to attack the students. Zombie asked Jamie's whereabouts. Kai answered that question without hesitation, that Jamie's in a secret base about 500 meters below the city. At that moment, Lanky was amazed and speechless to witness that Zombie's not a weakling. Zombie commands Kai to turn around. Before Zombie walks away, he became scary while leaving a message to Kai how hateful the humans were. He also told Kai that he placed a virus inside his brain and he could trigger it to commit suicide. He then told Kai to take care. Kai was still being controlled, staring at a blank space, and told Zombie that he understood. Meanwhile, at Jamie's side, on 500 meters beneath the city, They were already alerted that Kai has snitched on them, and now that the Beyonders Academy knew their hideout, Jamie thinks of his next move. But it was a good thing for Jamie that the Academy's about to come to him. But Jamie's assistant was worried since he's aware of the Academy's capabilities. But Jamie's just chilling because in his defense, his experiment's almost over. For him, it was a great timing for the Academy to barge in. For them to witness a historical moment of his invention of the birth of a complete life form. Back to the Academy, Zombie just left the room. People were all intimidated by him, but they were also terrified of Zombie. Students started to gossip around to see Zombie with his mind control ability. Violet was also intimidated. And for Lanky, she realized how strong Zombie could be. Students began to realize that Zombie shouldn't be messed with. But one person applauded Zombie. It was the chief. He was proud to see that someone in the freshmen has an amazing hidden talent. And after witnessing Zombie's hidden ability, Chief fulfilled his promise to make Zombie the next vice president. But for Zombie, he's more focused on Jamie, but Chief knew that Jamie won't run away. Lanky was a bit bored now. While Chief guides Zombie to the registration process, the boy on Lanky's side found it weird that there was a registration process to become a vice president. Lanky finds the situation a bit fishy and decided to follow Chief and Zombie. At the abandoned industrial area, it seemed like the place was quiet. Zombie felt off. Zombie was curious if the abandoned place will be under him. He remembered that he should be getting registered and go after Jamie. But Chief was really sharp and asked Zombie when did he learn to speak human language, like he instantly detected Zombie's true nature. Zombie acts dumb when Chief asked him a question. Chief instantly pulled his guns and fires at Zombie. But behind Zombie was Lanky and her assistant. The assistant was worried of Lanky, but Lanky immediately recognized that it was the Chief's weapon that has the ability to disintegrate all matter. Chief was someone who couldn't be fooled when he recognized Zombie's true nature. He called out the Academy for being idiots to just let Zombie slip inside the Academy. Zombie looked like he was beheaded and made the Chief thought he took care of everything since the Zombie's weakness was their head. Chief apologized to kill off Zombie, but he has no choice since Zombie just entered a restricted academy. But the Chief noticed that Zombie wasn't stumbled, and he was attacked with no trace of Zombie seen on his naked eye. He was smashed on the building and made him scathed. All of a sudden, Chief's robot assistants arrived at the scene and fired their lasers at Zombie. That causes explosion at the abandoned place. But Zombie grabbed the robots and was thrown away. The high-intelligent robots were destroyed. Chief felt unsettled to see Zombie fighting back. Chief wondered how Zombie could still move despite being headless. Zombie was headless while holding one of the robot assistants. Lanky and her subordinate was amazed by Zombie fighting back. Zombie charged his attack against Chief, but Chief managed to dodge the attack. Zombie continuously smacks the Chief while Chief kept dodging, until the Chief pulled his weapon, but Zombie managed to dodge it. Chief began to be irritated at Zombie being fast despite with no head. Zombie kept trying to punch the Chief, but the Chief jumped backwards so he could make his next move. Lanky's subordinate thought the Chief was in trouble, but Lanky doesn't want to bother knowing that Chief began to get serious. Lanky knew Chief well that men like him likes to show off with big and flashy moves. Lanky advises her subordinate to move a bit further so they won't get caught up in the area of effect. Meanwhile, Zombie's head goes spiral, until his head was formed to its original. Lanky and her subordinate was aghast to witness Zombie's head grew back. Zombie just wanted to talk because he never intended to hurt Chief. But Chief doesn't underestimate Zombie. He thought that Zombie might control his mind. Chief still wanted the fight to continue, and made one of his robot suits named Model 1 to be summoned. All the fragments went to the area, and was instantly attached to Chief's body. Zombie was confused, while Lanky and her subordinate was amazed. Chief was wearing all the fragments and made him look like a robot. The Chief called himself the mechanical life form. He acts and talks like a robot as he charged his attack. Chief successfully hits Zombie with its kneecap. Zombie went flying while Chief was ready to make his next move. Zombie was about to fall on the ground. Chief gave Zombie a big punch in the gut and made Zombie fly off the ground. Lanky and her subordinate was amazed as they watched the battle. Chief doesn't want to stop and kept charging his attack and went after Zombie. He consistently fights Zombie. While Zombie was hit mutinously, he couldn't fight back. The Chief made his final blow and smacked Zombie to the ground. Zombie's body hits the ground. The Chief landed on his feet. While reciting that all zombies must be killed and must die, he uses his one final attack, using a laser coming out of his chest. Lanky was terrified, while Chief was using his big disintegrator laser against Zombie, and the dark alley went bright. Chief huffs and catches a breath. He assumed that Zombie should be annihilated at that moment, until Zombie walked in, and Chief was felt dumb to see Zombie walking. Zombie stands perfectly still and screamed on top of his lungs. The scream was so loud that made Lanky and her subordinate to flinch. Even Chief was affected by Zombie's scream despite wearing a highly developed suit. Zombie was dead serious at that moment, and even grew a hair. Lanky and her subordinate was horrified of Zombie. Zombie walks forward to Chief, while Chief began to be a little scared. But Zombie seemed like he doesn't want to play anymore. The sky starts to go spiral, while Zombie was standing still on the ground. The spiral went bigger that became the size of the city. The sky got Dawn's attention, and even Lanky, who was just chill a while ago, began to panic. And for the citizens, they felt off to see the big spiral in the sky. Chief was speechless and intimidated, but Zombie meant what he said and even gave Chief a chance to settle the situation peacefully. But the Chief doesn't want to hear him out. Chief was confused. Zombie scarily asked Chief if what ways does he want to die. Lanky and her subordinate noticed that Zombie's personality took a 180-degree change and gave Lanky an ominous feeling. Lanky and her subordinate left the place immediately, or else they'll get caught. Chief had never felt threatened by another being since he was born. He acts tough like he wasn't scared of Zombie. Chief didn't stop to provoke Zombie and even dared him to come at him, while Lanky and her subordinate was running away. Lanky's subordinate informed her that he had gone through Zombie's database, but he had never seen a creature like Zombie to be so strong. The two of them hoped to be safe from Zombie and Chief's duel, until the two of them was caught up. The two of them was alerted by the danger that the battle might get into the new city. Chief's limbs were missing while being smashed on the ground. Zombie approaches him, but the Chief summoned his robot assistants, the Model 2, 3, and 4, and it created a huge explosion. Lanky was caught up beside Chief. At that moment, Chief asked Lanky to help him, knowing that Zombie's dangerous. But Lanky was deeply scared and called Chief insane for provoking Zombie in the first place. Lanky advises her subordinate and Chief to split up and escape, while Zombie on the ground was about to charge his next attack. But Lanky noticed that Zombie won't just let them get away. Zombie smacked the ground. That causes an earthquake. Lanky loses her balance and made her fall. Lanky was deeply horrified and confused, but Zombie was holding the ground and lifts it up. That made the half of the city to float. The citizens began to panic. They're all terrified of the situation. Even Dawn was mesmerized with what she saw, that the new city was floating. Meanwhile, on Zombie's side, Chief fell from the ground and bumped his head so hard. Zombie immediately went after Chief. He smirked while holding the Chief on his head with missing limbs and asked if Chief felt more threatened at that moment. Zombie held Chief's limbless body. With a villainous look on his face, Zombie was positive that he couldn't control a robot's mind. But Chief wasn't a pure robot. Even though his limbs were all mechanics, Chief still has human brain. Zombie griped Chief's head tighter. He did the same technique to Chief like he did to the spy earlier, until the virus finally reached Chief's brain. Zombie saw Chief's memory starting with two adults and a silhouette figure. He then saw Chief in his childhood days being an orphan with two deceased parents in front of him. The memory shifts to a doctor performing and underwent body modification surgery. In Chief's memory, there was a part when his human parts were all removed and was replaced by irons. After Zombie took a glimpse of Chief's memory, he insulted Chief for being miserable and for being more undead than a zombie. Zombie decided to spare Chief since he believed that Chief will suffer more if he's alive than being dead. Zombie got bored and tossed Chief on top of the cliff. But luckily, Lanky was able to catch Chief. With horrified looks, Lanky was aghast to see one of the abilities Zombie has was reading memory. All of a sudden, Zombie disappeared. Later that night, Zombie was back to his normal self. He packed all his stuff to run away for feeling ashamed of losing control over his emotions. Even Zombie was scared of himself. He kept convincing himself that he's a friendly and nice zombie. But he was really ashamed to face humanity as he walked out the door. But Violet caught him sneaking out. But he had no choice but to make his witness go silent. Zombie apologized for the thing he's about to do, but he was cut off when Violet showed him a document. Violet showed the paper documents for Zombie that states that he is an official vice president of the Beyonders Academy from then on. Zombie was confused that no one reacted violently from his berserk earlier. He was even more confused when he saw that Chief consented him to be the vice president. Zombie asked Violet if ever Chief mentioned anything about him. Violet answered the question when she heard that Chief thought of Zombie as a good human. Violet didn't react violently. She even congratulated Zombie for his recent accomplishments. Meanwhile, Chief was bedridden with Lanky on his side. Lanky thought it was a terrible mistake when Chief made Zombie to stay despite him knowing the truth of Zombie's real nature. But Chief looked on the other side. It didn't matter whether Zombie was a human or not. Chief looked more on the opportunity and advantages if Zombie was on their side. But Lanky was more concerned if Zombie goes berserk again. but Chief was still willing to take the risk. He changed the topic when he asked Lanky about the arrangements. Even though Chief was absolutely defeated, he still thought of Professor Jamie. He promised himself that he will erase all traces of Professor Jamie for good. Somewhere in the sea, the zombie society was all alerted by a news that Zombie was being held hostage inside a human city. Varmint, who's a loyal family, asked the rest of his companions on what could he do to save their boss. The zombie society were all protesting to kill all the humans in order to save their king zombie. Blackie thought it was stupid for Varmint to protest and be worried since Blackie and Agu was totally aware of Zombie's unbelievable and monstrous power. Back to the Beyonders Academy. Chief was now perfectly fine with limbs. He then made an announcement for everyone to get ready since it's finally their chance to catch Professor Jamie. Meanwhile, somewhere in the land city, Zombie and Dawn were strolling around while Dawn was fascinated with how people have maintained the abandoned place for so long. Until a soldier stopped, and a group of military blocked Zombie and Dawn's way. Zombie was deeply confused, but the soldiers were actually formally greeting Zombie to welcome him to his new city that's going to be under his rules. And the soldier informed Zombie that they will be following Zombie's orders from then on. Zombie was still in shock that things went so fast. He didn't even ask for his achievements in the first place. All of the soldiers formally stood on the city to greet their newest vice president, Zombie. The zombie asked the soldier if he really listened to anything he said, and what if he told her to kill himself. The soldier pulled out a bomb from his pocket. The zombie was trying to stop him because he was kidding, but the soldier didn't stop. He continued to throw the bomb. They looked at each other. So, it turns out it's just a significant side character, and here he thought they would send someone strong. They saw the man sitting at the top, and they were wondering about that. He didn't understand why they would send a weakling like him to guard such an important location. The two men were standing. They were from the Stainless Steel Academy, and next to the Beyonders Academy. They were sent to help her catch the target. The red hair shocked the two men, the heads of the Steel Blade Department at the Stainless Steel Academy. They are President Bang and Vice President Chewie. The original was an internal affair of the Academy, so he wonders why the higher-ups made him come help him, but so be it. Helping others is normal. He doesn't understand why he would suddenly promote a newbie to Vice President, and even have him guard such an important strategic location. She ordered her to come here to help us and not to pry into affairs, but Chief Gang said that as outsiders, they have no authority to question the decisions of her chief. The novice is blocking the exits while he tells them the important part of their mission, which is to attack. He asked him to explain to her why he assigned just a newbie vice president to monitor such a crucial spot given the extensive roadways and several exits in the north of the city, because he is capable of beating him until he pees out of his pants. The man said that he was stronger than him, and it's fine either way. He recruited 2 members from his academy to help him secure the exits, so there's nothing for him to do anyway. The scientist said to Brother Faye that they have the entire city surrounded. He replied to him, "Release the zombies." He clicked the red bottom, and he said that he was something weird that got mixed in with them. The 2 chiefs shot the zombies. When they started firing on the zombie, they faced no challenges. He held the zombies, and they weren't from his tribe. She signs, and she doesn't hear anything at all. He says that he needed to leave that place because they could do that. He called him a weakling, and he said that he should go back and play with children's toys. She was annoyed at the chief. They are catching their attention. The little varmint is there, and Zombie asked him what he was doing to that place. The scientist was laughing, and he declared to him, "Give him a good show." 2 hours ago, a little varmint faced the zombie, and he challenged it. He took out the gallon of gasoline, and he was wondering about that. The zombie had run away, and he declared that he didn't dare go against the king's orders, so he would be returning first, and he wished him luck. A little varmint was crazy. He asked if they needed him and if he could kill the human by himself. He was wondering about what he smelled. The scientist was watching and had a new subject recorded. They are watching what the little varmints do. The zombie asked if he was a little varmint, and the red-haired was weird at what he was doing. The little varmint opened the gallon, and he drank the gasoline. She was wondering because he drank the gasoline. After he drank it, his body grew stronger. He screamed it, causing the ear to become irritated, and the window broke. Zombie was standing while the red hair was flying, and the chief behind him was irritated by those sounds. After that she asked, "What is that?" The little varmint challenged the chief to come play with him. The chief was crazy because he thought the battle was interesting to him, and he declared to him that his ears almost popped from that roar. He pulled her hand, and he ordered him to run. While they were running, she asked why they needed to run, and they still had those 2 department heads. He replied that they couldn't kill him. She said it again, and he said that he was not a joke. The little varmint was crazy while he was holding his armor. President Bang called them trash because they were running at the first sight of a stronger enemy. His comrade said that he would take care of it. He agreed to it. Something happened behind him, and he immediately turned his back. His comrade died, and he was shocked about that. The little varmint asked him how he wanted to die. Zombie, red hair, and soldier continued to run, and they went up to the top of the building. President Bang and little varmint was attacking each other. The scientist was crazy while watching them. He bullied President Bang and punched him. President Bang declared that he was not a weakling. He turned it round and round, and he threw it. The little varmint didn't stop bullying the president. He kicked it, and his comrades sympathized with it. He put his foot on the chest of the president. The president is trying to stop him. Zombie and red hair were using the telescope to watch them, and she saw that he was looking bad because he doesn't think that President Bang can hold on much longer. The little varmint was laughing because the president said that he wouldn't lose his president. The president was trying not to cry, but he couldn't stop his tears, and he was already leaking them, and he was shouting mommy. He didn't want to die and save him. While the two were watching them, the scientist called the president stupid human academy, and he was laughing. On top of the building, they are talking, and the soldier asks what they do. The red hairs said that they couldn't send the ordinary soldier, and they would all die. Zombie was wondering because he didn't recognize him. He looked at the red hair and he had planned to use her to recognize him. The red hair was annoyed, and she asked if he wanted her to become his food. He took her hand, and he bit him. The red hair was hurting. She was looking at his arm, which had a trace of teeth. She asked if he was taking advantage of the situation to control her mind. He replied that he was not like that. The president was scared of the varmint. He called his mom and said that he was wrong and shouldn't have made fun of her. He was pleased not to kill him. Variant just laughs. Someone was shouting, and he called him. Variant was wondering about that. She walked with his gun, and she challenged the variant to play with her. The zombie bit the red hair, and his cells spewing out genetic nucleotides and supplanting them were spread to his blood. The red hair was a zombie holding the gun. They are wondering about that girl. Varmint asked if he wanted to play with him. She replied that he was a bragger, and she asked what makes him think he is special. She pointed the gun at the varmint and rained bullets on it. She was laughing while the gun was firing. The president was startled, which caused him to start crying. The little varmint moved quickly to avoid being shot at. He approached the president and told him to run fast. The red hair was running fast to the varmint, and she put the bomb in the mouth of the varmint. After she dropped the bomb, she moved fast to run away, and the bomb boomed. Varmint doesn't hurt what she's doing. She rained bullets on it. The soldier asked the vice president of zombies what he had to do. He replied that he just modified Dawn's genes a little bit, and that's all. The Dawn should still be able to become more powerful. There is smoke that caused the bomb. The red hair was laughing at him, and she liked that feeling. While the two chiefs were hugging each other because they were scared by what happened, Varmint asked her if she really thought that she could defeat him with such puny strength. He used his armor, but the red hair countered his attack. She kicked him, so he splattered on the ground. When he kicked, he was hurt. The chief believed in the red hair. He declared that she was so powerful, and he asked why she had been pretending to be weak before. She said that it's time for bang bang. Zombie was shocked by her. He was hurt, and he saw a tank, and he drank it. He challenged the red hair to continue the war. She used the gun to shoot a varmint. Varmint had strength because he drank gasoline. The chief was shocked and scared. The varmint was undead and couldn't kill him, and he declared that she was wasting her energy. The varmint was wandering. Red hair asked what he was saying about the undead, and she declared that she was also one. She let the game continue. The president and vice president asked what kind of lunatics they were. They have run away, and he is pleased to save them. The little varmint was wondering about the two and who the real zombies were. Zombie and the soldier were watching them. He didn't expect Dawn to become so powerful after a genetic mutation, but all her bones are shattered and all her muscles are torn apart. Although he can use genetic recombination, the pain of being dismembered is real. Since he disobeyed his orders and didn't stay at home, he was disciplining the little variant. She faced the little varmint, and she punched his face. She kicked her and hit her with something. The little varmint was hurting. He was prone on the ground. She didn't stop bullying the little varmint. He was pleased to stop hitting him, and he declared that he was surrendering. He will leave, and he will return to his home immediately. Zombie and scientists were watching them. The red hair was stopped from attacking. She didn't know this was the prank of a varmint. Varmint was sneak attacking her, and she could not move. They are shocked by what happened. Zombie asked why she was letting her guard down, and he declared to her that once he relaxed her vigilance, things would revert to their original state. She was hurting, and she replied that she didn't know that. The little varmint declared to her that it turns out she has taken some stimulants, but the effects have worn off. He was taken care of in the next life. He asked what kind of zombie she was while laughing at her. Zombie was disappointed. He then continued laughing. The two chiefs were asking for help. He then shouted, "Mommy," and told them that they didn't want to die. The scientist was stopping to laugh when he saw another one had arrived. Zombie was trying to save them. The scientist wasn't worried because his strength is quite formidable and unmatched, and he cheered for his varmint. A little varmint was looking at Zombie. Zombie asked if he remembered him. They are scared, and they are wondering what would have happened to them if he hadn't gone down. Zombie. The scientist was worried because the variant was stopping to move. Zombie said to him that he told him to stay at home, and he asked him for an explanation. He remembered when Varmint faced him last time. Last time, he called him weak and feeble. She asked what they were discussing, and he replied that he doesn't know, but it seems he peed his pants. In panic, he peed on it. The scientist asked what he was doing, and he declared to him to attack him. Zombie was standing, and Varmint didn't talk. He flashed to his mind what happened last time. He asked him what he was doing and why he was scared of Zombie. The little four eyes didn't know that the varmint was remembering that because he had an undying body. He was ripped into shreds, turned into sashimi, and left to dry on a tree for over 100 years. He told him that he needed to attack him, but he said that he didn't want to fight him. He told the scientist that if he wanted to attack him, he should fight him by himself. They were shocked by what he said, and they didn't talk. This was the first time such a thing had happened to him. He asked how he got rid of his control. He says that he has given up on that route, and he needed to come down. It was cloudy, and there were several sounds that might have come from the air or a helicopter. He declared that the president was here. President Lanky asked if he was sure if her brother Faye was down there. He said yes, and there are 6 floors, and the total area is over 11,000 square meters. President Lanky was shocked by the 11,000 square meters, and President Lanky asked how long they would have to search the damn place for. The mass was standing while holding his sword, and he declared that the problems could be solved using absolute and insurmountable amounts of strength. President Lanky was trying to stop him from going as planned, but he continued. Blue Hair was shouted because he was reckless. He threw something that caused an explosion. The city had an explosion, and he asked, "Isn't it faster than taking an elevator?" The President Lanky was annoyed with him, and she told him that he wasn't using his brain. She then asked if that was a trap and what they would have done. The man said that in front of absolute power, all schemes are useless. He was leaving, and he was jumping into the helicopter. The soldiers were checking the area. The soldier was ordered to report to Chief Gang that there is no one in Area 1 and to Chief Kin that there is no one in Area 2. The man was annoyed because they escaped, but he replied to him that he sealed all routes in and out of the city, be they land, water, or air. Not even a mosquito can get past. One sunny day, he asked why they needed to wait while they got to go down and catch the bad guys. She was annoyed because if they worked together, they were not any weaker than them. She tried to stop President Lanky from becoming irritated. She said that they were superiors after all, but she cursed them. At the same time, on top of the building somewhere, the scientists were busy planning, and Brother Faye ordered that plan be executed. The man was standing in front of the notes that were written in Zombie King inside. He was wondering about that. He got the notes. He read the notes, and there was a Zombie King inside. It's extremely dangerous. He was thinking about the last sentence, "Open it if you're a man." He ordered the soldier to blow it up for him. They are here to catch people. There's no need to take any other risks. He said that they didn't fall for it, but Brother Faye ordered that Plan B be executed. Brother Faye clicked the red button. The alarm went off, and they ran quickly. This is what we called the trap. He said the laboratory had been opened. Brother Faye was laughing when he declared that it was time to welcome the dawn of a new great species. He ordered the elimination of all human life, including himself. They are watching to see what happens after the explosion. They are shocked, and he asks if it was the Zombie King, the baby zombie. He tells his comrade to be careful. It wouldn't have been a problem if it looked ferocious from the start. He thought that it's problematic only when they look weak and harmless, like a child, and he told him, "Don't underestimate the baby zombie." The baby zombie landed on his head. He shouted that all members must retreat immediately. The soldiers were busy running fast, while the man was attacking the baby zombie. The baby zombie was divided in the middle, and they multiplied. They don't know what to do. The baby zombie was standing in the middle of the circle. The scientists said that the zombies were released while they were distracted. The zombie attack started when they attacked the city. It's far away, and they can already see the zombies, and there are too many of them. The man was scared and had plans to set up a defensive line. But President Lanky said that he didn't need that, because her warm-up and expert work should just be left to the professionals. In an exciting scene, he used her sword to attack the zombies. President Lanky moves fast. President Lanky kicked the face of a zombie. The zombies were flying through the air. President Lanky is so strong because she can attack the zombies. The man who is eating pudding believes in President Lanky. President Lanky showed her fast-moving moves. Something dropped, and he was amazed at President Lanky. She said, if they think they can escape by causing chaos, they better think again. The scientist was surprised because she killed all the zombies that he released. He declared that if he still had the zombie with the chainsaw, the zombies spread out on the road. The man was watching while the zombies were panicking. They wear masks to prevent the virus. He was holding a photo of a varmint, and he asked if he knew him, but the zombie got angry, so he denied the paper that he was holding, and the paper was splattered. He was afraid that if they couldn't bring back the varmint in time, the king would punish all of them. He replied, don't panic because they will definitely find him. Back in the zombie's laboratory, the zombie was still standing in the middle of the circle. The two men were walking when they met a zombie and wanted to play with him. He thinks he's taunting him. The two men attacked the baby zombies. The zombies ran away. He yelled for him not to run away from him. Be a man and fight him for real. The zombie was standing in front of him. He removed his pacifier from his mouth. A female zombie came, and they were surprised by it. They don't know what to do. The female zombie was sitting at the table, and she was looking at the two men. The female zombie told them that they should play with her. He said that he would cut her into shreds. He tried to attack the female zombie, but she held the end of the sword. He panicked, so he called his companion and asked for help. But his companion was hurting. The man who was standing and wearing full gear was kicked with the knees of a zombie, so it made a loud sound. They are wondering about those loud sounds. They saw the top of the building explode. With the force of his kick, it splashed into them. He asked if he could help him. Blackie replied to him that he was a zombie. The Stainless Steel Academy chief, she asked what happened down there. He was hurt by hitting the zombie. He asked what he was talking about, and they looked at it. They saw the female zombie sitting in the glass. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, they cooked chicken wings and ate them together. President Zombie liked eggs, and the red-haired girl had seen barbecued chicken and duck before, but this was the first time that she saw barbecue and egg. He handed Zombie a cup of tea. He tasted the tea, and it was a little dry for him. He was shocked by President Zombie. He declared to go call in an aircraft to deliver the best Shijing tea. President Zombie heard something, and he asked what it was. Back in the female zombie, a female zombie was standing on top of the bridge. She thought that female zombies looked different from the ones we normally fight and might have a problem. She ordered her to call a truce, and they need to work together to fight the female zombie. There have been explosions coming from underground, but the last one sounded a lot closer. President Zombie will look. As soon as the female zombie appeared, Lanky immediately threw something at the female zombie. But the female zombie easily dodges it as she slowly approaches Lanky and Violet. Violet sprint against the female zombie. Even though Violet attacked from the blind spot, the female zombie had advanced fast reflexes. Violet stumbled, while the female zombie makes fun of Violet's slow response. But Violet didn't let herself fall, so she instead kicked the female zombie as a defense. The kick was so fast that the female zombie only saw a silhouette. Violet successfully hits the female zombie. Unfortunately, Violet's strength wasn't enough for the female zombie. Violet immediately backs away to think of another defense. Lanky then swooped in to use her weapon against the female zombie. But from every single spot and angle, the female zombie could still dodge all of the attacks. The chief saw the ruckus the female zombie was making from afar. He hoped for Violet and Lanky could stall a bit of time. He only needed 2 minutes, as he prepared for his backup suit. As he summoned the suit, his whole body was covered with steel. The female zombie saw the chief's transformation that she thought it would be more interesting to fight him instead. His transformation was instantly completed. He called his transformation as the Heart of Steel, Mark 1. Meanwhile, Violet was infuriated with the way the female zombie was looking down on them. The female zombie stood still in between as Lanky and Violet attempts to counterattack at once. The two of them felt insulted since the female zombie was just chilling. By their surprise, the female zombie suddenly showed her long tongue. Lanky and Violet was left speechless, but the truth was, the female zombie also transformed into a gigantic buffed form. As the female zombie smacked the ground, the force made Lanky and Violet flew away near the female zombie. The female zombie turns into a giant devilish man, but the chief even dared the giant zombie to come at him. Meanwhile, Violet and Lanky felt so weird towards the zombie that Professor Jamie just made. Even Violet was too speechless by the overpowered creature, until the giant zombie and the chief had a face-off. The two of them slowly approaches each other. The two of them declared a battle with pride in their soul as an opposite entity. The two of them instantly clenched their fist to give a mighty punch. Despite the size differences, the chief doesn't wish to give up. Their fist clashes to each other. That it created a massive explosion which also affected Violet and Lanky. Zombie and Dawn also saw the explosion from their whereabouts. After their counterattack, a silhouette of a man appeared in the thick smoke. After their collision, The chief lost an arm, even some part of his ribs. The giant zombie declared his opponent's defeat. But despite trembling from extreme pain, he still doesn't want to admit his loss. The giant zombie laughed that it seemed like their battle will continue unless one of them sees the doors from hell. Zombie and the rest went where the ruckus was at. But the first thing that Zombie noticed as they arrived was a familiar smell. He still couldn't name it as he gazes at the city. Back to the giant zombie. He revealed that he still got more transformation he could show for the chief to give up. The man was in shock. All of a sudden, the giant zombie grew a hair, and his muscles shrinks. On his transformation, he turned into a man in his adolescence with dark stones on his left arm. Even the scientist was concerned that their creation was uncontrollable, but for Professor Jamie, it was perfect. The man was overly confident that he doesn't think it would be necessary to continue the fight. The chief curses at the zombie and still uses his remaining energy to fight. Luckily, Violet and Lanky also gave him a hand to defeat the zombie king. But terrifyingly, the zombie king with advanced analyzation could see their moves and tactics. And with one single flick, everyone who's near the zombie king got swayed by the strong forces of the wind. The three of them was affected, especially for the chief who lost a limb. Even the windows from every buildings got shattered by the single flick. Lanky and Violet couldn't stop coughing. The force was too strong that it sent them flying. Until the two of them landed in front of Zombie and the rest. Zombie immediately picked the injured presidents, while Dawn panicked for their state. And for President Bang and Vice President Chewy, their chief being defeated. The chief who lies in the demolished ground still got pride and willing to continue the fight. The zombie king finds it funny that his opponents still got guts to fight against him. As Zombie analyzes the situation, he immediately warned everyone to leave. Even Dawn got scared by Zombie suddenly being too serious. Until the zombie king pointed at his opponents as he ordered his comrades to attack Zombie and the rest. All of a sudden, multiple of zombies appeared in the sight. Bang and Chewy starts to panic, while Lanky favored Zombie to declare a retreat or else they'll all be dead. Multiple zombies dashes to attack the human civilization, while Professor Jamie laughed hysterically to present his creations. Until Zombie got mad and dropped the two presidents. Lanky, who witnessed Zombie gone berserk, felt like she knew what's gonna happen next. Zombie only uses one word with a high tone for the multiple zombies to scram. The zombies were all confused, yet they all listened to Zombie in a single order. The multiple zombies wait for Zombie to speak up, while the zombie king was deeply confused on why his subordinates would listen to the enemy's order. The zombie king couldn't figure out what was happening, but he sure was mad that their plan was interrupted. Zombie calls out for the zombie king as he approached him by stepping on the multiple zombies to get in his mind that he is the real zombie king. In the large city, all the zombies served Zombie like a king. They all rushes over to kneel for Zombie to step on. Violet and rest followed Zombie's instruction to retreat while the chief of Steel Academy was in shock of Zombie's capability. Zombie then grew a hair that symbolizes that he's going berserk against the so-called zombie king. Zombie looked down at the zombie while standing on the pile of zombies. The zombie king was too stunned to speak that Zombie just made all the zombies his slave. The chief of the Steel Academy was shocked, especially Dawn, since it was her first time to see Zombie with hair. The zombie king realized that he just faced his match. He even made fun of the Beyonders Academy for letting a literal zombie be their vice president. The two of them had a face-off, and declared that whoever won the battle will be entitled as the king of the zombies. The zombie king dares to approach, while Zombie was just waiting for the battle to start. The zombie king instantly punches Zombie on the cheeks. But for Zombie, he felt like he just got his cheeks poked and teased the zombie king for not eating yet. The zombie king was triggered, until Zombie gave him a punch with strong force that even the pile of zombies flew away. Dawn screamed and still couldn't move after witnessing a shocking revelation. On that moment, the city reigns with zombies, while the zombie king flew away. Zombie's punch was too strong that he sent his opponent flying past the city. But not just a single city the zombie king had passed through, until his body got sent on the sea. The zombie king hits a submarine that caused chaos to the people in the sub. The ship wobbled like there's a tsunami, and for the first time, the zombie king felt a pain. Even Professor Jamie couldn't comprehend how another zombie could match his masterpiece. The two evil scientists couldn't do anything but to watch the intense battle. But the zombie king was like a masochist. He enjoyed the battle despite getting his body thrown away. The two evil scientists began to panic that they couldn't analyze Zombie, until the zombie king swam under the submarine and carried upon his shoulders. Until Dawn and Violet looked up the sky only to see their submarine flying and about to land on the city. The zombie king smacked the submarine on Zombie. He even made a clapback joke that he's already full. The submarine demolished 1/4 of the city. but Dawn thought it would be best if they all changed their location first. Meanwhile, on Agu and Blackie's side, the two of them was wielding the mechanical body parts of Chief. Chief once again lies limbless on the ground, but something had caught Blackie's attention. The Chief was annoyed and thought of how idiotic Blackie and Agu for cutting the pieces that needed to be wielded and wielded the pieces that needed to be cut. Blackie and Agu stopped their business for a while as soon as they felt the presence of their king. After the Zombie King hit Zombie with a submarine, Zombie was able to pierce through it. Zombie aims for the Zombie King, and with him was a thick rope he got inside the submarine. Dawn was too intrigued that she forgot their agenda to retreat, while the Zombie King enjoys his time with his match. The Zombie King dared Zombie to fight more. Zombie was delighted as he holds the rope. As Zombie threw the rope against the Zombie King, it perfectly aimed at his neck. From a tall height distance, Zombie pulled the rope. While the Chief of Steel Academy wasn't sure if the Beyonders Academy really recruited a zombie or a super entity, Zombie sarcastically teased the Zombie King for running away. The Zombie King couldn't make a comeback since Zombie strangling him. As Zombie pulled the Zombie King closer, he instantly kicked him in the face. The kick was too strong that the Zombie King's face turned into a butthole. He then flew away, but he was struggling to defend himself since Zombie tied a thick wire on his neck. The Zombie King tried to pull the thick wire. He desperately wanted to fight back until Zombie cuts the wire and made the Zombie King fall from the sky like a shooting star. As the Zombie King hits the ground, it made the submarine jump due to the strong force. Even Bang and Chewie forgot that they also must retreat, but they were too intrigued. The Zombie King also seemed like he doesn't want to give up as he goes on top of the submarine. Even Zombie was impressed with his opponent's determination. The Zombie King lifts the submarine and threw Zombie away to change their location. Zombie was thrown to the sea, like he was a rock being thrown, but Zombie managed to land gracefully on a ship. The soldiers on the deck noticed Zombie's presence, but he was mistaken as a person. Zombie waits for his opponent's arrival. He even got more serious after he was thrown away. The soldiers realized that the overpowered person who arrived was a zombie. They all panicked and decided to abandon the ship. The Zombie King teases Zombie that he could also throw things if he has the ability, as if like he was stronger than Zombie. Agu carried Chief by holding his head. Chief panicked when he realized that every chaos that happened on that day was Professor Jamie's doing. He warned Blackie and Agu to immediately retreat. But for Blackie, there's they should be afraid of. He dared to make Chief watch the fight, because Blackie believed that no one are able to defeat their one and only king. Not even a god has the capabilities to defeat Zombie. Back on the ship, Zombie suddenly disappeared. And by the Zombie King's surprise, all of a sudden Zombie appeared on top of him. The Zombie King lets his guard down that he didn't realize Zombie has a speed faster than him, until he got punched in the face. And again, the Zombie King was sent flying. But this time, he was sent outer space. He couldn't tell where he was, until he saw the ship being thrown at him. It was like Zombie just proved him that he could also throw things. The Zombie King couldn't fight back nor move, until he was smashed on the moon with a ship on his face, and the audience got their jaws dropped. Zombie was deeply satisfied as he threw the ship at the Zombie King, while the soldier behind him was already terrified of his presence. The ship perfectly pierced on the moon like it was a dart. Meanwhile, Dawn and the rest felt like it would be useless to run away no matter where they'll go. But then, the Zombie King is alive, and he wasn't done yet. He yelled with all of his might, and threw the ship back on Earth. He dared to continue the battle as he returned on land. Zombie smirked as he looked up the sky. He waited for the Zombie King, but he got short-tempered and decided to meet his opponent instead. Zombie jumped to outer space without noticing the innocent soldier with him on a boat. Zombie landed on the ship in outer space. He sprints to attack the Zombie King as it declared for another round. But then the ship fired a weapon. The nuclear reactor explodes, while the Zombie King ripped every parts of the ship, until the ship fell back on Earth. The ship turned into an asteroid falling in Earth. Everyone panicked since they're aware of the possible disaster. As the ship hits the city looked like a nuclear bomb was being dropped in it. Even the boats and ships flipped over, until it causes a huge explosion. Dawn and the rest immediately hide behind a rock, until the sky became clear. Zombie landed on Earth gracefully, and same goes for the Zombie King. He was mad furious since the battle goes on and yet no one was still defeated. Zombie laughed at his opponents who seemed to be struggling already. Zombie even indicated that the Zombie King's injury was just an itch for him. The Zombie King was offended. The two of them had a face-off and waits who will attack first. Back on Dawn and the rest, they were a bit affected by the massive explosion. Dawn hoped the battle to end, until the Zombie King appeared in front of Zombie. As he attempted to counterattack Zombie, he thought of making a proposal. The Zombie King thought of their battle to be endless since they're a total match. He then tried to convince Zombie to cooperate with him instead, to destroy the world together. As he pushed Zombie away, the Zombie King compromised that the two of them will get a 50-50 benefit. The top of the building where Zombie landed exploded. Dawn became worried for Zombie's state, while the Zombie King waits for Zombie's response to his proposal. But then, Zombie declined the offer in an instant. Zombie has no interest in ruling nor destroying the world. Back to Blackie's side. Chief think it would be too dangerous to stay. He begged for Agu and Blackie to run away immediately. Chief even convinced the two that he already saw Zombie transform, and that there's no need for him to watch further since the Zombie King and Zombie had the same level of strength. But Blackie finds the Chief to be annoying. Blackie smirked and revealed that Zombie doesn't only transform once. Chief was suddenly petrified like he just heard a revelation. Zombie looked directly at the Zombie King to make sure he got it in his head, and straightforwardly told him that working with the Zombie King isn't worthy at all. Zombie couldn't believe the King Zombie has the audacity to try and convince him by offering his half, while Chief still couldn't get over with what Blackie had said. Zombie looked down on the Zombie King and assured that only the weaklings has the desire to rule and destroy the world. Zombie made a logical and humane speech, yet he wasn't heard since he's on top of the building. The Zombie King was disappointed to be turned down by Zombie, while Zombie just made a promise to teach him a lesson, for at least the Zombie King could have humanity in him. Zombie then revealed his transformation when his zombie skin shreds, until his skin turned into a human. He screamed on top of his lungs with his final transformation. The shocking revelation made everyone speechless and couldn't even get their eyes off on Zombie, until Zombie became a human with deep and dark eyes. Dawn and the rest just yelled and was deeply overwhelmed to witness the full transformation. Zombie didn't say a word and stood still on top of the building. With his human eyes, he glared at the Zombie King with full disgust and waits for his turn to attack. But with just a glare, the Zombie King felt intimidated even though Zombie only stared at him. Even the Zombie King was deeply confused on that point. Back to Blackie's side. Chief was too overwhelmed at the situation that he fell asleep. But then Agu slapped him to get a grip of reality, and also for him to witness Zombie going God mode. Agu puts Chief in a position for him to witness clearly with his eyes. Agu was just too proud of their king that they all considered Zombie as a god. Zombie still hasn't said a single word. All of them couldn't get their eyes off from Zombie as he transformed into a human. No one could even comprehend how it happened nor how it was possible, until the weather turned dark and rains. But Violet felt like the rain wasn't normal at all. The Zombie King was furious with his fragile ego. He instantly went to counterattack Zombie while asking him if he's whether a human or a zombie. As the Zombie King attempted to land his fist on Zombie's face, Zombie only glared at him, until the raindrops stopped in midair. Zombie raises his hands, until every limbs of the Zombie King was horrifyingly torn apart that he screamed as he felt all the agony and trauma. But Zombie still doesn't stop when the rain suddenly goes back up. It was like Zombie manipulated the gravity that every living things went floating. Dawn was terrified that even her and the rest was affected by Zombie's power. Even the ship started to float. But Zombie goes beyond with his power that even all the sea creatures started to float out of their home, until Zombie stopped manipulating the gravity and ended up making everyone fall from midair. The Zombie King lays on the ground with only his torso. He felt the amount of pain Zombie just gave him. With a terrifying look on Zombie's face, he assured that he's not just a king, but a god. After their long fight at the city, a giant cyclone built up at their location. Dawn was so shocked after seeing the giant cyclone and some of the sea creature falls down at the city. On the other side, President and Lanky falls from the ground after gravitational effect worn off. Zombie was calmly standing in front of them while he's trying to figure out some things. President was struggled to get herself up while asking Zombie. All of a sudden a whale falls from the sky that landed at Hobson Building. Both of the professor was so shocked as they saw a whale fall from the sky. The Zombie King can't believe that this was possible while his limbs are gone. The professor asks Faye if he's seen a Zombie King like this, but he refuses to seen anything like this before. Because of Zombie King's physique, he manages to stand up without using his hands. He then used his regeneration skill. His hands simultaneously regeneration after all. He was so mad while he's trying to be little Zombie. He said that Zombie can't kill him since the Zombie Kings are basically unkillable life forms, and even if Zombie tries to cut him into pieces, his regeneration can help him up. Zombie made a pale reaction after hearing those words. He then cast again his gravitational manipulation. Then Zombie King flew close to Zombie after being manipulated him. Zombie chokes him after pulling him up. Zombie lifts him up while choking after saying that Zombie King might misunderstanding the meaning of death. Zombie King struggles to get out from Zombie's hand while being choked. He keeps trying to pull out himself while Zombie asking him if he need to physically destroy someone for them to die. Then Zombie glared at him while pale reaction. Zombie King screams in agony after Zombie doing something at him. However, ships have been moving to take their position to target the city. Cyclones had been rampaging the sea due to Zombie's doing. Zombie King struggling while screaming ancient out of nowhere. Somehow a robotic figure was planning into something. He orders to shoot the ship that Faye was using. He called this his 1351 encirclement of the 6th time at ending human civilization. Going back at Zombie. He's still casting an eminent energy at Zombie King to kill him from his inner soul. Zombie King was almost losing his conscience. The ships also successfully destroyed to avoid bombing the area. Meanwhile, Zombie looks different from Zombie King's perspective and sees him like a god after being beaten up by Zombie. Zombie King slowly losing his grip for his life and struggling so hard from Zombie's power. Snaps happen. After this, Zombie King suddenly stops on moving that probably shows losing his life. And turns out that Zombie didn't kill him physically, indeed internally killed his soul since he was immortal. Zombie was holding the Zombie King on top of a building. Dawn and President Violet were shocked and wondering if it was over. Zombie lets go of him, and the Zombie King starts falling at a high distance. Zombie King's fall impact can be seen. The ground was cracked, and the Zombie King was not moving. Chief was shocked and wondering what was happening, seeing the Zombie King was not moving. Blackie said that he must have been scared to death by the third form of their king. Faye can't believe what he's seeing. The helicopter arrives. The boy is pulling Faye, saying all their coastal air defense boats are gone, so they should leave while they can, because if they don't leave now, they might not be able to leave. He suddenly saw a man standing before him. He immediately stays away from Faye, a zombie. He was shocked to see zombies in front of them as they never showed themselves. Zombie stares at them seriously. They fall to the ground while trembling from fear. Zombie asks them if they will surrender by themselves or if they want to meet the Zombie King. Zombie gives them 1 second to decide. The boy immediately surrendered. Faye trembles in annoyance while the zombie stares at him with seriousness. Just like that, Professor Jamie, who was supposed to be killed on sight, was captured alive by a zombie. President Violet wonders what's wrong with him, but Dawn doesn't know either. Zombie said that turning into that is too scary as he is a kind of zombie. President Violet tells Dawn to go and ask him, but Dawn refuses as she sees how scary he is. President Violet pushes her to go, and they will go to make her Zombie's vice president later. Dawn stutters while asking Zombie if he's alright, as they are about to leave now. She jumps and screams in surprise when the zombie stands and says he is hungry. Zombie said he really wants a tear-resistant shirt. Dawn sighed and saw that Zombie's completely passive again. Dawn asks him if he remembers what he did just now, so Zombie answers that he does, but it's just a little blurry. He explained that he had already lost his sense of time, but he knew that he had beaten up many weird zombies like him. But they were all too weak, so zombies didn't bother to remember them. The boy asks Faye what's wrong when he sees him laughing by himself. He is laughing as he didn't expect that there was a being as strong as Zombie. Faye said that he would obtain a sample of the zombie's genes and create a being even stronger than him. Just like that, the Zombie King created by Professor Jamie was scared to death by Zombie, and the incident with Professor Jamie finally ended. Someone asks Zombie if he has any problems becoming a president, and Zombie says none. They told him to remember that being a president isn't only about being strong, but you must also be able to maintain and protect your cities. They also reminded him that his title would be revoked if he could get the city's population to be at most 10 million within the time limit. They asked the zombie which city he would like, so the zombie asks if he can have the city where he caught Professor Jamie, the H city. They argued that the H city is a deserted city, a no man's land. If he wanted to raise chickens, you must first have eggs to hatch. They nagged that even if you have eggs, you must at least have a cell, but that place doesn't have a single human hair, so how will zombies develop it? They told Zombie if his population did not meet the requirements, his position as a president will also be taken from him. But Zombie still wants that town, so they seem to agree. They have already stamped the official letter of appointment of Zombie as president. She was annoyed when she asked them where did the Beyonders Academy find this idiot, as there were so many perfectly good cities, and yet the zombie chose a deserted one. President Violet just sighed from the stress of the commotion. After becoming president, Zombie's single regiment army was expanded to 4 regiments to help protect his city. On that day, a landmark moment in history was realized. The zombie children told their mom that their new home was so grand, and they also saw a human. It is a unique sight where human soldiers assist zombies in moving into their new homes. Zombie is watching from afar, Blackie reported that all their citizens had been moved into the city as per his order. Zombie said that it was good. The zombie child was surprised when the soldiers moved upon the order of attention. The zombie kid asks his mommy if they will use the smoking metal sticks on them. The soldier announces that President Zombie's orders are equal to the orders of God and President Zombie's people are equal to their people, so the soldiers will safely escort them to their new homes. The zombie child seems to understand. They are glad to have their own city finally. Zombie said that sometimes, for a race to prosper, you don't necessarily need to wage war on others. Blackie smiles as he hears Zombie's words. He asks Zombie what they should do with Varmint, as he's been hanging there for a few months. Zombie told them to leave him hanging. That day on the Zombie Town Municipal Council, Varmint is still hanging at the top of the building. He cries as he admits he was wrong. He said he would be obedient from now on and didn't want to turn into a zombie jerky. President Violet is leaning on the cracked wall with bruises on her face as she says that her enemy feels like she has two completely different personalities. Dawn, with the monster's eyes, is laughing. She told President Violet that she can still fight. President Violet gets angry and immediately disappears from her current position. She sneaks behind Dawn's back. Dawn's head suddenly twisted 360 degrees behind, and they saw President Violet. President Violet got startled in surprise. She lost her focus and stumbles in the air. She landed on her hands and asked Dawn if she was still a human. President Violet's eyes widened when she saw Dawn charging an attack toward her. President Violet jumps backward away from Dawn. Dawn shoots Violet with her Gatling gun. She bursts into laughter and asks Violet if she thinks she can become a president now while firing her gun. She is laughing devil while showering Violet with bullets. President Violet dodges the bullets. She moves swiftly to avoid every bullet that is aimed at her. She is irked and glances at Dawn. She charged at a fast pace towards Dawn and told her that he better show her strongest skill. Dawn roars like a monster. Her cells are improved. President Violet attacks her with horizontal slashes. Dawn asks Violet if she's even trying and mocks her about how she can use her strongest skill when she acts like this. Violet appears on top of Dawn with her sword aimed at her. President Violet managed to cut through her shoulder down her body. Dawn seems not to feel anything as she smirks. Violet wonders why Dawn didn't dodge. Violet saw her getting regenerated as her body got pulled together again. Dawn's body regenerated completely with no scratches. President Violet jumps back away from her. She thinks this is too exaggerated and wonders what zombies did to her. Dawn asks Violet now if she's worthy of being a president yet. Dawn suddenly charges towards Violet. Dawn hits President Violet and comes flying toward the wall. Violet told Dawn they should stop there. Dawn emits a smoke after hearing Violet. She asks if Violet is okay and explains that she didn't do it on purpose. President Violet asks Dawn if she's sure she is really not a zombie even after the zombie bit her. Dawn said she was not and asked Violet if she did undergo a full body examination in the lab yesterday, as everything down to the cells in her body was normal, and there was no change to her body. President Violet asks her how she explains being able to turn her head 360 degrees and regenerate herself. Dawn said that she didn't know either, but that she feels like she can transform as long as she wants to, but she doesn't feel any different. Dawn said when she's feeling down, she can give herself some stimulants and even get stronger. Moreover, she doesn't feel any side effects despite using it for so long. Dawn calls Violet and asks if something is wrong with her seeing her get quiet. President Violet gets up and tells Dawn to move aside, so Dawn asks where she is going. But Violet tells her it is none of her business as she runs away at full speed. He asks President Violet where she is going, and she says she's going to H City with annoyance on her face. President Violet runs so fast to the airplane. They fly towards their desired destination. The plane landed in the H City. President Violet comes out of the airplane immediately while her assistant calls to wait for him. That day at the Zombie Town Municipal Council, Zombie appointed Fur to be responsible for the Azure Flower District, while Gan will be the head of the city's police department, and Lang will be the head of civil administration. Zombie called on Blackie, and he immediately stood up. Blackie will be responsible for the treasury of their city, and from now on, all their money will be under his management, and he must take account of every single cent in the zombie city treasury. President Violet suddenly barged into their meeting. She enters the room while gasping for air. Zombie asks what brings her here. Violet runs towards the zombie. Zombie said it was perfect timing as he was just about to find her to report the current situation in the city. Violet held the zombie's head and told him to open his mouth. She placed her arm in the zombie's mouth to be bitten. President Violet thanked him and said to do whatever he wished as she ran away from the room. President Violet comes out of the building. Her assistant said she was too fast. He asks President Violet if she has forgotten about that spy and reminds her not to forget that he can control people's minds, seeing Violet let a zombie bite her like that. President Violet was irked as she desired a ridiculous increase in strength and the ability to reattach body parts and never die. That's why she doesn't care what Zombie wants to do, even if he wants her to strip dance in the middle of the square. Meanwhile, Zombie seems confused about what happened, and so Zombie began to reform and develop the city he received, and after assigning work to his subordinates, the city slowly began to function. At the zombie fashion store, the zombie lady is welcoming customers. The zombie hairdresser is giving a service to his customer. Zombie realtors are doing their job on a skyscraper. Another zombie invites everyone to look at the new houses at the real estate opening. In the zombie driving school, zombies are learning to drive cars. Zombie examinee number 54 is being called and asks what he is doing in the passenger seat. Zombie is gazing at the town from his office. He felt at peace while sipping his coffee as he began his slow life. The paper contains zombie information. She learned that his personality was a pushover, completely without any outstanding personality traits, as if he were just another passerby. So she didn't understand why the Beyonders Academy would appoint him as a city president. He asks Inspector Chen if she has heard what the chief of the Stainless Steel Academy said and explains that he was telling the Beyonders Academy to invite Zombie to become president. Inspector Chen said that it's normal for there to be competition between academy, and it's not as if they have never seen them slander each other. Inspector Chen explained that even without his slandering, she doesn't like this zombie person either, as he doesn't have the personality of a leader, whether he is a zombie or not. She wonders if she will know as long as she takes a look at herself. That day at the North Pole, a helicopter is flying over. A cruise landed in the place. He welcomed Professor Strange upon their arrival. Professor Strange asks if he heard that they discovered the corpse of the ancient people here, so the boy says yes, and it's a dried corpse estimated to be thousands of years old. He also said that they found it while conducting some experiments, and it's buried 500 meters into the ice, but they're trying to extract it using a crane. Professor told them to be careful not to damage the body. If it is ancient, this might be the greatest discovery in all of human civilization. The man told them to be careful and bring it up slowly. Professor Strange hopes that this will allow them to have a breakthrough in their research of the ancient ones. The other people seem like they are just watching them. As the president of the archaeological department of the academy, it is Professor Strange's first time being this nervous. They are lifting it with the crane and putting it down slowly. The ice is really big while being held by a crane. A body inside the ice can be seen. It seems like a body of an ancient woman. Professor asks if it is the real thing. Someone suddenly apprehended him. His mouth was covered, and he got his neck bitten. Professor Strange gets startled and asks who they are, as they are not part of his team. People screamed for help that day. Professor Strange fell to the ground when he was kicked. The person told them to use Professor Strange as a sacrifice. They told him to stop struggling as they only needed some blood. The man is on his serious face while the girl laughs at them. They put down the giant ice on the ground. They started to crash it, and it revealed the ancient body of the woman. The woman's naked body has started to slowly show, and the girl puts on clothes all over her. They all hail the Blood Queen. They wish the queen a long life and everlasting youth. The Blood Queen asks if the moron zombie is still alive. The Blood Queen stands in front of them. The man told her that the zombie was still alive even after 1,000 years. He was still as lively as ever. But for some reason, after he wiped out human civilization last time, he mingled with the humans and even began rebuilding his clan. The girl told the Blood Queen to be careful while she assisted her. The Blood Queen's eyes got serious as she recalled Zombie. She is sure that she will not lose to him again. It is a sunny day at the Gwangju Province Academy headquarters. Zombie is sipping his delicious coffee when someone calls for him. Several people are gathering inside the headquarters. A man is screaming while doctors assist him. President Violet asks what that thing is as she has never seen anything like it, while the woman says it doesn't look like a zombie either. According to the database, he is a member of the exploration team from the next province. He was found waiting in the North Pole, and their province's archaeology head, who was with him, is now missing. The database said he was an ordinary person, but he injured 2 of their presidents when they tried to catch him. President Violet thought that they needed to invite a professional. The car arrives at the destination. Zombie comes out of the vehicle. They greet him as their president, Zombie. Inside the office, a zombie comes in as he is called to. Several people are glancing at him. Someone greets him and stretches his hand. He introduces himself as President Ying from the Iron Club Academy. President Ying asks if he was the one who caught Professor Jamie, so Zombie says yes and says hello to him. Zombie walks past him. Ying smirks, thinking that Zombie is just another psychic, while Zombie is happy that he can now shake hands with humans and is halfway to his goal. The man said that just by looking at him, he could tell he was a weakling and wondered why anyone would make him president, while the others seemed scared. The man asks where did Chief Gang go. Chief Gang trembles, thinking that if he had known the zombie was coming, he would have just stayed at home. They are discussing something at the lab. The doctor asks Zombie to look at him and asks if he recognizes what kind of monster he is. Zombie doesn't know how old he is. The doctor expects him to know this. Zombie saw that the man had bite marks on his neck, and he got startled. President Violet asks Zombie what did he find out. The man suddenly growled and gets quiet upon seeing the zombie. Zombie said it was interesting as he found out it was the doing of the Blood Tribe. Light suddenly flashes before the zombie, and the people around were winded away by a strong wind. The man trembles while the zombie is beside him. Zombie could have sworn that his kind, the blood people, were extinct already. The people flew when a strong wind from a zombie winded them. President Ying bumps into the wall and groans from the pain. They ask what happened and why President Zombie exploded. President Violet and Dawn are quiet while ducking on the ground. Zombie could have sworn he killed every one of the blood people already. But now he understood and asked the man to tell him where Little Red was, the little girl who liked to poison him. The man burst into tears and said he didn't know anything and only became a vampire yesterday. Zombie emanates steam from his body. President Ying is sweating profusely and wondering if a zombie is an insignificant psychic. Chief Gang was startled as he knew he should have stayed home. Zombie walks away from the lab. They ask him what's wrong and what did he find out. President Violet asks what blood tribe he was talking about just now, but Zombie tells them everyone should be more careful these next few days. He is on his serious face as he thinks of the blood tribe. President Violet and Dawn are shocked to see him being serious. Zombie told them he forgot what he was about to say, and everyone fell on the ground feeling ridiculed. President Violet aggravates and asks if can Zombie's brain not function normally after he reverts to his normal estate. Zombie told them he would be sure to remember next time. While President Ying still thinks that, in the end, the zombie is a psychic. Zombie glances at his back, and they got startled when they saw him look at them. On the other hand, the Blood people told the Blood Queen that this was their home. They ask what does she think. The Blood Queen seems to be annoyed. They sat on the ground when suddenly a coin rolled towards them. The man asks if they didn't say that the cities under the government are all managed very well and wonders why beggars are still in the streets. The man picks up the coin while his eyes sparkle from seeing the money. The Blood Queen got annoyed and aggravates why they even bother reviving her when they have already fallen to this level. The girl burst into tears and said she didn't know how hard their lives have been in the past 1,000 years. Back when the Blood Queen turned into a dried corpse by a zombie, all of them could do nothing but watch from afar. After that, he began exterminating their tribe, and to survive and escape from his clutches, they had to play dead. And then, they didn't dare expose themselves for 1,000 years under the threat of zombies. No matter where they were, they hid as far as they could from humans and zombies. She told the queen while crying that they hadn't left this tiny alley for 1,000 years, and Lantling had even turned into an idiot. The Blood Queen said that it was useless even if they revived her. She wasn't a zombie's opponent back then. Now, she can't even touch a single hair on his body. Lantling told her that she was wrong, and they revived her because they had obtained a critical piece of information recently. They found someone that could help her turn invincible. The girl said it was true that the person could help her become invincible. The Blood Queen asks who it is. The man showed her a picture of a man. Several people gathered in the headquarters. The scientists are being held so that they will not be able to escape. Zombie asks why don't they just kill him. President Violet explains that they can't yet as first. They need to find all the hidden experiments and research he planned to use against them. Second, he has a lot of spies planted among them, and they want to use him to root them all out. Zombie asks what if he escapes. President Young burst into laughter and said it was impossible. How could he run when he was already locked up like that? Ying told Zombie that since he was the one who caught him, he can bring him to take a look. This is a state-of-art prison specially constructed for him. They dug up an entire mountain, and the depth alone is over 3,000 meters. There are 1,500 floors and 100,000 armed guards. Even using an elevator would take 30 minutes from top to bottom. Then there are the rocket launchers, anti-aircraft guns, laser cannons, and as long as you can name it, they have it. And this is just the appetizer. A president is guarding every 100 floors. 30 presidents and 2 chiefs are watching over this place. Ying smirks and asks them how can the prisoner escapes with this level of security. They have also installed a bomb, and Professor Jamie is currently strapped to the bomb's detonator. The power of the explosion is more than 10,000 tons of TNT. As long as someone approaches him, the bomb will go off. Ying boasts that even if someone manages to free him, they die in the explosion. Even if a god descends, all he can bring back is a corpse, which makes the zombies sweat in nervousness. Zombie, in his basic state, felt secondhand shame from seeing the deranged actions of the humans. Meanwhile, they are watching Ying via a smartphone in an alley far away. The Blood Queen and her people are shocked to hear all those tight securities. The Blood Queen got annoyed to know that humans tied the man to a self-detonating bomb. Ying told President Violet that Inspector Chen had gone to President Jiang's city for an inspection and asked if she wouldn't warn his little boyfriend. President Violet gets annoyed and asks why he is even telling her this. Ying said that Chief Gang told Inspector Chen that President Zombie built a city for zombies. Whether President Zombie is a zombie or not, he doesn't care. Since Ying only recognizes the strong, President Violet seems annoyed at him. On a warm day in town, the zombie is happy that human cities are so prosperous as he walks along the street. Professor Jamie is tied to a self-detonating bomb. A food server is walking outside of their prison. He bursts into tears, thinking it's all over for them. Faye is determined that he will obtain the zombies' genes. He asks what Faye is talking about, as they are going to get executed soon. Faye said no, since before they obtain all of his research, they will never kill him, as before they were caught. He has already instructed people to send his research data to a place that even he doesn't know. Faye is planning to make them regret keeping him alive. He explained that the zombie was too strong and stopped talking about how to get his genes, and even if they had his genes, it would still be nearly impossible to create something stronger than him. Faye said it's simple, as long as they can obtain a strong enough vessel to carry the zombie's genome, it will be much easier. He told Faye not to talk about that at first, since this place has the highest security. They are just ordinary people, and ask how to escape. Faye seems to be in deep thought about what he said. The food server is walking outside their prison cell. The food delivery robot is set to go. The robot is coming towards him. It is feeding Faye with the food it is carrying. He was startled to see Faye's action. Faye chews on his food. He continues to chew it while inside his mouth cavity there is a wiretap behind his tooth. Faye is quiet and serious for a moment. He asks someone, where is the zombie king's corpse being kept right now? The man answered that it was being held in Dr. Yin's lab on the 200th floor. 2 chiefs are guarding it right now. Faye said it was good and ordered him to follow his instructions and guard their vessels properly. Meanwhile, the zombie is walking in the street. He notices someone is calling on his phone. President Violet told Zombie that there was something he should know. She said Chief Gang from before ratted out him to Inspector Chen, and he said zombies created a city for zombies. Right now, Inspector Chen is heading toward the zombies' city to take a look and should already be on her way. Inspector Chen is the auditor of President Violet's province, and her job is to keep a watch on the president's lifestyle and behaviors. If she finds out a zombie is a zombie, he will immediately be fired. Zombie is sweating profusely as he wonders if Inspector Chen would believe if he said he was a human. President Violet yells at him not to act like she didn't go to his city and see all the zombies running around. She told Zombie that he knows better than anyone else what he is. Zombie got quiet for a moment. He screams, saying it's over. He wonders what he should do now and what he can do. He notices something. He saw some makeup by the window. That sunny day, Inspector Chen arrived. The plane heading to the City H has been prepared for her. Inspector Chen said that someone with such a weak personality is unsuitable to be a president, and she would find a reason to fire this zombie person. Several large vehicles fall in the sky like it is raining. Blackie saw it and was in shock. The vehicles all fell in front of the building. Zombie arrives as the vehicles continue to fall. Blackie asks him what is wrong, and Zombie says that Inspector Chen is coming to their city for an inspection and orders Blackie to distribute the makeup and have everyone disguise themselves quickly. Because if Inspector Chen finds out they are zombies, they will take the city back. Blackie was startled and immediately ordered Otako to Area D and Lang to Area C. He told them that if they didn't want to return to living in ruins, they should watch their facial expressions while their comrade lifted the large vehicle. They lift all the fallen vehicles as they are ordered to go to their zone quickly. He asks Blackie if it will work while he pounds himself with a face powder. Blackie said that the king, Zombie, must have his reasons for making them do this as he puts on the contact lens. It is a sunny day in town. The zombie citizens shout under His Majesty's order, Zombie, to come over here and claim a set if they don't want to go back to living under the bridge. The zombie kid asks his mom what they are doing. The mom explains that the king wants them to disguise themselves as humans. The mother zombie asks to give her a set and tries the makeup on herself. The zombie kid tells his mom that he also wants to. The zombie mother told him to wait as she still put her mind on, while the child was shocked to see his mom looking like a beautiful human. Their comrades are back in the office. Algu has put on lipstick on top of his mask while Blackie is looking good in his disguise. They were shocked to see them done and thought that Algu's disguise was too absurd, but he told them it was none of their business. They ask what about them as they look like a real monster. Blackie wonders, as Inspector Chen should be here by now, but he doesn't see anyone. The two said they were all working for His Majesty and wondered why they must act as pets. Blackie wonders why they are talking about as they were pets back when they were alive. They saw a plane flying in the sky. The man praises Inspector Chen for being wise, as taking the train here was brilliant. Inspector Chen said that there are only so many presidents in the Guangzhou province, so they must be close as it's very unlikely that their trip here was already leaked. She added that the best way to investigate properly is to avoid those people at the top and directly inspect the civilian. This way, they can see the true face of the president of Zombie City. He whispers and asks him why Inspector Chen hates President Zombie so much, so he answers that President Zombie is weak and a pushover. He said that other than the overseer, has Inspector Chen ever had a good impression of anyone else? She is biased against everyone except the overseer. The man told him to talk softer as Inspector Chen might hear him. Inspector Chen said that she had already heard him and said that, so what if she is biased? She explains that ever since the overseer delegated his authority away, every random cat or dog from the street could become a president. And only someone like the Lord Overseer is suitable for leading humanity and bringing them back to their former glory. Inspector Chen believes that domineering heir is only someone with an aura of dignity can be their leader. On the other hand, Zombie is in his office eating. Inspector Chen told them it was time to start working as they walked to Zombie's headquarters. The man said it's been so long since he last saw the Lord Overseer. The other man answered that the Lord Overseer had gone out exploring and he should be back soon. The plane landed while Blackie and his comrades waited for Inspector Chen to come. Blackie said that it was weird and wondered why they were not here yet. Logically speaking, Inspector Chen should have arrived by now. Algu said they must have been delayed, so they should wait a bit. They went to a store and asked someone about some things. The man asks the old man why all his products here are made of eggs. The old wonders what the man is talking about and says he can't even see him while feeling nervous. The man thought that the old man was a deaf and blind person. The other guy asks another citizen about how he did anything to oppress him after President Zombie took over the city. The man never answers as their king is super good to them, and not only do they have free houses to live in and get free eggs every month while feeling nervous. The man's arm suddenly dropped to the ground, and he was speechless. The interviewer was confused and seemed shocked as he saw the arm on the floor. In his surprise, he told the man that his arm had fallen off. The man picks up his arm and immediately runs away, saying he thinks his mom is calling him to eat dinner. He explained that his arm was just a prosthetic and told the man not to mind. The man left dumbfounded and confused at what had just happened. Inspector Chen nags that there's not a single sane person in this entire city as this is the first time she sees humans as retarded as Zombie. She is really angry and wonders if that zombie bastard built a city for weirdos and lunatics. Inspector Chen told them to record all of this as they could use it to remove Zombie from his position, so they immediately wrote it down on the paper. In the middle of a sunny day, President Zombie seems down as he gazes out the window, so someone asks him what is wrong. Gu asks if something happened, and the other answers that he doesn't know either, and President Zombie just started acting like that after he ate his meal. Gu was shocked when he heard President Zombie mumbling and speaking. Gu pulled his collar and asked if he put anything weird in his food. But the man said he didn't know as the president said he was hungry, so they made some spicy scrambled eggs for him. Gu said that it's not good as the king can't eat spicy scrambled eggs. The man asks what will happen if he eats it. Zombie is sitting in front of the window. He seems to be smiling with a menacing look as if looking at something. It was explained that chili is a stimulant to the king, and he will be stuck in his berserk mode for at least 1 month. While on the other hand, Blackie and his comrades are still waiting for Inspector Chen to come. Blackie answers the phone, and Gu immediately says that their king ate spicy scrambled eggs, but the situation is not good. Blackie was shocked and said that he had disposed of all the chilies already, and Gu said he didn't know how they got it either, so he asked what they do now. Blackie said it's useless even if he asks him as he doesn't know what to do either. He asks Blackie if he doesn't think the king will kill the inspection team while he sweats from nervousness. Blackie answers that it is very likely. That same day, Inspector Chen told them they should go as there was nothing else to inspect in this place, and they should look elsewhere. Inspector Chen notices something above. A truck is falling down the sky. The truck fell to the ground and made a wreck. Inspector Chen was hit by small debris from the wrecked ground. Zombie lands on the truck and appears in front of them. Inspector Chen was shocked and wondered about the truck that had fallen from the sky. Zombie is in his berserk mode as he gazes at them with a menacing look. Zombie calls Inspector Chen and says he will now take her on a city tour. Some of Inspector Chen's team were unconscious and shocked as they looked at Zombie. They wonder what was that just now and who the hell is that. Zombie is on top of the fallen truck in front of Inspector Chen. He is staring at her with a scary and menacing look. Inspector Chen is surprised and asks who he is. Zombie asks how she could forget him so quickly and introduces himself as Zombie, the person she has been looking for. Inspector Chen and the inspection team were shocked that Zombie was before them. Inspector Chen said she could have sworn Zombie didn't look like this. Zombie said he just took off his mask while standing as though he was ready to attack anytime. Inspector Chen was startled and told him not to come any closer. Zombie said Inspector Chen came all this way, so he especially prepared some gifts for her. Zombie offered her some of the finest canned spicy eggs that were brought by the staff. Zombie told Inspector Chen not to worry as they don't eat people, which made her sweat in nervousness. Zombie picks up Inspector Chen along with him. He told her this place is a school zone, and there's not much to see here, so they should change the venue. Zombie jumps higher from the ground while he takes Inspector Chen with him. The men were surprised and shouted for Inspector Chen as Zombie dragged her. They fly in the sky while Inspector Chen is nervous about being dragged by Zombie. The man is shocked and wonders how Zombie jumps so high while the other tells him to stop gawking and chase after them. Blackie saw Inspector Chen in the sky while the other said she was with the king, so they should go now. Inspector Chen is screaming as they fall from above. Zombie lets Inspector Chen take a look at their city. Zombie explains that this is his city and it is over 2 million square meters in area, and they are still opening land for development, while Inspector Chen is struggling from hanging in the air. Zombie continues to explain that they have numerous white-collar workers, publicly listed company, and construction workers. There are all kinds of occupations, and they are still planning for more. They can generate billions in tax revenue for Guang Prefecture every year. Inspector Chen cries, says she gets it and begs Zombie to put her down. Zombie continued dragging her and said they should discuss law and order next. Zombie explains to Inspector Chen that they have always obeyed all the traffic rules and regulations, and no one can violate them. The truck driver was shocked as his leg fell off. Zombie is crossing the street while explaining to Inspector Chen when the truck approaches him. They were hit by the truck and sent flying while Inspector Chen screamed. The truck was also sent flying from the impact of the collision. The man notices something and glances over there. He saw the truck go flying toward the skyscraper and screamed in surprise. Blackie suddenly appears and is caught on the truck driver from the top. Inspector Chen shouts that Zombie just killed him, but Zombie said no, and it is impossible. He said all his subordinates are peerless powerhouses and will never let the citizens die. They are waiting in the middle of the crossroads. The men run toward Inspector Chen. Zombie throws Inspector Chen towards them. Her subordinates immediately caught her. Zombie said he knows why Inspector Chen came here and will let her go back alive today. Zombie walks in front of his subordinates and tells Inspector Chen that this city is his and no one can stop him as he lets himself clear with her. Zombie warns them that they can try cutting in if they think they have already lived long enough. The inspection team was shocked as they felt threatened. That day, in the middle of the crossroad, the man told the other that they should go back first as his legs were numb while they carried Inspector Chen with them. He is scared and wonders what is with the guy named Zombie and asks if a human can do this. He looked at Zombie and compared him to their department head as even more inhuman. Zombie gets on his way. He still wonders who said that Zombie was weak and cowardly in the report, as they need to fire that dumb person. Zombie told them they could leave before he changed his mind as they don't provide free food here. Inspector Chen calls on Zombie's attention. She said that she would admit that Zombie has done a decent job managing his city, but as a president, other than being able to manage a city, Zombie must also have a certain level of combat power. Zombie's subordinates looked at Inspector Chen with an angry face. Inspector Chen explains that only with enough strength can Zombie protect an entire city, and she still needs to see if his true capabilities are enough to protect this entire city. Zombie's subordinates held Inspector Chen and covered her mouth. Blackie seems concerned while Inspector Chen struggles to talk. Zombie stops in the middle of the road. He asks Inspector Chen about what she said. Zombie smirks as he hears that Inspector Chen wants to see what he can do. Zombie's subordinates are trembling in fear as they hear that he agrees. It is a bright and sunny day. They went to the seashore. Gu said he has a bad feeling about this. They stand behind Zombie's back, waiting for him to do something. Inspector Chen wonders why did Zombie bring them here. Zombie's shadow appeared as a demon face. Gu called Inspector Chen, whose face is confused about what she's seeing. He told Inspector Chen that whatever happens next is all on her, and it has nothing to do with them. Inspector Chen glances at Zombie and sees his menacing gaze. She is wondering about what Zombie is doing. Stones on the ground suddenly float, so he wonders what is happening, seeing the rocks flying. Rocks are also flying around Zombie as he begins to do something. His eyes are closed, and he seems to be concentrating. He opened his eyes as he transformed into his human form. Inspector Chen and his team were shocked upon seeing Zombie. They wonder what happened to him as he transformed into something suddenly. Wave whips the shore. Zombie orders the wave to stop. Inspector Chen and her team watch Zombie as he shows his power to them. The man seems scared, says he can feel the air has changed, and wonders what Zombie is trying to do. The strong wind is swaying Inspector Chen and her team. The wind got stronger around Zombie. Agu luckily caught the man so he wouldn't sent flying from afar. Inspector Chen falls to the ground as the strong wind blows her. Inspector Chen was confused and saw that Zombie disappeared in front of them. He asks where did their president go. Agu brought them a telescope to see. Inspector Chen takes a look at it and screams in surprise. She is seeing a planet. It is beyond the outer space. Zombie is on a planet that is light years away from the Earth. Inspector Chen was dumbfounded as she wondered how is this even real. Zombie got a serious look on his face as he jumped out from that planet to go to another. He jumps from that planet to go to the moon. And the moon is also a light year away from Earth and the other planets. Inspector Chen and the others were shocked and said that Zombie was too abnormal and that he was not human. Zombie stretches his hand and palm. He made a sign with his hand and clenched his fist. He sways his fist to the back and punches in the atmosphere that made a big invisible impact. Inspector Chen's team and Zombie's subordinates are shocked and shout that it is not good. Zombie punches the atmosphere from outer space, aiming towards Inspector Chen's direction. Blackie and the others are all shocked and shouts to move now. Inspector Chen's skin face is winded as the impact from Zombie's punch landed in their direction. Zombie's punch greatly impacted the earth as it landed on the ocean. The impact made a big tsunami that went through the city. Zombie's subordinate made a way for them not to be flowed by the water. Inside their office, President Violet and Dawn stumble from the impact. President Violet wonders what that was. The emergency alarm speaks and warns them that a level 12 tsunami has been detected. President Violet and Dawn take a look outside. They saw the level 12 tsunami coming towards the city. They wonder if the world is going to end. The alarm continues to warn that a level 12 tsunami and a direct threat to human civilization have been detected. The system automatically activated the level 1 defense. The tsunami is surpassing the defense. Someone suddenly came in the middle of the raging tsunami. Zombie landed on the ground coming from outer space. He asks Inspector Chen if she has seen enough with that menacing look on his face. The ocean water circled like a big whirlpool. Inspector Chen got really scared as she faces Zombie while surrounded by ocean waves. Zombie stands in front of her with a fearful face on his human form. It was a bright sunny morning that day. Zombie along with his company see the Inception's team department from their city. Inspector Chen is still dumbfounded by the fact that she saw Zombie's monster form, while the others said that there's no way Zombie is a human as even monsters are more human than him. The car where they ride departed away from Zombie and his crew. Agu asks if did they go overboard and wonders if will they try to confiscate the city from him. So Blackie said that he has a feeling they won't while sweating profusely. Inspector Chen went insane after returning, and Zombie's city was given a silent approval. At the same time, on the other side of the planet where there's a big hole carved in the middle, some masked men are working inside. At the laboratory where experiments happen. He said that Zombie is too abnormal, while the other said that he really doesn't understand how he killed this guy. He said that Professor Jamie's case is really such a shame and to be able to create a monster of this level, he was basically trying to create a god. If only Professor Jamie was still working for humanity, they wonder how far would they have developed by now. He said that they should not think about that and asks the other if does he think that this thing could still be alive. So he answers that it is impossible as there are no vital signs from it at all. Someone is mixing a liquid from the tube to a glass of another mixture. He remembers what Professor Jamie told him to just do as he tells him to mix CHR47 and some secretions from the main vessel. He followed to mix then in a ratio of 7:1 and the zombie king only has its consciousness destroyed and the physical body is intact, so they still have a chance of reviving it. Professor Jamie told him to wait for a chance to inject the solution into the body of the zombie king. He left the room and said he's going on patrol now, so he said that they are 3,000 meters underground and asks what's there to patrol. The man gets closer to the table where Zombie King lies. The two men got shocked when he suddenly injected the mixture he concocted earlier. He stabbed on the Zombie King's neck who's still lying unconscious. He was suddenly slammed to the wall that got cracked from the impact. He was aggravated and asks what he has done. The zombie king suddenly opens its eye. Moments later, a large explosion happens and people are shouting. He heard it and is wondering what happened. The emergency alarm kept ringing that there's a warning. A movement starts to happen instantly. Zombie King gets up suddenly from a long sleep while the whole place is being covered with smoke. Professor Jamie orders him to kill everyone and bring them out of here. He told the Zombie King that he will make him as strong as Zombie. Hello guys, if you're new to our channel, please hit the subscribe to be updated on our manhwa recaps. A plane is heading towards the big hole where Professor Jamie and Zombie King imprison. Someone is kicking the plane's window with full force. They successfully opened the door in the mid-air way. The passengers got winded inside while someone with a gun told them not to move. He told them that if all of them behave, no one will get hurt, and points a gun to the pilot and threatens him not to try anything funny as they will let him go once they are done. The plane continues to fly mid-air while in the middle of a hijack. The Blood Queen arrives on the airplane. She said that they have early warning systems in place in a radius of 100 kilometers, and this is their only option to get in. The man told her that they have a self-detonating bomb on Professor Jamie, and asks if she thinks that they should come up with a better battle plan. The Blood Queen is thinking of a plan. She said that there's no need as it's just some little tricks from the humans, and if she can't do something like this, how can she still be their queen? All of them jumps from the plane, while the queen thinks that the only way to deal with those who rely on violence is to be even more violent than them. They all jump straight to the hole with the intent of killing all of the people inside. They saw people in the air who are planning to go inside the hole. He knows that it's a jailbreak and orders everyone to prepare to defend. The Blood Queen's troops successfully go inside of the hole. The guards shoot all of them. They all manage to dodge the bullets fired by the guards. He orders everyone to stay calm and don't panic as they still have their 30 presidents with them here. The Blood Queen's troops have landed on the way inside the hole. They wonder what's going on and if it's a jailbreak. While on the other hand, the Blood Queen is observing something. She is at the first floor above, while the others are on the 320th floor below. Some men are on the 500th floor. The Zombie King is on the 2999th floor below, and Professor Jamie is on the last 3000th floor beneath. On the 3000th floor beneath, someone is getting beat up and slammed to the wall. Zombie King passes by him and made his exit. Zombie King said he hates Professor Jamie, and asks what makes him think that he would save him as between him and Zombie. It is more important for Zombie King that Professor Jamie dies. Professor Jamie seems satisfied for what he heard, while his assistant seems concerned about it. Professor Jamie tells Zombie King that after fighting with Zombie, does he really think he is undefeatable by anyone else by him? Professor Jamie reminds Zombie King that he is his creation, and although he is just an ordinary human, if Professor Jamie wants him to live, he will leave, and if he wants him to die, he will die. Professor Jamie threatens him not to try play tricks in front of him as he is too young. Zombie King got agitated for what he has heard. Professor Jamie tells him not to worry, and as long as he help him fulfill his dreams, Professor Jamie will end his life by himself. Zombie King smirks and said that humans are indeed 10,000 times scarier than other living beings when they're crazy. He asks Professor Jamie about what he said that he could make him stronger, and if he is telling the truth. Professor Jamie promised Zombie King and said he never go back on his word. Inside the hole were guarded by several men, and Zombie King and Professor Jamie have been imprisoned. The Blood Queen's troops are fighting every person. They fought with each of them by the Queen's orders. Moans from the pain can be heard inside. They asks who are them and why have they come in, while guarding the entrance inside. The Blood Queen with her pawns just stared at them for a while, and never said a word. The Blood Queen took a step after she said that she doesn't want to waste her words on them. She tells them that they have two choices: hand over Professor Jamie to them and they will live, and if they don't, she will let them experience true power. He immediately charges at her, told her to keep dreaming. The Blood Queen seems annoyed at him. Several of them surrounded the Blood Queen and asks if she thinks where she is at to order them to release Professor Jamie. It is still in the middle of the day while the ambush happens inside the hole. Someone's metal arm got decapitated and thrown on the ground. They ask what happened just now as they didn't see anything at all. The other guards are moaning from the pain and seems not on their right mind. Some guards plans to open fire at the Blood Queen, while the Blood Queen just stared at them with a stern face. They all shoot their gun to the Blood Queen. The bullets they shot didn't even go through the Blood Queen's body. She just poses in front of them, not caring about the bullets coming in. A bullet even goes at her eye, but it just folded from the impact and didn't pass through. She smirks as she belittles the human technology as so-so. She shoots a fire beam at them that made a large explosion. At the same time, on the lowest part of the hole, where Professor Jamie imprisoned and tied to a self-detonating bomb, He wonders as they say that the bomb will explode as long as someone goes near it, but it didn't go off. Professor Jamie said that there is no such thing as a perfect system, and once the power is shut off, there is a 2-second window before the sensors are back online. Zombie stops in front of them. He asks Professor Jamie that Zombie King is already so strong and asks if are they really going to make him stronger, as with his attitude, they would probably get in trouble. Professor Jamie said that there's no other vessels better than him. They get out of the prison. Zombie King saw something in front of him. He saw several humans are lying on the ground. The man got his arm decapitated and is moaning from the pain. He and Professor Jamie got shocked and asked what happened here. The people are lying on the ground while the area is covered from the smoke. The Blood Queen walks in front of them. She called out Professor Jamie's name. She told him that someone who couldn't even touch a single hair on Zombie's body after he entered his second phase is not suitable as his vessel. They are all shocked from what she said. Zombie King also got startled for what he heard. The Blood Queen asks Professor Jamie to use her body instead. She stands confidently in front of them. Zombie King suddenly appears in front of her that made startled. She immediately counters Zombie King attack with a punch on his face. Professor Jamie and his assistant got shocked, while the Blood Queen troops just watched them. Zombie King got punched on the face by the Blood Queen. The other saw it and was surprised. The Blood Queen's attack made a big impact. She throws the Zombie King at a fast pace. The Zombie King passes through a wall and made it crack. He landed on the wall and made it crack from the large impact. Zombie King was aggravated as he felt that was as strong as Zombie's attack and wonders how could this be possible. Zombie King saw something from the metal. He gets down from the wall. Zombie King plans to punch the detonator bomb to blow up the place. He wants all of them to die with him. The boy tried to stop him and said that this is nuclear. The Blood Queen just stood there watching. The other shouts that it's not good as he watches Zombie King punches the detonator bomb. Zombie King punches through the bomb, while he said that he knew those guy was not reliable. The bomb exploded from bottom to top. The Blood Queen raises her hand above, then move her hand below. The bomb who was about to explode earlier was reverted back by the Blood Queen thanks to her power. Zombie King got shocked. The same goes for Professor Jamie's assistant. The other men that are guarding the place also can't believe for what they saw. The detonator bomb got squashed by the Blood Queen. She uses it to smash Zombie King on the ground. Zombie King lies flat on the ground after. They can't believe for what they saw and with the power that the Blood Queen has. The Blood Queen said that with just that little bit of strength, how dare Zombie King call himself a king? The Blood Queen raises her fist. She got Zombie King from far afar to fly back to her. She choked him and asks to tell her how did Zombie kill him. Zombie King got annoyed while struggling. Zombie King got suddenly seems scared of the Blood Queen. She looked at him with a stern face. The Blood Queen scared Zombie King with a menacing aura. Zombie King got startled by her look. He found out that she and Zombie are both monsters from the previous civilization. Zombie King screams in pain. The Blood Queen squeezed his neck and told him to know his place. The Blood Queen looked at him with a serious face. She let go of Zombie King and drops him on the ground. He lies on the ground and seems not breathing. The Blood Queen stands in front of the dead Zombie King. And just like that with the circumstances he went through, the pitiful Zombie King who was just resurrected was killed once again by the Blood Queen Red. The men got quiet after seeing the Zombie King died by the hands of the Blood Queen. Professor Jamie and the assistant can't believe for what they had seen. The Blood Queen calls Professor Jamie. She asks him if she is good enough to become his vessel. She looked at him with a serious face while waiting for an answer. Professor Jamie is quiet and can't speak for a moment. He smirks and answers her of course. It is good day at Zombies Town Hall. President Violet told Agu to move and don't block her as she has an important matter to discuss. Agu told her that she can't as now is not a good time to meet the king. But President Violet insisted that it is an emergency, and she has no choice. She asks him to take her to see his king now. Agu said that she can't as it is too dangerous. President Violet wonders about it being dangerous, and said that she does not know what he is talking about. President Violet bursts in Zombie's office, and said that she has a piece of bad news. Zombie greets her while sipping on drink. President Violet got shocked when she saw Zombie. She got startled and asked since when did Zombie talk like that. Zombie asks President Violet if she doesn't think that it's more interesting to change things around every once in a while. And Zombie asks why has she come looking for him. President Violet tells him that Professor Jamie has escaped. Zombie said he knows and insulted them as a bunch of trash could never even dream to stop Little Red. President got surprised and asks how did Zombie know as it only happened 10 minutes ago. Zombie said that Little Red used her bloodline power, so he naturally felt it. President Violet wonders about the bloodline power Zombie talked about. She said that she needs to report this information to the higher-ups. Zombie holds President Violet closer to him and tells her that since she is here already, don't be in a hurry to leave. Zombie said he hasn't been able to mingle with a human peacefully in a while, and tells President Violet that they should have some food and he will show her around the city. President shouts at him not to dare try anything funny like show her around his city. She said that she will let Zombie know that she already know what he did to Inspector Chen. Zombie didn't care about what President Violet said and continues to sip on his drink. President Violet said that she doesn't have time to be playing with him right now as there's an emergency, so she needs to go back. Zombie asks President Violet if she's not at all interested about how he uses high bloodline power. President Violet got shocked and stopped for a moment. She looked back at Zombie and asks if he also has a bloodline power. Zombie looked at her with a menacing and scary look. President Violet got startled for a moment. She tells Zombie that she will go on with him. In the middle of the day at the hospital, the medical team are taking the two men to resuscitate. The doctor said that he is still breathing. He stared at the man for a moment and got quiet. He got closer to him and asks what does he want to say. He told him to call the department head. Professor Jamie and his assistant went to hide somewhere. The Blood Queen lies there while they examine her body. Professor said that it's incredible as this is his first time seeing such a stupendous body, and it is completely unscientific. He asks if they are not conducting experiments randomly, and if can his genes really be used to improve their queen, so they better not hurt her. He told him to relax as Professor Jamie's research is at the pinnacle of all human beings. Professor Jamie said that there's already been a successful case before, but they were all enhanced by Zombie himself. Although the Blood Queen is not a human, there shouldn't be any problems from what Professor Jamie can see, and now they only need Zombie's genes. He asks Professor Jamie if he is not expecting them to go to Zombie to pull one of his hair. Professor Jamie said that he is not dumb enough to send them to their own demise. They got quiet and hesitant for a moment. She asks Professor Jamie how will they get Zombie's genes as Zombie's not just going to gift it to him. The Blood Queen just look at them with a stern face while listening at their conversation. Professor Jamie's assistant laughs and searches something in his coat. He showed it to them and said that something as simple as that can't stop them. The both of them got shocked and asks how did he get that. Professor Jamie explains that there is a human who got Zombie's genes, and to see if she had actually turned into a zombie, she underwent a full body examination. He said that he had one of his people draw a vial of her blood, so they thought that humans are scheming when they heard him. He seems delighted that having spies within the enemy is super useful. It is evening in the middle of Zombie City, and the buildings are lively with many lights. The chef brings the food in front of President Violet and Zombie's table. President Violet seems to found something out and said that Zombie's power really doesn't fit its name. She asks what if she can't turn back, will there be any side effects? Zombie made a smirk upon hearing her. President Violet told Zombie to tell something. Zombie turns back to his normal form before even speaking. President Violet got agitated and asks if he can't finish speaking before turning back, as she even gave up on a very important matter to go on a date with him. President Violet nags that Zombie can't just change a face and pretend to not know anything, so he should take some responsibility. President Violet shakes Zombie to turn back now. Zombie said that he doesn't want to, plus he didn't force her to come as Violet willingly did it herself. President Violet asks the chef where are the chilies and orders him to give her a kilo. The chef says that all the chilies in the city have been confiscated by department head Blackie. 2 months later, it is a sunny day at the hospital. He told her that this is the second time he has come to the hospital to see her. He said that he asked to send the message before he lost his consciousness. She told him to relax as she used their satellites to send the message as soon as she got wind of what happened. She even labeled it as a red level emergency. He lies on the bed with an oxygen to support him. She said that he is all really useless as there were so many of them and a voice-activated nuclear. And yet Professor Jamie was taken away by a single woman. He said that their opponent this time was different. The nuclear obviously went off, but she somehow managed to suppress it and brought it back to normal, and she's not someone from this era. She said that she knows and she already sent the message out, so the department head should have already received it. The clouds are winded in the sky. Several metals equipment are stored somewhere. Someone said that who would have thought that there was a city buried under here. And their technological advancements are not low either. It's a shame they got destroyed. Someone tells on the radio that they got it and understand. They report to the department head that there's an emergency. They saw a man standing from afar. There's a body of a person that seems to be burnt while sitting on the ground. The burnt body just lies there under the discovered underground city. He told the department head that there was an emergency about Professor Jamie, who was caught recently and has just escaped. He glances in a direction and seems to be shocked. He stuttered as he wondered about it. He was told that the body was the remains of a person from ancient times. He explained that this corpse has over 134 fractures, as if it was broken by some kind of a monster. He glances around and seems to be observing his surroundings. The department head explains what's scarier is that all the remains here were burnt to the limit, which is also why their corpses didn't rot even after 1,000 years. They are basically empty shells, and they are of no value to research at all. He said that there seems to have been traces of a big battle here. He seems amazed at their level of technology. He wonders what kind of monster could have done this. The department head said that there was nothing else to find there and asked for the emergency he told him just now. He said the department head that the Beyonders Academy recently recruited a new president who caught Professor Jamie. He explained that for some reason, Professor Jamie, who had just been caught, managed to escape again. Many presidents were also hurt during the process, and right now, the HQ is in a state of emergency. He told the department head that their available combat power was severely lacking. After hearing all of the reports, the department head said to him that they should go. The man suddenly wonders about something he saw. The ground seems to be emitting some kind of smoke. They notice that the equipment underground appears to be working all of a sudden. The man was shocked. The same goes for the department head, and he glances around. They all look in the same direction and notice something. A hologram hooded figure suddenly appears in front of them. The man was shocked to learn that the technology underground can still function after a millennium of degradation. The hologram figure stands behind the burnt body and says that this is his first time seeing a human with such a strong physical body. The man told the department head to be careful. So, the department head asks why he is panicking as it's just a projection. The projected figure seems to be getting static in front of them. The hologram figure told the department head that he could make him even stronger as long as he vows on his life to protect human civilization. The burnt body didn't move, while the hologram figure stood behind it. The department head said that it is only natural to protect human civilization, so there is no need for the senior to remind him. He told the hologram figure that he just wanted to better understand the ancient humans. So, he asks the hologram figure how did they end up getting annihilated. The hologram figure projected another one over him. The two men look up and wait for it to show something. The hologram figure shows them a picture of zombie. The hologram figure was quiet for a moment while showing them the picture. He flinches and asks the department head if the hologram figure is for real. 1,000 years ago, the Earth did not look like this, with only 2 large continents. The Earth of that time was separated into 7 great continents and 8 great oceans, and there were over 100 countries. They were glorious. For the sake of increasing humanity's power, they gathered all of their resources and have long figured out the technology needed to build starships. Their technology level achieved an unprecedented height. At that time, they even fought aliens, but even their advanced technology was nothing in front of them. As for the monsters hidden deep beneath the ground, they are not worth mentioning. The hologram said that this zombie was the only one they could not win against. The man asks the hologram why while stuttering. The hologram figure told them it was because of him, pertaining to Zombie's picture on the projection. Hello guys, if you're new to our channel, please hit the subscribe to be updated on our Manhwa recaps. The two of them suddenly got quiet after hearing what the hologram figure had said while looking at Zombie's picture. The man asks the department head if does he think that the hologram figure is tricking them, as this guy doesn't look like he is strong at all. The department head told him that the ancient people would not joke about something like this, and asks him if he has ever thought of the reason why they have been fighting with the zombies ever since they were born. The man said that the reason why they built so many academies was to resist the zombie, and despite them constantly suppressing them, they aren't able to completely eradicate them for some inexplicable reason. So, he wonders if this guy is the reason why. The department head asks the hologram figure how does he think they should deal with such a terrifying monster. The hologram figure said that his time is limited, and he is nothing more than a shadow of the past, surviving by turning his memories into an AI. He told them that back then, they were only focused on improving their technology, but now they walk a different path from them. The hologram figure said that he never thought that the physical body of a human could also reach such a high level, and told the department head that he had shown him hope. A door is suddenly opening. The hologram figure said the department head that with his physical body, in addition to their technology, they can defeat him as he shows them a golden gauntlet. The department head seemed to be shocked and asked if this was the technology of the ancient people. The hologram figure told him to remember that no matter what race appears on Earth, the zombies are their greatest enemies. The man seemed nervous and hesitant, but the department head told him to keep it. Department head thanked the hologram figure and said that they would not disappoint him. The hologram figure finally disappeared behind the burnt body. The department head told him that they should go as the rest of the equipment here is useless. The man asks if they are going to find the guy on the screen just now. Department head said no, as they needed to deal with Professor Jamie first. He said that with how big this world, finding a single zombie is not an easy task, as it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It is a bright and sunny day. President Violet is talking to someone over the phone, and she told them she got it. President Violet told Zombie that the department head was coming back and he called everyone for a meeting, so she told Zombie that he also had to go. Zombie is startled and wonders why he is also included. Zombie thinks about the department head and wonders who is that. Sometime later, at the laboratory, Professor Jamie is watching his experiment and waiting for the parts a bit more. He laughs deviously as his experiment finally gone to a success. Blood Queen is inside of the green water of Professor Jamie's experiment. Blood Queen floats inside while Professor Jamie is performing an experiment. They are waiting for the Blood Queen's experimentation. He said that the entire Blood tribe only had a single coin left. As the steward of the Blood tribe, he won't be able to feed all the members even if he works 10 different jobs a day, as even this coin was earned by him begging. Lanling burst into tears when he said that he wanted to die. Someone tells Lanling not to be depressed and asks if he has forgotten who they are. He tells Lanling that they have the skills and persuades him to do some side occupation. Lanling told him not to play around and asked what kind of side occupation they could do. So, he told Lanling they should rob a bank. He said that on his way here, he saw a bank. He saw that everyone inside was slow and clumsy, like snails. It takes them 30 minutes just to withdraw some money, and this is his first time seeing such an inefficient bank. He told Lanling that with their skills, they could settle the matter in 10 seconds as long as they were quick enough. They wouldn't be able to catch them even with a rocket. He said that they would run once they got the money and promised Lanling that with their speed, they will be fine. Lanling smiles deviously as he is persuaded by him. It is a good sunny day at the Guangzhou province headquarters. The man salutes as he tells the department head that all the presidents have gathered and they can start the meeting. Department head wears his helmet to get ready for their way. They go on their way and ride a car. Zombie and President Violet along with the other are waiting for department head's arrival. On the other hand, the Blood Queen's experimentation is still ongoing. Meanwhile, someone with a pig head is standing in the middle of the street and seems to be waiting for something. The man, together with Lanling, is sitting beside the street while observing something. Lanling glances around the place and watches as everything goes the way. A vehicle arrives, and Lanling says that it is slow as he seems to be bored from waiting. The man inside told Lanling that they could set out now, so Lanling got in the vehicle. Lanling asks how are the preparations, and he tells them that they must not have any accidents while preparing his gun. Someone with an eagle mask told him not to worry as they had scouted the place. They explained to Lanling that it has the smallest amount of people, and they laugh in arrogance while saying that when it comes to robbing banks, they are professionals. On the other hand, Blackie is having his coffee while looking out the window at a high place in the building. Blackie smiles when someone tells him that the financial reports of February are out. Lanling and his companions wear head masks and go on their way to rob the bank. They went inside the bank to finally do their plan. The bank that Lanling and his companions are going to rob is revealed to be Zombies People's Bank. The staff said that they have finished all the calculations, and their current assets are valued at 435.5 billion. Blackie told him to go through the accounts again as they must not make any mistakes. Blackie said that as His Majesty's subordinates, they cannot afford to make even a single mistake with the city's finances. The man understood and conformed to Blackie's order. Lanling and his companions are inside the bank and tell everyone not to move and that they all better behave themselves. Lanling bursts into laughter as he takes all the money, saying they are rich. Blackie sees a smoke and asks what's going on over there. The car runs and jumps at a fast pace while Lanling waves the money, saying they will never have to live a life of poverty anymore. Someone told Blackie that something was not good, as someone just robbed one of their banks. Blackie got startled as soon as he heard the news. The car where Lanling and his companion ride stopped somewhere. Lanling is happy as he thinks they finally have money. Someone called Lanling in a terrifying aura. Lanling took a look out the window to find who was calling him, and he suddenly felt something. Lanling saw Blackie standing at the top of the building and seemed to be looking towards their direction. Lanling sweats profusely in nervousness as soon as he saw Blackie. Lanling curses at the man and hastily asks what was the name of the bank he made them rob just now. He stuttered while saying that he didn't know as he couldn't read. Someone beside Lanling told him that the name of the bank was Zombies People's Bank. Lanling was dumbfounded as soon as he heard the bank's name. He sweats profusely while looking out the window towards Blackie's direction. He was startled as he saw something that got him scared. Blackie is looking at him with a menacing and murderous look. Blackie is standing at the top of the building, and black things are coming out of his hand. Lanling and his companion were startled as they saw Blackie is aiming for them. Lanling asks him what is he waiting for and tells him that Blackie is the most mysterious subordinate that Zombie took in around 800 AD. Blackie said that he doesn't care what they or their queen are thinking. Blackie jumps from the top of the building while clenching his fist aiming at them. Blackie in his monstrous look told them that if they want to live, they better return the money. The ground below where Blackie stands began shaking. Blackie jumps so high that the impact can be felt by the whole building. The cars outside got carried away by the impact, so they flew in the air. The employees inside the building were also stopped from working as the impact shook them greatly. Blackie gathered all of the vehicles near the building. Lanling and his comrade are startled as they think that this is too exaggerated. The driver told Lanling that the money they stole this time wouldn't be enough to repair this car. The man watches what is happening and says that it's over as he sees that Blackie has completely lost his mind. Blackie stands in the middle of the daylight while chasing the money that Lanling has stolen. Lanling told his comrades to split up to go back and say to the queen that they had caused trouble. Lanling stands over the car and gets on his fighting stance while saying that he will hold Blackie back here. Blackie tells them that no one is allowed to live, while Lanling says that their position is both as stewards, so he wants to see just how much stronger Blackie can be. Blackie suddenly comes and punches Lanling while telling him that he is not qualified to be on the same level as him. Blackie's fist digs on Lanling's face as they fly in the air. Lanling's two comrades called for him as they tried to run away, but Blackie sent them flying in the air while calling for help. It is a bright day at the Guang district headquarters. President Violet and Dawn along with the other people have gathered inside. Department head stood in front of them, and he was greeted. Department head told them that he had received the message about Professor Jamie's escape, but before that, there's an important matter he must announce to everyone. Department head clears his throat first before making the announcement. His comrade stands beside him waiting for the announcement. They showed them the golden gauntlet that they had received from the hologram figure. They saw it and began asking what is it, while the others wondered about it being a golden right arm. Department head told them that this is a piece of technology from ancient times. They were shocked to hear it. The others were surprised to have learned that it is an ancient technology. President Violet flinches upon hearing the news, and the others seemed amazed. Department head said that this was something he found in the deepest part of a canyon. He explained that by the time he got there, any useful information about the ancient civilization had completely degraded. He laughs and tells department head that with the ancient technology, Professor Jamie and the perverted streaking woman will not be worth mentioning anymore. Department head said that they do not need to use this against Professor Jamie as it will be saved for an even bigger threat. Department head told them that according to the descriptions left behind by a projection of the ancient people, there is an even scarier monster living on this earth. He said that the ancient civilizations were wiped out by this very monster, resulting in their disappearance. They wonder about the monster. President Violet asks if he is not kidding, and if he is saying that there is a monster here on Earth that could wipe out the entire ancient civilization. Department head said that it was correct, and the ancient person emphasized that they must treat this monster as a threat of the highest level. Department head said that it was a monster that wiped out an entire civilization, so they must be extremely careful. President Violet asks if does a monster like that really exist and where is it now. Department head said he doesn't know as the ancient person didn't say much, so that it could be anywhere right now. He told them that they have to be vigilant. Zombie asks department head how do you use this thing. Department head explained that although the ancient person didn't say anything, you should be able to tell just from looking. He said that he has tried it already, and all you have to do is wear it on your hand and press the button in the middle. Department head is in the middle of saying that they need to find this monster and eliminate it, but he suddenly stops. He seems to be realizing something. He looked at the person beside him and was startled as soon as he saw him. Department head was quiet for a moment while looking at him. Zombie smiles at him and wonders what he is staring at. Department head curses in surprise for what he sees. Department head immediately goes to the gauntlet, while the others wonder what is wrong. Zombie was quiet for a moment, clueless about what was happening. On the other hand, Lanling is flying in the air. He crashed at the headquarters where the presidents and department heads had gathered. They were all surprised when something suddenly crashed inside the headquarters. The place got smoke from the impact, while department head got the gauntlet. President Violet wonders what is going on. The place got covered in smoke from the impact of the crash. Lanling crashed inside and seemed to be knockout. On the other hand, someone is coming towards them. Blackie landed somewhere by following Lanling. The headquarters building got a large hole from the impact. Blackie stands at the top of the building while looking at a direction. Lanling struggles to open his eyes and asks His Majesty, Zombie, to save him. Someone asks who he is, but they don't know as they have never seen him before. President Violet sees Blackie and recognizes him as Zombie's subordinate. Zombie sees Blackie and wonders about what's happening. The man gave a warning as he verified that the other party was a zombie. Blackie stands at the top of the building, far from Zombie's headquarters. The others rush towards Blackie to apprehend him. He said that he was too brazen for a zombie and asked if he knew what place this was. Blackie shouts at him that this is none of his business. Blackie kicks him hard in the face. He took a step and turned to punch another man. The men who charged towards Blackie were all sent flying by him. The man was sent back flying by Blackie inside the headquarters. He wonders what that thing is, while the others wonder why they are always the ones getting beaten up, as even though they are all presidents, they seem to always act as cannon fodder. Dawn was surprised and said that Blackie was in another league compared to the one that had a chainsaw for hands. The man, together with Lanling, got buried in the wall by Blackie. Blackie floats in the air while black things are coming out of him. He wants to kill all of them inside the headquarters. Dawn wonders what are the black things, so President Violet tells her to stop and not to touch them. Zombie charges towards Blackie with his fist ready to punch. He punches Blackie hard in his gut. Zombie punches Blackie hard in his gut, and the impact can be seen in the air. Blackie irks as he feels it hurts. The people inside the headquarters have been sent flying by the great impact. Dawn and President Violet crash into the wall. The man told the department head about the new president's strength, so department head knew as he saw it. Department head wears the gauntlet and says that the strength of a president is like an ant in front of him. He said that the ancient people were right as he saw that Zombie was even stronger than he thought. Zombie and Blackie landed somewhere. Blackie coughs from Zombie's punch. He asks what Zombie, His Majesty, is doing here, and Zombie tells him that he cannot kill them. On the other hand, department head used the gauntlet, and it began striking lightning. Zombie told Blackie that this is the headquarters and they are the ones who gave them the city. Zombie seems to be noticing something. A black spot started to appear in front of the sun. The black thing starts covering the sun. The man asks the department head what is that, but he says that he is not the one who did that. President Violet is wondering if it is a complete solar eclipse, while the others are in shock as it becomes completely dim everywhere. The sun got covered, and it seemed to be a complete solar eclipse. The citizens have gathered outside and wondering what is going on. Blood Queen is flying in the sky looking over them. The citizens saw that there was a person up there and wondered why did the sky suddenly went dark. Department head just stared and observed what was happening. President Violet asks who she is, while the others recognize her as the woman from before. Blood Queen laughed deviously and said that she was invincible. Several people have come. They have come for Lanling. Lanling is buried in the wall while crying and begging to be saved. She ordered the others to get rid of them and save Lanling. They attacked department head, but he immediately countered them and gave them punches. The headquarters building made a crash from the impact. Blood Queen saw one of her people sent flying and crash at a building. She stared at them with a serious look on her face. Department head said that things were about to get chaotic, so he told them to evacuate the city and leave the rest to him. Blood Queen told him to mind his own business. Department head charges towards her and tries to land a punch using the gauntlet. Blood Queen got annoyed by his sudden attack. She countered a kick at department head. They all got shocked and wondered how is that woman so strong. Blackie told Zombie that they are fighting. Zombie blocks Blackie and tells him that it is none of his business. Department head jumps so high above the sky toward their position. As they are fighting, a lunar eclipse was starting to disappear. Department head landed on the ground while wearing the gauntlet and it can be seen that it starts to shatter. He was angry after receiving the information that Zombie were the high threat for them, so he wanted to get rid of Zombie. The Blood Queen notices him and whines about being audacious of the department head. Violet, Lanky, and Dawn was confused about the department head's action after what he said about getting rid of Zombie while department head was launching an attack. He starts to charge an attack while wanting to settle all their fight at once. However, the Blood Queen moving towards them while agreeing to their fight. Meanwhile, Zombie is watching them from afar and seems to be wondering at something. Blood Queen flies towards department head as she said that is exactly what she wanted to do. Both Blood Queen and department head charges towards each other. Blood Queen comes rushing with her fist ready to smash department head, while department head's fist with gauntlet is also ready to strike Blood Queen. Department head landed his fist at a fast pace. Dawn and the others got winded by the impact of their colliding punches. Department head's fingers got smashed by Blood Queen's one single punch. Department head was sent flying to a far place. He screams while being carried in the air. Department head landed on the building and got it cracked. Department head tries to get up while coughing from the impact of his landing. Blood Queen looked at him with a stern look as she stands from afar. Department head curses at this ancient technology and thought that this thing is a complete sham. Department head said if he had known, he would have just done it himself. Blood Queen said that department head is the human with the strongest body she has ever met in the past 1,000 years. And had it been 1,000 years ago, with that broken piece of tech, the outcome of their battle would have been uncertain. Blood Queen said that it's a shame as she looks over at Department Head. She clenches his fist and said that she will have to put Department Head to rest. President Violet suddenly appeared behind the Blood Queen. President Violet comes encircling the Blood Queen. She suddenly got distracted by her. President Violet stands at the other building and told her that she thinks she got the wrong opponent. Blood Queen curses and asks who is someone that goes there. President Violet stands proudly and told the Blood Queen that her opponent is her. President Violet's eyes glows red that looks like zombies. She was shocked to see it and wonders what is that. The Blood Queen also got shocked and wonders about it. Meanwhile, she is calling Landling while flying in the air. Dawn suddenly comes and get a hold of her head. They crushed at the top of a building. Dawn is also in her zombie form while grabbing the girl's head, while she is asking Dawn who are them. Blood Queen glances around and notices them. Dawn is dragging the girl along with her, while the girl is telling her to don't think they can get away with this. The three of them stands at the top of the buildings. President Violet has seemed to be also transformed into a zombie judging by her looks. President Violet is standing at the top of a building while holding her sword. Meanwhile, Department Head is still struggling from the impact of his landing earlier. The guy said he lost consciousness just now and wonders what did he miss, while the others saw President Violet and thought that something is wrong. The girl curses Dawn and told her not to look down on her. She snatches away his hand from Dawn to escape. The girl immediately jumps away from Dawn. Dawn smirks while looking at the girl. She said that she is not some small fry and told Dawn not to dare treat her like a pipsqueak. Dawn laughs at her and told her to prove it. The girl charges towards Dawn with his fist ready to punch. Dawn immediately countered her attack and kicks her on her jaw, and mocks her if this is the best she can do. The girl wobbles from Dawn's kick. Dawn laughs as she started to crawl on the ground and making it cracked. They both jumped to the sky. Dawn managed to punch the girl on her face. They got shocked and wonders when did Dawn become so strong. The girl stands upside down while cursing at Dawn. She managed to stand at the cliff while using her one hand. She seems to be struggling while holding her post. She can't handle it anymore and got let go. She landed and uses her blood clone to make several copies of herself, but Dawn seems to have already know of this concealment technique. Dawn charges towards her and managed to kick her in the guts. She dissipated her concealment right away. She moaned in pain and wonders if Dawn is really a human. On the other hand, Blood Queen seems to have projected something. Meanwhile, President Violet is warming up her hand with her sword. She stands proudly from afar and sways her sword backwards. President Violet's sword sway's impact have made a cut towards the buildings of the city behind her. Even Zombie's headquarters got sliced, and the people inside got shook from the impact. They thought that this is too exaggerated and he wonders if Violet was always that strong. He refuses to believe as he thought that it does not seem right, as he wonders why her condition reminds him of something. Blood Queen seems to have understood something when she saw Violet. She said that it turns out that she is also someone who has been strengthened before, but she told Violet that she is the one she is looking for. Blood Queen says she is looking for zombies so that she can avenge the humiliation from back then. Blood Queen closes her eye. Then she opens it again. She seems enraged as she said that she has endured 1,000 years for this moment, and told Violet she can easily torture her to death with her strength. Blood Queen told Violet that she is not her opponent, and suggests her to step out of the way. Meanwhile, President Violet seems not to care for what the Blood Queen says and still stands from afar. President Violet said that Blood Queen is right, as her current strength is no match for her, and even if she used stimulants, she won't be able to beat her. However, President Violet told her if that power is all that she is relying on to beat that petty fellow, she will have to disagree. President Violet wants to show the Blood Queen something fun. Blood Queen wonders about what Violet said that is fun. President Violet touches her face ready to show the Blood Queen what she is talking about. She wants to show her second form. President Violet's face skin has started to crack and disappear little by little. President Violet seems to be transforming to her second form. They are shocked and wondering what is she doing now. President Violet started to transform as her body began to react. The Blood Queen seems shocked and speechless while seeing President Violet. President Violet got encircled by pink smoke as she started transforming in front of the Blood Queen. The people inside the headquarters got also winded by President Violet's colored smoke. Blood Queen got eye widened as she saw something. President Violet's face transformed into a horned zombie face. She got a long and sharp horns on her forehead and another 2 at each side of her cheeks. The headquarters is emitting smoke, while the people inside are all shocked and can't believe for what they are seeing. The Blood Queen was shocked and startled for what she saw, while Zombie and Blackie were also surprised to see President Violet's transformation. Dawn seems also surprised while the girl was shocked to saw that President Violet can still change forms. Blood Queen's eyes are shocked as she wonders that there's such a thing. She seems agitated as she reminded of something happened again and again. President Violet asks Blood Queen if she is contemplating her life. So she reminded her, as Blood Queen also feels like there is no need for useless words between them. The Blood Queen conjured something on her hand. She charges towards President Violet along with the weapon she conjured. President Violet touches her sword. Blood Queen is attacking her from the above while telling her that she is right. Blood Queen attacks President Violet while saying that only the weak use words. President Violet holds her sword and slashes her hands to wipe her blood on it. She used her blood to enhance her blade. She enhanced it into a red blade cleave. Blood Queen was suddenly petrified and her face splits into half. President Violet sways her sword while Blood Queen is still far. President Violet made several slashes using her sword. She cuts through blood cells and made a mess out of them. President Violet cuts till Blood Queen was minced into pieces. They are shocked to see what President Violet did, while Lanling and the girl cries for their majesty's fate. President Violet got rained by the Blood Queen's pieces. She still stood there and seems to be waiting for something. He reported that it seems like President Violet has destroyed every cell in the Blood Queen's body. He can't believe and asks what kind of joke is this. She stared at President Violet seriously as she thinks of something. Department head was also speechless for what he saw. President Violet said she knows that she is not this frail and wonders if could it be that she thinks she can sneak up on her. The Blood Queen's cell is restoring, and the blood began recollecting from above. The blood that dropped beneath President Violet have also goes upwards. Blood Queen's minced body began recollecting over President Violet. Her hand got built up again from the bone to the skin. Her body seems to be restored. Blood Queen stands naked in front of President Violet after her whole body gotten one whole again. They were shocked and continue to wonder if the two of them are still human. Zombie notices that Red is about to get serious. Zombie told Blackie they should change the place to watch the fight. President said that Zombie, the petty fellow, told her that the Blood Queen is actually an undying old monster from over 1,000 years ago. She guesses that she really can't just her with normal logic. Department head heard what President Violet and he can't believed it. He suddenly got up while his hand still broken wearing the gauntlet. She got annoyed at Zombie and told him that it is dangerous and he should get out of here. Blood Queen puts on her dress and is speechless, while President Violet just looked at her with a stern face and seemed to be waiting for her to say something. Blood Queen puts her hand up and made the sky dark. She stands firmly as she seems to be doing something with the sky. She told President Violet that they are not yet done. President Violet got on her fighting stance with her sword and said that it is good. Zombie told Blackie that this place should be safe. She comes after Zombie and calls him. Blood Queen jumps so high above. She landed on the ground and began swaying her conjured sword. She then sliced the building into pieces where President Violet stands. The building got slashed into pieces and fell. President Violet jumps from the building. She cuts through the building and faces the Blood Queen at a close range. Blood Queen managed to strike President Violet on her face, and President Violet raised her sword. She jumps and slices through using her sword. They were shocked to see something, while Zombie seems amazed by what he is seeing. It seems that President Violet managed to cut through miles in the city. Luckily, the Blood Queen manages to dodge this attack in midair. She got frustrated after almost dying from Violet's attack. Everyone was amazed by what they saw, and even Lanky couldn't believe what she saw. She was so flabbergasted as she noticed that the Blood Queen was still alive after all those attacks happened. Somehow, the department head was confused about what's happening because the gloves won't come off. However, something flew at one of the buildings. It turns out that Violet had landed on one of the buildings in the city. All of a sudden, the Blood Demon Queen approaches her to make another attack. She kicks Violet down to her chin and it connects. While Violet flew away, she rushed towards her to make another attack. Blood Queen charges up her attack with a red aura in it. After charging up her attack, she swiftly throws the charged attack toward Violet. The other was surprised to see how powerful the Blood Demon Queen was. Violet bounces at the tall building after forcefully pushed back at her back. She then slams again from the building using telekinetic power by the Blood Demon Queen to pin her down to the building. After seeing Violet from the wall being pinned down, she holds her up after having a relief seeing she can't fight back. Lanky and the others were so shocked after what happened at Violet, even though in a different form. After being pinned down, Violet seems affected after receiving the multiple attacks from the Blood Demon Queen. However, the department head was struggling from the gloves as something was happening from it out of nowhere. He had no idea what was happening. He began cursing after the glove did something into his body. Out of nowhere, he heard a voice telling that this guy was going to borrow his body first. He panicked as he had no idea of who's talking to him, so he immediately looked for it and he couldn't believe that he did something impossible. He saw the ancient person that gave him the information about Zombie and also the gloves earlier. He irks as he can't do anything about it. On the other side, Violet's consciousness came back again, accepting the fact that even though she transformed, she can't win from the Blood Demon Queen. While the Blood Demon Queen watches her from afar, she told her that even though she can't hurt her during their fight, Violet then jumps down from the building. She then ironically said that the Blood Demon Queen can't also hurt her while standing on her feet like nothing happened. Lanky begged Zombie that she also wanted something from him to make her more powerful like she did to Violet, as Zombie was the only person who did something to Violet. Zombie immediately rejected her because of a reason of being too violent after being morphed with his genes. Suddenly a large explosion happened that shocked the whole city. Zombie, Violet, and Blood Demon Queen got confused from the sound that they heard since they had nothing to do with it. Even the others were shocked when the large explosion happened. Just as sudden, a golden hand starts to rumble from outer space while stating he's finally revived. A large foot starts to land on the earth. The figure was so large that even a building can't reach the figure. Everyone starts to panic while the other has no idea of what is happening. They were speechless after seeing the figure drop in front of them. The building that Zombie and Lanky standing up in starts to crumble into pieces as the figure landed its foot from the ground. However, Zombie was planning to do something since he had no idea of what was happening after all the scenarios happened. He then starts to jump every piece of concrete to help him maneuver his position. Zombie then starts to pick up everyone at the same time. After picking all of them, he throws them away from the area to save them up. Zombie starts to investigate the whole area to check what was really happening since he had no idea. After jumping into the scene, a huge hand came up to approach him out of nowhere. The colossal figure had caught a zombie with its huge hand. It then swayed its hand after catching him up. Meanwhile, Blood Demon Queen flew away with a force along with Violet, who's still fighting her. The colossal robotic figure began to take a deep moment to emphasize the situation, then suddenly he laughed maniacally. However, the head department was asking what the Ancient did to him. It turns out that the Ancient One was trying to trick him as a pawn while telling the head department that he must sacrifice himself for the sake of humanity. While the incident happened, everyone was still watching them from afar. One of the chiefs had no idea of what was really happening on Earth that made him scared, along with the others who can't believe what they saw in front of them. It turns out that the department head transformed into a god figure. They began to be amazed by what they saw. It turns out that Zombie manages to overwhelm the gigantic finger of the huge figure. Even the person inside the plane can't believe what's happening. Zombie holding up the huge monster's finger flawlessly. However, Blood Demon Queen and Violet jump into the action towards the possessed head department. They started to make a move to launch an attack at him. Somehow, because of its godly power, it manages to block their attack with a powerful force field. Suddenly, something flew towards them. It turns out that they got held captive from the Ancient One that causes them to can't move. The Ancient One stated the audacity to attack him by Violet and Blood Demon Queen. Somehow, the huge robotic figure starts to peek at Zombie while holding his finger as he feels something weird is at him. It turns out that Zombie turns into his rage mode again after all. Zombie turns his whole body to make a momentum. As he twisted his whole body, the huge robotic finger started to twist along with him. It came toward its body that made him scream in pain. The Ancient One was staring at Zombie's doing. He then starts to run toward the Ancient One while maniacally laughing towards him. Suddenly, the figure tries to stop him. The Ancient One was happily to be revived, and he was waiting for a millennium to get back alive. Violet and Blood Demon Queen was struggling while being tangled by the Ancient One. Zombie once more stopped the hand of the huge figure from stomping him. The Ancient One began to challenge Zombie for a rematch and demanded him to show his true form. Suddenly, Zombie transformed into a human form while giving a death stare at the Ancient One. Zombie got silent for a moment while thinking. All of a sudden, he lifted its arm with a powerful force. Blood Demon Queen got shocked as he saw Zombie lift an unbelievable force. The robotic figure then starts to launch a powerful attack. Meanwhile, the Ancient One was cursing Zombie for looking down at him. Zombie keeps staring at him menacingly. Lanky got scared seeing these monsters fighting each other. However, Zombie starts to run again towards the Ancient One. The Ancient One starts to call something. He summoned more robots to fight along with him against Zombie. The chiefs felt embarrassed after realizing that the ancient people's technology was so strong that they felt like they were cavemen in front of them. Unfortunately for Ancient One, Zombie easily manages to destroy these robots without an ease. At this moment, Zombie was not showing any emotions anymore. More robots have been summoned to fight Zombie. He then began to rush toward these robots. With just a single punch, he killed all the robots that blocked his way. Because of the powerful punch that he made, he also managed to land a force that caused half of its body to get destroyed. The Ancient One still keeps taunting Zombie to use his full strength and assuming that he might be still looking down at him. Moreover, he began to summon another group of colossal robots. Everyone began to panic as they saw a bunch of colossal robots to summon. They said that this was the last night before the end of the earth. However, Zombie still looks so calm after all these things have happened. Because of that, the Ancient One began to get more angry as Zombie was still not using his true form unlike their last fight before he died. They were so shocked seeing Zombie being approached by a fist of the colossal robot. Its huge fist connects to Zombie. It causes a wind force that makes everything on its way to fly away. Zombie was thrown away due to the colossal robot's attack. That causes him to land on the moon. But still Zombie showed no reaction after that. Even though how dangerous the situation was, he remained calm. Meanwhile, the department head consciousness talks to the Ancient One for expressing his disapproval of what he caused in order to kill Zombie. Just a moment, the huge colossal landed on the moon. It tries to crush Zombie at his position. Fortunately, Zombie manages to get out of the situation while the Ancient One wants to eliminate Zombie at all costs. He escaped from the situation. Then Zombie rushes toward the colossal robot's head. Zombie charges his fist. He then landed his powerful blow at this colossal robot. Because of his powerful attack, it resulted in destroying half of its body. Ancient One was speechless after seeing Zombie this powerful even though it's not full potential. The head department told to Ancient One that in the report Zombie was vicious after becoming the city's president. He then looked at the city. Head department stated that the city was under Zombie's care and just as good as the other city, not by only generating tax revenue, and lastly, he never hurt humans. In fact, he also helped the other humans multiple times. Because of this, he got mad for not believing what he was saying. The colossal robot falls right in front of Zombie. Ancient One was asking the head department if they didn't want peacefulness to exist. However, Zombie are just staring at him without making any movement. He then smirks while Ancient One asks himself if they have peace by looking at Zombie. He doesn't want Zombie's race to exist. He demanded the fate of the entire human civilization to rest on its mood while Zombie are just starting the Earth from the moon. The Ancient One wants to eliminate Zombie's entity for being not one of them. Suddenly, they saw the colossal robots regenerating its body and new material was building it up. It transforms as divine punishment and it becomes a lot bigger with a divine sword in it. Multiple divine robots were approaching Zombie from the moon. They put their sword at the moon. Suddenly, they electrify Zombie on it. Zombie looked severely damaged from it. All of a sudden, he just spoke about the meaning of strength. He stated that just because they are bigger, it doesn't mean they have it more while he was walking toward them. Ancient One was shocked as Zombie tried to approach him up. Out of nowhere, Zombie snaps his finger. It results in a mass destruction of all divine robots. Along with this, a shockwave had happened at the moon. It was so powerful that even the Earth reached the shockwave from the snap that Zombie did. Because of this, Lanky decided to call everyone to bring all the citizens to the evacuation centers, so they immediately split up. All of a sudden, Zombie teleported in front of Ancient One ready to charge his fist while the Ancient One got shocked. Zombie's punch connects at Ancient One fist and he gets thrown back to the Earth while a blaze of fire covers him up. Zombie goes back to Earth after he punches the Ancient One that also landed from the ocean. Suddenly, as Zombie goes down to Earth, he immediately reaches the floor and splits the floor. However, Ancient One was still underwater and looked severely enduring the pain of what Zombie did to him. Meanwhile, everyone on Earth was rushing to help every citizen as soon as they could. As Lanky runs while carrying a baby, she immediately notices the floor that is going to split beside her. She was shocked by what she saw, because she saw Zombie holding the floor while trying to split it out. They immediately panicked while Ancient One was unaware of what is Zombie doing. Time to time, Zombie start to split apart the floor. Everyone panicked as they felt a 20.0 magnitude earthquake. Zombie was almost there to split it up. He then smirks without any remorse after splitting the floor. A huge fault line can be seen from the direction of Zombie headed. Because of fear, Lanky didn't notice the floor that made her slip from the fault line. She then fall from it. Fortunately, one of his comrades catches her hand to save her. The fault line was so big that it resulted in splitting almost half of the Earth. He told Lanky to hold on. However, she can't believe what she saw again. The ocean splits up, revealing the Ancient One's position. Then Zombie punches him up into its abdomen. Ancient One flew away from one of the mountains. Ancient One coughs in pain as he receives the powerful blow. Head department teases him of what he meant earlier about Zombie, but still the Ancient One was still determined to eliminate Zombie. Somehow he noticed something approaching him. A tsunami was going at the city. Along with this, Zombie's new appearance reveals meaningly he got more buffed. Head department got shocked as Zombie transformed again. Violet is still on her own, while trying to survive the situation. Blood Demon Queen also got startled as she saw Zombie new form, because from their last fight she didn't see this form before. The Ancient One got more excited as Zombie finally showed the form that he faced before everything was destroyed. He then flew to face Zombie. However, Zombie are just looking at him and waiting for him to recover the Ancient One. Blackie thinks that Zombie lost his mind, so he immediately run away from the area, and he was so sure that the Ancient One was a dead guy for sure. Ancient One charges himself and is so excited that he finally sees Zombie's form again after a long time, and he warns the head department that his body will suffer a bit. Zombie have no reaction from it. He then raises its hand and something Suddenly a force hits Ancient One by just moving Zombie's hand. Zombie clenches his fist, and it results of Ancient One's body crumbling like paper. He can't believe what happened. A ray of beam can be seen from the area. Ancient One's body shattered into pieces that led him to his defeat. He still can't believe from the result of their fight even becoming in that form he still can't win at Zombie. Finally, the head department's real body, but unfortunately he got donut on his abdomen. Chiefs peek at their binoculars. They saw the head department's situation, so they assumed that he is already dead. Blackie had a thought that they promised they won't ever lay a hand to human civilization. Just a moment, Zombie snaps his finger once more. Suddenly a blood from Zombie's DNA forming at his donut's body. Head department was falling from the sky. Zombie made a snap to heal him up, a blood becoming to form from his chest. Suddenly, a heart was finally formed. Everyone can't even believe what they saw. Even the Blood Demon Queen and his comrade was startled by what Zombie was capable of. Violet was also one of the that can't believe what just Zombie did. The head department got confused about what happened after having his chest regenerate. He then turned around. He then saw Zombie from afar. He then felt disgust from himself after judging Zombie after all. It was the time that the human head department had finally understood Zombie and still got confused of why ancient people went to such great lengths just to get rid of him. It turns out that it was the fear that Zombie exceed their limitations and have a control over them. Zombie was finally calmed down while seeing everything around him. Everyone are just watching from afar. All of a sudden Violet jumps in front of him immediately. Out of nowhere, Zombie came back to his original form and asked Violet if she used the bloodline power as of now. Violet shows a sense of relief because of Zombie doing after lending his power to her. However, she still got mad at Zombie after their home was gone after what Zombie did. She was mouthing Zombie that if he could just only one-shot him, nothing going to happen like this, and he just spend too much time from fighting over him. He reasoned himself that he just didn't want to scare them up too much. Blood Demon Queen was in deep fear after seeing Zombie this powerful, unlike the last time they met before, because of what Zombie did. The event caused the southern continent to shift by 130 kilometers, and it completely changed the climate of the Earth and created the new deepest trench. 2 months later, since the humans were able to evacuate in time, there weren't too many losses, and the zombie architectural firm was solely responsible for rebuilding the several provinces that were destroyed. Meanwhile, the human head department was observing something on his tablet. It turns out that he was reviewing Zombie's forms. After knowing why the ancient people insist on killing Zombie and after facing such terrifying strength firsthand, he was thinking what he could choose to do next. Head department calls one of his assistants to buy a few trays of high-quality eggs. It is because he was going to visit the new chief of H city. At the same time, at the Blood Tribe's new city construction, Lanling ordered his employees to move faster because he spent so much money hiring them. All of a sudden, someone asked Lanling where did his money get from that make him startle. It turns out Blackie was one of the reasons because he gives him a loan. He took Zombie's advice that they shouldn't fight, otherwise they will keep coming after their bank's money. So he decided to just load the money to them at a high interest rate of 20%, and in exchange they can slowly pay it off by working for them. They were speechless after hearing all these reasons. Somehow, Lanling suddenly had a thought about their queen, but they had no idea and assumed that she was in her room. Blood Demon Queen can be seen in her room look so frustrated. She never expected that Zombie have an even stronger form. She also didn't expect that even back then. With the stimulant, Zombie only used a small portion of his strength to face her. When she saw Zombie's new form and killing the godlike ancient human, the Blood Queen finally understood that she would never catch up to Zombie and began to unwillingly shed tears. The next day after the incident, an alarm clock was ringing from Zombie's room. However, he accidentally destroyed it after being strongest zombie at the earth. He had a few flashbacks while he was doing his things. He remembered his past where he was started before becoming the strongest zombie of all time. This was Zombie, our protagonist, who become different from his race, and he just woke up. His name literally from zombie and by from zombie, which ironically funny from his looks. His age was undefined, and also he doesn't know how did he die, but the only thing that he remember on his summer day was while he was still studying, he got bitten from his classroom and got turned into a zombie without knowing the zombie outbreak that day. At first he was an only ordinary zombie, and the one that you see in the mob was him who's following the horde of zombie wherever it goes. In order for him to survive and not to get turned into a fuel and not to become a perpetual motion machine, he did something unexpected. He began to train himself and abstain from human flesh and only ate protein powder for 3 meals a day until he succeeded his goal. After all those sacrifices and hard work, he became invincible, where he was the strongest creature living in Earth, and no one could ever stop him. Time to time he become a lot more stronger and gain another form where he can turn into a maniac zombie when he eats a spicy food or getting excited from the fights. Also, he attained a human form that has an ability to destroy everything, whatever it stops from his goals. Lastly, a full form of a human where he have a godly strength that no one could ever stop, and at this state he can surpass everything. But he was tired of fighting in order to achieve peace, so he began on helping the humans, and through his efforts, he solved countless problems for mankind. Just like on how he did from the Zombie King or the ancient people in order to change the people's perspective on zombies. Because of all of his efforts, he finally achieved his very own city. However, he began to thinking of becoming too strong where humans may feared by his threat and keep trying to get rid of him. While he was busy, someone rang his doorbell in front of his apartment. He had no idea who this person was, so he asked, "Who is this person?" Zombie was surprised as Violet was there to tell him that he was 2 hours late. After hearing this, Zombie immediately take action to prepare himself. Meanwhile, at the Beyonders Academy, a lot of people gathered for a ceremony to assess the growth of the academy and to acknowledge these people that they had in turbulent times that caused troubles and challenges. However, Lanky calls everyone to introduce Zombie as a leader of their academy prosperity. Zombie now arrives in the stage while everyone cheering him up for being the new chief of the Beyonders Academy. Everyone greeted him up immediately after the introduction. Because of the respect that they had from Zombie, they immediately bow their head to show respect even though Zombie was a zombie. Unfortunately, Zombie had no idea on how he was going to start the ceremony, so he tried to greet them up and asking if they are hungry because he bought some eggs for everyone. Because of that, everyone felt the awkwardness of Zombie's speech. On the other side, the previous chief got asked by the other person of being tossed aside, so he explained that it is because of Zombie's strength. Meanwhile, the department head was busy drinking his coffee. Suddenly, Inspector Chen was rushing toward the office while inquiring he was an emergency. As she got inside the department head chief's office, he immediately asked her and she replied that they were in a big trouble. It is because the President Zombie was calling at her phone. Department head got startled as he heard about this news. Afterwards, he answered the call from President and talked about the incident earlier. Department head mentioned that he is going to submit the report urgently because he had no time to make a report, and he swore that he wasn't trying to hide. Inspector Chen immediately asked about the situation, and the department head replied that the world knows about the incident involving the humans. She got confused, how did this happen without telling anyone? So department head told her that they cause a big commotion, and even the other side of the earth felt something happened. As Inspector Chen checked the news, it said that the southern continent underwent a huge battle that's suspected to be caused by the ancient humans. After all this event happened, there's one more even they had to think. It is the exchange meeting that was about to start, and all of this even happened all at once. Out of nowhere, he asked Inspector Chen about the eggs that he asked to buy. Luckily, Inspector Chen had them. Meanwhile, a sunny day at Zombie's home at H City. Department head goes at his apartment while carrying a bunch of eggs since this is Zombie's favorite for protein. Department head felt hesitant, but he had the idea that there's probably no problem if he was going to ask him to do his job. So he rang the bell. Suddenly the door opens and Violet was there, and both of them got so shocked seeing each other. The department head got startled as he saw Violet wearing a maid costume with a cat headband while carrying a cake at Zombie's apartment. He screamed from the top of his lungs as he saw Violet wearing this kind of clothes and assuming that there must be something from her and Zombie. Violet was so shocked as she heard that department head assumes that there's something happening at Violet and Zombie, so she immediately explained that this is only a misunderstanding. Somehow, Lanky was also there wearing the same outfit as Violet, and this time she had a bunny headband while holding a strawberry cake. The department head was so shocked as he saw both of them wearing the maid outfit, and he thinks that they engage in debauchery in front of him. Lanky wasn't thinking of what was department head thinking until she heard the word of how wild are the two of them. After hearing those words, Lanky got startled that department head actually thinking something unusual because of their outfits. After seeing all of this, department head got an idea to make a reason that he had something to do, so he was going to head back from the headquarters. Both Lanky and Violet rushes towards the department head, explaining that they were only here to celebrate Zombie's promotion and the reason they dressed like this because of losing from their game. Department head thinks that this was nonsense, so he asked how could they possibly dress like this for a party since he never seen either of them wear things like this. Violet had no words anymore, so she asked the department head to come inside in order to believe of what they are talking about. As he entered, he saw Zombie playing cards while Dawn was looking delighted while watching Zombie winning. The previous president was against Zombie from this card game, and he was seriously wanted to win against him. Zombie was startled as he picked something at Zombie's deck. As he observed, he saw the celebration of Zombie for passing and becoming the new head of Beyonders Academy. Department head felt a bit of disgust as he saw this new things from their city. Meanwhile, a bunch of fruits was flying around the room. All of a sudden, a sequel of slices from a sword got into the fruits before landing into the ground. It turns out that one of the chief caused this actions to show off his skills from everyone. After slicing all the fruits and vegetables, he immediately put it into a plate to serve it into others. It turns out that he was making sushi from these fruits and vegetables. Somehow, he notices his department head looking at him speechless and had a curiosity of why he was doing this action. He suddenly panicked and reasoned himself that zombie forced him to this kind of action, and he was scared of department head to think that he was doing this willingly. Department head make a few cough before calling everyone. He was glad that everyone was in one place already because he was going to tell everyone that he had an important matter. Head leaders including zombie sat into the room where they discussed that department head wasn't actually the leader of the humans. Department head immediately confirmed this, and after answering zombie's question, he thanked the other chief for giving a bowl of sushi. He also added that the region has many provinces that spanning thousands of kilometers. Because of curiosity, everyone take a deep look at department head since they never saw the real identity of him because of the mask that he never took off. While taking his mask off, department head introduced himself as the provincial head of the Gwangju province. Due to disappointment, they turn around and the department head got confused of what are they doing. He then explained that zombie might think that their planet currently has 2 continents and also a 2 country. He then added that they are in continent and the other continent. He explained that a long time ago, in order to survive, both of their countries cooperated to eliminate the zombies, but other than that period, while there has been cooperation on the surface, they constantly fighting in the dark. So to control public opinion, the 2 countries have begun to exchange meetings for the peace and not to eliminate other races. Zombie was still confused of what was the exchange meeting. So Violet explained further that this was an international sports exchange between the academy and also part of a global military exercise. And she added that this was held once every 4 years and one of the champions was the leader of Gwangju. Upon hearing this, Zombie had to think that this was pointless after all. Lanky also mentioned that the last round was a competition on who can kill more zombie, and one of Gwangju provinces killed more than 8 million zombies. Upon hearing this, Zombie felt shocked deep into his bones and he can't believe that this was possible. After all this problems came in, Lanky advises that Zombie must carry this weight since he was the chief right now. Zombie made a sarcastically reaction while thinking Lanky really think he was a human. However, department head tries to calm them up since they are not the only person who opposing this event because they won't do such thing. Out of nowhere, Zombie asks about the meaning of federalism and monarchy. On the other side at the country B, a plane was departing to its destination. As they landed, 2 women figure arrived into someone's office. It turns out that this was the country B headquarters and they had some documents about the incident that includes the ancient one. A guy told to his visitors to take a look at the picture because this were sent all over the country, so they immediately took a good look about the picture that he was saying. It turns out these person was twin with the same style and fashion. They were shocked after seeing these picture because they recognized that this was technology of the ancient civilization. The guy informed them that the intelligence department suspects that country A has already started to grasp into the ancient one's technology, which make country B look so bad once country A can fully control this power. He also added that their president of country A will have a visit into country B for the next month, so he demand the sister to handle this since they are most capable subordinates into these issues. He wanted them to join the event and investigate the situation clearly without any issue. Because of the sisters' participation in the rebellion, their king had some options, so they don't need to worry since they can handle this properly. It turns out that this guy was the prime minister and both of them agreed for the prime minister's favor to handle this such things. On the other side, a sunny day somewhere at the country A, someone was doing a solution called CHR47 and they began the experiment into something. It turns out that this was Dr. Faye and he was doing some experiments in order to win at zombie. On the other side, Jamie initiate the experiment while he was asking from the other assistant their status. Their assistant starts to command them that he was already ready. However, they actually doing an experiment into someone who got burned after the incident earlier. Jamie calls for Faye since they were ready to initiate the experiment. It turns out that they were doing experiment at ancient person's body who's all over 1,000 years old and its corpse becoming dried, so Jamie hesitated if they can actually revive him. But although this was the situation of ancient one's corpse, he was dedicated that he can actually revive him because he really think that he can achieve anything when it comes in field of biology. Without any hesitation, he calls for them to start the experiment. The experiment starts and they were watching from the lobby while the experiment was progressing. Jamie was hesitating if they can really revive the ancient person because of its status. Because of the powerful figure of the ancient person, he had an idea if they actually revive him, it will be a real miracle and big help for them because of its technology. The experiment executes from the dried body of the ancient person and it seems nothing was happening. However, a large sound happened that made the whole room to shake a little bit. They were speculate at the body of the ancient person inside the experiment room. Suddenly a cough can be heard and Jamie was gladly to hear that they actually revived the ancient person. Unexpectedly, an unknown figure got revived with a bald hair on top and curly hair on side that seems not an intellectual person. Jamie screams so loud because he didn't expect his appearance and so different from what they saw at his suit. So he assumed that this wasn't the ancient person and he think that the mighty ancient figure go away while they were busy from the experiment. Jamie rushes at him and immediately choking while asking if where the ancient person go, but he explained that he was the ancient person so he demanded Jamie not to kill him. But still, Jamie was still furious at him after looking so different because the ancient person he knows was so handsome and he doesn't have a single bit similarity from its form. He explained that he was an engineer and he doesn't have a single bit idea of how to fight, and as a mecha armor designer, he just wants to make himself look cooler because he was so ugly as an old man. Dr. Fei looked so disappointed to think that they revived the wrong person because of how the ancient person looked. He immediately felt the disappointment, so he got mad immediately. As he was about to leave, the ancient person immediately calls him to have some conversation with him. Dr. Fei immediately turned around after hearing the ancient person calling him because he hits Dr. Fei's interest. Jamie somehow felt something interesting when the ancient person tries to calls out for Dr. Fei. Because of this, Dr. Fei approached him while asking what are they gonna talking about. The ancient person saw their difference from their starting points, but he wanted to work with Dr. Fei against Zombie. However, Dr. Fei disapproved his proposal about working together because ancient person was already defeated by Zombie twice, and he also had disappointment from him after thinking that he was stronger than the Blood Clan, so he wanted to leave immediately since he had more research to do with. Ancient person replied him that they've been already researched zombies' genes 1,000 years ago, and still their current method wasn't working, and other than this, Zombie's ability was endlessly powering up. Dr. Fei got his interest about this issue, so he listened more detail at him. Ancient person knew that they were the smartest people in this entire world, so he think of teaming up as the best way to win against Zombie since he was overpowered. By using Dr. Fei's expertise in biology and a grasp over Zombie's body, they had more chance winning together than all by himself. He added that using his unsurpassable knowledge in engineering and knowledge of how to use Zombie's genes, since he knew him at the first place, he had an idea of making of their own new zombie. But on their side, all of them can't believe about of what they heard at him, even Jamie. And the assistant had a grasp of hope that they could win this time. The ancient person was waiting for Dr. Fei's approval to work with him after all these information that he proposed. So Dr. Fei had a deep thought about this idea, so his efforts and time won't get into waste. After deciding, Dr. Fei agreed to his suggestion, so he reached his hand for approval of their cooperation. And they both now going to work together. However, someone was mad for making a guy act as the president bodyguard. It turns out that Violet was so mad at department head for losing his mind on sending Zombie as the president's bodyguard. It is because he can kill the president due to uncontrollably power of Zombie, while Zombie felt anxious about this idea. But department head was helpless too because the president was about to leave the country soon, and he was scared that the whole world will know the truth about the ancient people's appearance into their existence. That could lend into danger. Both Lanky and Violet was speechless after hearing these words from department head. So they have no other choice since the president was already asked for a few experts from their country as bodyguard. He also tries to approach Zombie's ego for always prioritizing the human's life, so if he agreed, the president will no longer going to identify him. However, they can't reveal Zombie's real identity since this was dangerous for many people to know that there's an actual zombie from their government officials, so he advises him that the Gwangju province's councils will answer for him as of now. So he bid his trust of not losing the face of their province, which is the Gwangju, and after all this explanations he leaves. Meanwhile, at the Beyonders Academy head office, Blackie and the other got summoned by Zombie for an important detail. Zombie asks one of them if someone was willingly can help for the role of becoming the bodyguard of the president, and he needed 2 helpers with him. Because of Blackie's business in his job, he reject because they were close from the end of the year, so the financial impactions will come and he can't afford to lose some time about this. Along with the others, they can't help him because of their appearance, and also they wanted to help the peacekeeping department. Somehow, Lang and Fur introduced themselves from Zombie that he can rely on them for being a good bodyguard for the president. So Zombie finally decided on who's going to come with him. After the meeting, they go outside to wait Violet and Lanky before departing with the president. However, Lang and Fur felt someone just came in, so they immediately take action from it. It turns out that Lanky and Violet was already arrived, so they immediately approach Zombie. Lanky was so happy, and she also mentioned that they were cute dogs, while Violet felt some disgust about these creatures. Without any hesitation, Lanky teases him. All of a sudden, she got shocked as this creature spoke to her while cursing Lanky to death. Luckily, Lanky manages to get out of the situation, but she was so shocked about this revelation. She was so startled as she heard the dog can talk, but Violet told her that these was Zombie's lackey and not an actual dog. After that, Violet calls them out to move on their next location, which is the president's office. They are now inside the ship to move to the president's office. However, there are more people inside of the ship waiting for them. They were actually waiting for the Beyonders Academy to arrive, and some of them seems didn't like them. One of them approaches Zombie and whining about taking for so long to arrive that he assumed they gave up on their mission. He then looked down at Zombie after getting confused of replacing the previous chief with a nameless nobody like Zombie. He also came closer while suspecting the high trust of the president of the Gwangju province, because he knows that he can beat 10 weaklings like them, as he said, but before finishing his words, Zombie punched him so hard on his face because of his ignorance and looking down for them. After punching this guy because of ignorance, he asked what was he saying earlier. Violet felt embarrassment of Zombie's action after punching the guy without any hesitation, while the other can't believe of what Zombie capable of after their comrade lose consciousness by a single punch. Lanky smirks and so proud of what Zombie did from this guy. After a few hours, they finally arrived, and Zombie immediately goes through the president's office, and he was so speechless while being their representative. He was so nervous since this was his first time meeting the president. The president stated that he was recommended by the department head of Gwangju because of his capability and a perfect role for a bodyguard. So he tries to ask Zombie if there's any danger, how could he protect the president on his current position while sitting. Zombie confidently answered him that there's no any real danger to him because he knows what he can do. Because of this answer, President laughed at him because of Zombie's confidence. After all, so he believed that Zombie can do this job as a bodyguard, while Zombie was confused of what he was talking about. Meanwhile, on the other side of Country B Ruin City, there's someone figure from afar sitting tight like waiting for something. She was a beautiful girl who seems powerful. Suddenly a figure calls her out and mentioning Big Sis as their call sign. She immediately moves away from her position after being called out and preparing herself into something. Someone was reaching her equipment. It turns out that this was a muscular zombie who wear a mask while saying that the zombie army was ready for their plans. The zombie's name was Ashi, and she thanked him so much for his hard work, so she demanded to him that leave the rest to her. It turns out that they were in a location where zombie lives in a ruined city, and the girl was so mad from the human on fighting each other like Zombie said earlier because it was nonsense. Ashi replied that he doesn't know since he's not a human after all, but he thinks that this must be caused by the resources. A group of undead army was waiting for the girl's announcement before engaging to their plan. She thinks that humans probably doing this due to selfishness, and nothing other than that. After this, she calls all the zombie army to prepare themselves. She was sure that every has already heard that the president of country was coming over them, so their mission was to kill the president. Even though many people will make a question of what they doing this, but she admit that there have been many troubles that the zombie outbreak did, but zombies were never a worthy opponent for humans. Because of their technology, humans have already invented the method to control the zombies a long time ago. She was so mad for some reason, like why the military exercise still continue to be conducted to eradicate zombies. So she assumed that the country and B are hiding the fact that even zombies can have their own consciousness, and their method was clearing zombies in internal strife as an excuse. Because of this, many innocent people were kept in the dark, and countless families were ruined because of this internal strife. Along with this are countless zombies with consciousness were be killed in cold blood on merciless. They believe that in reality humans and zombies could have coexisted all along. They scream on top of their lungs for their desire to unify the entire world where country and B will live along the zombies and without any discriminations. She then gladly that everyone understood their mission, so she felt some relief. Everyone raises their arms and yell about their coexistence. On the other side, Lanky, Violet, and Zombie was sitting on the plane while waiting for their departure from the country B. Everyone was waiting for the president of country A for the exchange meetas for their country peace. The reporters stated that the president of country A is coming to their country for 7-day visit, and they reported that the scene was already filled by sea-like people. They also stated that their president will be staying in his hotel and meeting with the prime minister of country B on the next day. However, a kid was watching the television felt amused of what's happening on their current situation. Somehow, his parents was calling out for him because they are now going to it, but he doesn't want to eat at this moment because of wanting to see what the president looks like. They were glad that they will saw this big event. However, they are now dropping off soon since they are currently on top of country, and the twin sister was waiting for them to arrive to protect the president as soon they land, since this was their priority, as Prime Minister tell it them. However, they were talking about their unknown sister might take action. The other replied that with her personality they believe that she won to even let the plane land before trying to shoot it down. Meanwhile, at the crowded city and country, a two-persona was gathering for their preparation in order to send the president of country to hell. Suddenly, Ashi felt something on his body that made him tremble without any reason. He immediately asked Ashi if he felt any pain somewhere in his body, and he felt worried because they can't afford to make mistakes at this time. On the other side, on the plane, there's something terrifying and familiar at the same time. There was a guy on a hoodie that waiting for their departure. The guy notified the others to continue even though Ashi suddenly felt something uncomfortable. Finally, their plane already landed at the country A's capital airport. Outside the plane, many people have gathered for the grand landing of the president of country B, and they were excited about it. While the reporter was busy talking about the piece, the president suddenly came out. Unexpectedly, it was Zombie who disguised as the president's bodyguard of country in order to avoid any conflict. However, the people from Ruin City suddenly demanding to stop the assassination after seeing Zombie as the bodyguard of the president, which one of their race. The sniper was confused by the sudden stop of their mission, which he clarified if he felt something. However, he used awareness enhancers to focus better, that's why he don't feel anything weird from his current state. Even one of the revolutionary leader was startled as they saw in Zombie as the president's bodyguard, so they call everyone to hold on. Then she told to everyone to stand down as she realized that this wasn't the president that they are targeting. Zombie was on the spotlight and everyone was so shocked as they saw Zombie being the president's bodyguard. The media spread the news to everyone. As the citizens saw this, they immediately felt disgust and wondering if who was this. Some of them was speechless, and some can't believe of what they saw. This was the first time Zombie got introduced to the world for the first time, and because of this everyone can't believe that a mere zombie can be a bodyguard. With the undercurrents happening in the background, what will happen to Zombie who has gotten involved? The twin was confused of what was Zombie doing because they had no idea that Zombie could be like this. As they saw the information, Zombie was listed to be the president's bodyguard, and both of they felt so weird. Meanwhile, the department head's plan was successfully happening, which their plan was making Zombie as perfect shield from the assassination of the president. And because of this no one ever dared to attack him. And if they did, it's only a death wish for them. The department head ordered Zombie to look around and block in front of the president when he comes out so the snipers can't get a clear line of sight at their president. However, Zombie was confident that even the department head's missiles, he can catch it and they doesn't need to worry about a single bullet. He was scolded for being high ego because the president was an ordinary person unlike them who had stronger body. And while they are busy talking, the president finally coming out. The president came out from their airplane and everyone made a warm welcome for him. Zombie immediately bow his head to show some respect for the president. After the departure, they demand to let the president to rest for a while since he was tired from the travel and the interviews will be made in the next day. One person was greeted him from the governor of the Hattie state. Violet immediately called Zombie to stay alert as she felt something would happen. And because of this Zombie reacted on what she said. On the other side, the leader of the revolutionary was wonder of sensing the oppression at this moment. And she was confused if she is only imagining. Zombie looked so serious because he was dedicated to show his intention even though he's only a mere zombie. The sisters were surprised as they saw the screen with the image of Zombie who got outside the plane, and they were wondering if why does their big sister didn't take action. Her sister replied that she doesn't know and felt disappointed after losing their best chance to assassinate the president of the opposite country. After this, they decided to go for their car with the listening device because they wanted to rush before they do something since they have the ancient people's knowledge. Then the representatives called out the president immediately as they want them to notify him for his private transportation car. As Zombie going with the president, department head immediately warned him for letting the president to have another car, and this made Zombie confused. After sending this information at Zombie, he immediately called the other team to cut off the communication. Somehow, one of the sisters got confused of not bringing the bodyguards of the opposite country's president. So they were wondering if how much they are confident of military strength for letting their president to transport alone. Furthermore, they also noticed Lanky accompanied with them and stating the last exchange meeting where she got beaten and injured so hard, so they assumed that they can't organize a bigger security force than their national strength. Suddenly, one of their comrade from monitoring team yelled that their target was unexpectedly taken another car, and not the car that they prepared for the president. She immediately took the microphone to ask the other team if where did the president ride in and demanding a clear information. Unfortunately for them, their communication was cut off by communication jamming devices, which result of losing contact from the other team. She slammed the microphone from the table due to her anger and frustration of having a possibility of failure for their plans. Department head stated that from now on, there's no one allowed to approach the president, and they were also planning to split their way to avoid any possibility of predicting their next move. The leader from the assassination group got so shocked as they saw an unexpected scenario that a zombie race manages to be a president's bodyguard. Because of this, the sniper calls her out asking if they are going to continue the assassination. She immediately calls everyone to listen at her carefully. She commanded her team to stop from their assassination. However, the communication still cuts off, and this result of misunderstanding for their plan that if they are going to kill the president or not. Along with this, he also stated that his gun was also broken. Because of this, he got mad for not having capabilities and having rubbish weapons for their assassination and thinking that this assassination would be done if they annihilate them all. So, he decided to take out his military knife and assuring that their big sister would take a rest after this. He was planning to kill all the representatives of the opposite country to finish their plan for the assassination and planning to report the credit for her. The previous head chief indicate that the president and his company was already on board now, but he was wondering why they are still needed to be cautious after cutting off all the communication. And department head replied that even though they had all their secrets, they still have more troublesome from the unresolved underground organization. On the other side, Zombie was already on the car and moving towards to their location. Suddenly, the president calls him out while asking if he was an actual zombie. Because of this, Zombie got confused after he was asked by the president out of nowhere. The president asked Zombie if he's willing to protect him at all costs. Zombie immediately replied that he will protect the president. All of a sudden, the president laughs and he trusted Zombie. But he then asked another question on Zombie if Zombie was going to destroy their race in order to rule the world. Zombie then rejects this assumption because he wasn't interested of destroying the world by using his power. Somehow, the driver of their private car was heavily sweating after being anxious of their topic. The guy who's monitoring the situation stated that they cannot reach Asayo because of the communicating jamming. Ashi and the other guy felt discomfort of the situation after realizing that the convoy they made had been installed a jammer to avoid their contacting Asayo. Suddenly, the twin sisters runs toward the situation after having an ominous feeling, so they want to immediately go to the scene to avoid any delays. Few minutes have passed. They are now at the city of Country Vi. Suddenly, their convoy stopped out of nowhere in a clear area. It turns out that Lanky and Violet was inside of these vehicles, and they were confused of sudden stop of their convoy because this wasn't on their plan. However, Lanky heard something outside their vehicle, so she was confused of what was happening that causes them to stop. It turns out that Asayo had finally doing his own plan to kill all of them on his own to finish the assassination, even though their big sis told them to stop, but since he doesn't have any communication device, he didn't receive this order. He then landed on one of the convoys to start the engagement of their conflict. Because of how strong he was, many people flew away. Lanky and Violet manages to escape, and they were confused of what just happened because they are not aware that this could possibly happen after their successful plan. Suddenly they noticed something in the smoke which resembled an ominous powerful creature, and they were startled of its powerful attack. However, someone landed one at the tall building, and because of the powerful force of their landing, they made a loud explosion. It turns out that this two individual was the twin sister that warning Violet, and Lanky from Asayo being dangerous guy. Asayo was contemplating from his posture, and wanting to outburst his hatred toward the foreigners from the other side of the world, which made it a little bit racist. He wanted to show the power of zombies of country B. He did made a big sigh after introducing himself toward Lanky and Violet. Lanky was so shocked that a zombie was also powerful in this country, and one of the sisters introduced that this zombie boss was under the control of her sister. Suddenly, Asayo casted a black emanating energy from his hands. He called this as corpse oil, and he throws it towards the position of Lanky and Violet. Suddenly he put out his lighter and pointed the flames towards his dagger while planning to attack them. Lanky was so surprised of what did he actual did. It turns out that Asayo used the preheated dagger to inflame the corpse oil, and now it was rushing toward them. Fortunately, they manages to dodge the wave of flame that Asayo made to rush toward them. Suddenly one of the sisters shouted that they must not touch the flames since it was inextinguishable. However, Violet notices the sister, which he called as Snow and Rain, and she was wondering of what are they doing at their area. Unfortunately, Lanky seems in a bad position where she can't escape from the large from that Azio made. Because of the frustration of her position, she can't do anything than cursing around her situation. Meanwhile, inside one of the building, Ashi and his comrade takes a rest for a while after what happened to him, but still he was concerned about Azio, because they assumed that he probably continued to deviate from the plan and causes further destruction. After resting for a while, Ashi finally feel better now, so he stated that he can take care of himself now. On the other side, Zombie was relaxing for a while after a tiring situation. However, Ashi and his friend noticed something unexpectedly. He suddenly saw a zombie in a convoy which the same of their races, so he got confused. After realizing, he was startled the reason of stopping their mission and also wondering that also a zombie was escorting the president of the opposite country. Meanwhile, Azio and Lanky was fighting at each other, and little did she not know was Azio was already planning to throw a grenade at her. After putting out the pin, he throws it at her and Lanky was caught off guard from what he did. Azio throwed a smoke grenade that she didn't expect. As the smoke faded, she was so shocked of what she received. Azio manages to cut her in half while she was distracted from the smoke. Violet, Snow and Rain was so shocked after seeing Lanky's situation. After slicing her in half, Azio landed a powerful punch at her that made Lanky flew away from their area. After finishing Lanky, he demanded if someone was next that willingly dared to fight him more. Lanky's blood flow around her body after being sliced up by Azio. Violet was so shocked of Lanky's situation after realizing that she could probably die after receiving such injury from their fight. Snow and Rain suddenly decided to help Violet, and as we observe from their features they look the same, that made us think they are sisters. Azio was startled as he saw 3 swords surrounding him out of nowhere. It turns out that the twin sister was the one who causes this and wanted Violet to run away with Lanky to immediately put her in an infirmary. Because of this, they had no choice other than resorting to use force, so they decided to wild their swords out. Even though they resorted into force, they still didn't want to kill Azio, and they demanded him to leave the area immediately to lower the destruction and conflict. But still Azio stood on his ground because he still wanted to kill the foreigners and show how powerful a zombie are. He decided to punish and give a lesson to the sisters even though they were sister of their leader. Suddenly, he slices his hand while stating that they must not blame him after for not warning them in advance. A black circle enveloped around his position that seemed he was casting another skill. It turns out that he used another corpse oil that surrounded him, and Violet, Snow and Rain was startled of what he was doing. After this, Azio throws the lighter on the ground. Violet was so confused of what was he doing after all. Just a moment, his body envelops into the fire from head to toe. He suddenly transformed into something unexpectedly. Azio transformed himself as Flame Flower after putting himself into the flaming corpse oil. Snow and Rain was startled after seeing this. Azio stood while showing himself turning into a powerful zombie that has flames like Ghost Rider. Snow and Rain was confused of Azio can still transform while Violet was in silence. She was speechless after seeing this incredible transformation. Azio was proudly stating that the sister haven't seen this before because of thinking too much of themselves that made them think they are invincible. Suddenly, she shouted Violet for still staying at their area even though they are buying some time for her to run away with Lanky. Suddenly, she was casting her transformation from zombie's gene that can make her a lot more powerful than before. Out of nowhere, a voice talk out that wanting Violet to step back after being the spotlight last time. Unexpectedly, Lanky raises her body even though she was heavily injured after being sliced up. Because of this, Azio, Snow, and Rain was so startled seeing Lanky still alive after receiving a huge amount of damage than a normal human can't survive. Violet was fully transformed while Lanky standing on the top of a car. It turns out that Lanky also received the zombie's gene that can enhance their ability. Snow and Rain was speechless after wondering of what was this. While standing, she told Violet to let her experience this addictive genes of their great chief since this was her first time having this. Violet let her fight alone with zombie's gene and demanding her not to waste much time. Snow and Rain was confused of when Violet had this power and wondering if they are still humans. However, Azio felt something familiar, but he thinks that this wasn't the same kind. On the other side, Lanky was waiting Azio to attack and trying to tease him up. Because of this, Azio got triggered and assuming that Lanky was probably bluffing around with her transformation. Suddenly a large explosion happened that Azio made. After this, he casted another skill to attack Lanky. He used Flame Flower that shoots a blast of flame towards her. Unexpectedly, she inhaled the Flame Flower without any hesitation. She manages to dispel the Flame Flower without any problem. Just as sudden, a speed of light kicks him without finishing his words. Lanky was so fast that manages to kick him up without him noticing. Azayo didn't expect this powerful kick that made him flew away. After Lanky made a powerful kick, Azayo flew away, but he manages to take control of his momentum. Suddenly, their communication devices works, but he ignored it because of wondering if a human can actually kick can exert. Their big sis told Azayo to respond immediately after hearing her out. But Azayo perceived to fight Lanky after realizing that she's a worthy opponent. Lanky stood up firmly after the encounter against Azayo. Meanwhile, inside the building there's someone got arrived. It was Zombie and the president. He immediately asked when was the communication restored, but department head ignore his question and notify him that Violet and Lanky seem to have encountered some trouble. Along with this inquiry, department head asked him the president already arrived at their destination, so Zombie already told him they arrived at their destination. Department head inquire him to check Violet and Lanky's situation since they felt something was happening at their situation, so Zombie agreed to him that he is going to their location. Zombie and department head's call ended immediately afterwards. He then moved towards the location where Lanky and Violet was to check their situation after having some delay for their arrival. On the other side, Lanky stood up while holding her sword and waiting for Azayo to attack her. Earlier that day, Dawn was inside the tube where Zombie's DNA for experiment to improve her zombie state. When she got out, she immediately noticed Lanky also inside the room and confused of what is she doing. It turns out that Lanky was so desperate to get strong so she doesn't care about anything while holding the injection with the DNA of Zombie. She's so jealous of Violet for surpassing her even though they were same department head, so she decided to get greedy since she doesn't want to allow things like this to happen. Dawn warned her that their research haven't completed yet, meaningly they don't know what could possibly occur to her body. But still Lanky was so obsessed with the power and got greedy, so she still insisted to use the injection that has Zombie's DNA to improve herself in no time. So, that's how Lanky received her power to transform with Zombie's DNA like Violet, and Dawn like the earlier episode. She looks so mad because she can't control Zombie's DNA. Violet told her to control her emotions since it was too dangerous for her to get enraged. On the other side, Azayo got inflamed with excitement since he can't get this intense battle for a long time. Snow and Rain got startled of what they saw and how much powerful they are. All of a sudden, Lanky starts to build a flame from her mouth to start their fight again. Azayo keeps teasing her while his flame starts to get bigger and bigger. She blows a breath of fire toward Azayo even though we know that Azayo's body was built into fire. Azayo, Snow and Rain was confused at Lanky's action since Azayo had a body of fire that seems useless even though Lanky gave him a breath of fire. He got confused as this action seems doesn't have sense at all. While Azayo was busy to think what was Lanky's doing, she immediately jumps above him while he was off guard. She then punched her with a powerful force that made Azayo flew on the ground. Because of the force that Lanky landed at him, he got into deep hole while irking the pain that he received. Time to time, Lanky starts to get crazy as she felt an immense power that made her feel so powerful, and having a great feeling with it. As Azayo stood up, she curses at her and asks her of what kind of human is she to acquire an immense power beyond him. Violet keeps telling her to control her emotion because if she continues to become like this, she will become irrational and completely crazy just like what Zombie said to her earlier. Rain got startled after hearing this. However, Lanky seems so absorbed by Zombie's DNA that turns her into a real crazy bloodlust zombie. Snow and Rain keeps getting flabbergasted seeing Lanky being crazy. Lanky starts to walk crazier, and she wanted to eat Azayo after losing control on her own will. He began to panic as Lanky unable to control herself. Ironically, he began to get mad as a human was going to devour him as zombie, so he asked Lanky who the hell was the zombie between them. All of a sudden their captain starts to call him out again to about the mission immediately to avoid any unnecessary circumstance. It is because something extremely terrifying is heading towards him at the moment, and if he doesn't leave immediately, he will be sure a double dead zombie. Just a sudden zombie came up from above starts to landing from their area to stop the bad situation. As he landed, a large explosion pops up due to powerful force from his landing. Azayo still insists to continue their fight since there's still no determined winner on their fight. Suddenly someone caught him to stop his stupidity since their captain told them to abort the current situation. They immediately leave the place as soon as possible to avoid the encounter with Zombie. However, Lanky looks so determined to fight them, and because of Zombie's DNA, she's unable to stop herself and began to be a maniac and merciless zombie. Even though Azayo got pulled away from the area, he still insists to fight since there's no determined winner, but he warned him that if he keeps insisting, he'll lose his life in no time. Out of nowhere, Lanky blows up a powerful blast from her mouth toward Azayo's location. Because of how powerful was her, she was unable to control this power, and even Azio and his comrade got confused of what she was doing. Lanky's blast a powerful blue flame all around the area that causes multiple damages in different buildings. Luckily, the guy that saves Azio casted the transpose immediately to avoid the attack. Snow and Rain was still amazed of how powerful and unhuman power Lanky has. Because of how powerful her attack, both Rain and Snow flew away. They realized that they have no time to dodge, so they loses hope. It is because one of the building was going to land towards them. Violet warned them to take cover immediately since Lanky lost her control, and she wasn't expected that the residual power was even stronger than she expected. Suddenly, the building then going down towards Snow and Rain got cut into half with an encircled force into it. It turns out that Zombie arrived at the area at exact time, so he manages to save Snow and Rain from falling debris. Snow and Rain can't actually believe of what just happened while looking at Zombie. Rain was so speechless while looking at Zombie. He was covering himself with a hoodie. But just a moment he looked at them to check their condition, but this time, he was in human form. On the other side, Lanky was still out of control with her powers and starts to destroy everything that on her way. Zombie starts to glare at her with a cold emotion. Rain was confused of what he was doing, so she watches him. Zombie starts to raise his hand towards her position and planning to aim something at her. Lanky's body keeps on throwing up an overwhelming power that she can't control. To meantime, she felt something while being an uncontrollable beast. Just as sudden, her mask suddenly got pierced into pieces. After breaking the mask, her power starts to decrease, meaning zombie genes from her DNA starts to fall off. Rain and Snow was confused what just Zombie did after raising his hand at her. Violet immediately took action to check Lanky's condition after losing a grip of herself. Luckily, Lanky get back to herself unharmed after what Zombie did to her. Rain and Snow look back at Zombie and they were so shocked. They were startled as Zombie turned back into his zombie form just as sudden. They were speechless and confused at the same time. Violet immediately runs toward Lanky to help her out while scolding her to control her emotion, but Lanky reasoned herself that she got too excited. Rain was confused after seeing a handsome man for a moment, so she had no idea that Zombie could transform. Rain also agreed to her that she also saw a handsome guy earlier. They saw same guy at the moment, so they agreed that it wasn't an illusion after all. They thought that it happened because they were single for too long. They still keep thinking who was the guy who saw them, so they start to overthink of it. Zombie tries to approach them up to help them and report the situation after the incident. Zombie, Lanky, and Violet immediately go through their vehicle to go back at the president's place and report the things that happened earlier. Suddenly, Rain thought that they were already have grasped of the ancient civilization's technology after being so powerful that exceed their expectations. Both of them starts to report to their Imperial that the opposite country's president was already arrived at the hotel. After taking the information, they decided to go back to their headquarters as soon as possible. However, Snow calls Sayo Jai to help her out to find out the role of the guy who's wearing the hoodie, which she didn't know. It was Zombie. Sayo Jai immediately affirmed her order, so he goes for the research. Meanwhile, someone landed on a building. It was the Azio and his comrade who saved him earlier from the fight against Lanky and Violet. Azio was so mad for stopping him from his fight without a victory, but the other guy insisted that he save his life, and if he didn't took action, he would have been killed. He told him that they already missed the best chance for an assassination because of this person, because he felt in foreign aura means there are two powerful zombie bosses have already entered their territory. Azio got confused about this one. Meanwhile, at the airport, their plane was still at the airport. Unfortunately, Zombie's pet mistakenly identify as pet, so they put into the cage at the airport. Lang was so eager to get out from the cage since he wasn't comfortable inside of it. Somehow, someone tries to stop him from getting wild. It was Lanky. She tries to calm him to avoid getting exposed by the country bee, because if he did something wrong, Lanky will tell everything at Zombie, which is Lang's boss. He suddenly remembered the punishment from one of their comrade who got tied up for a month without getting a parole as a punishment of getting out of control. Lang immediately acts like a police dog as he got scared of getting in the same place of one of his comrade as Zombie's punishment. Even though how he felt embarrassed, he can't do anything than to follow Lanky's order that he had to act like a dog for their mission. Snow and Rain thinks that Zio and Lang wasn't special dogs for them, so they complimented them for being unique. Violet and Lanky felt awkward since they knew that Lang and Zio wasn't really a dog from their country. Therefore, Snow and Rain felt the same vibes as they are looking at Lang and Zio. If you are new to our channel, make sure you hit the subscribe for Manhwa recaps and make sure to leave a comment if you want the next part. Violet and Snow extended their arms to notify them that the meetings of their officials are going to start after 2 days, so they were expecting a pleasant cooperation with them. Snow felt relief after knowing Lanky and Violet was a good person for them, so they decided not to expose their source of power after the incident they encountered earlier. Snow asks Rain about the professionals that she hired for their country for their other plan as she looked at the time. She replied that she was expecting that the person was already arrived at their headquarters. 2 days later, the meeting of the officials had begun. The country A's president formally began his 7-day visitation meeting. The reporter also said that the president of country A was already arrived at their biggest mall of their country. Many people waiting for the country A's president, as he was going to inspect their business models. The president of finance group expecting him to sign their huge business contract with them, so he tries to gossip at the president of country A. On the noon, they began to show their technology companies to make an inspection for the president of country A. Lastly, at the afternoon, he was going to visit the Majesty Queen. Everyone taking a picture as they were admiring the president of country A so much, since this even only happened once a year. In the evening, the president of country A will have a round-table conference with the prime minister to discuss the official matters around their world. Time had passed. Violet and Zombie felt a relief after the conference, and she felt gladly since the conference cooperated with their security measures, or else something would give them a tiring trouble. On the other side, Snow and Rain was looking at the screen with a picture of Zombie while assuring that they really saw Zombie turned into a handsome guy from the incident earlier. Suddenly, the guy that they are waiting for came up as they demanded by the Prime Minister to cooperate with them. Rain was so glad as this guy came in. This guy was QE, the department head of Country B, which has an ability to extract someone's memory. He approaches them to ask whose memory is he going to extract to as part of his mission. They pointed out Zombie as they are going to primarily targeting him after being unique from the others. They felt that this guy is a huge threat for their country after the conference. Also, they felt Zombie being too mysterious after having no intel on him, and he also among the important personalities from the country A. Even how much they investigate, they can't find a single information at him, and they were suspected Zombie as a part of the ancient civilization. Huey was confident since he already understood his mission, so he picked up a capsule. He suddenly pressed its button while saying transform. Smoke pop up in on his position while Snow and Rain was waiting for him to show up. All of a sudden, Kiwi transform into a president of country A. Their plan is to become a doppelganger of their president to gather some information about Zombie and the others. Snow and Rain smirks as they thought their plan is too perfect. On the other side, Zombie and Violet was on the vending machine to buy some drinks. Violet gives Zombie a drink. Out of nowhere, Violet wonders about how long does Zombie live, but like we said from the start, he doesn't even know since the zombie apocalypse happened. Violet tried to guess if Zombie probably alive for 1,000 years. Because of frustration of thinking Zombie's age, she decided to ignore since this is pointless for her to think about Zombie's age, so she leaves while Zombie said that he's going to sleep after all. However, Ashi and his comrade was spying them since they want to assure that Zombie wasn't really a human when they saw him for the first time. Behind Zombie, Ashi decided to peek Zombie while he was leaving. As Zombie leaving, something was about to happen. Ashi was startled as he saw something bizarre at Zombie. He felt king of the zombie's aura that made his whole body feels horrified as he saw an immense power hidden from Zombie. Because of this, Ashi didn't think twice and immediately grabbed his friend to leave the area as soon as he felt the killing intent of Zombie. While Zombie was moving towards to his room, his phone rang. It turns out that Violet calls him after being summoned by the president that made Zombie confused of why Violet's still not sleeping. It turns out that this person was Snow and she was impersonating Violet's voice and ordered Zombie to come at the room 6:40. Meanwhile, Lanky and Violet got summoned at the same room while Violet was confused of what was Lanky doing on that room. She mentioned that she was also called by the president after looking for them. Zombie also opening a door somewhere from the building. As he opened the door, he saw someone. Zombie doesn't know that this guy wasn't their actual president, while the fake president was happy that their plan come through. Violet and Lanky starts to wonder about Zombie, so they immediately call him out, but unfortunately, they can't contact Zombie. It turns out that Rain acutely jammed their communication, and their goal was to find out the secrets to the origin of Lanky and Violet's power from Zombie. As they got inside the office, they saw the president on his chair. The president was busy playing Tetris on his gamepad while Lang and Zio was inside the cage. Violet and Lanky immediately approached the president if he needed something as he called them out. The president said that he needed to take a pee that made both of them disappointed for calling them because of he needed to pee. Violet and Lanky had the same thought of disappointment after this. Therefore, they managed to get the president into the comfort room. Both of them having a thought getting inside to avoid the president from possible danger situation as he was alone. However, someone was inside the comfort room doing their businesses. It was Ashi and his friend. The guy was confused of Ashi's suddenly run away after he was the one brought him here, so Ashi replied that he just wanted to confirm something if there's any opportunity for the while his friend curious of the scary guy that he was talking about. All of a sudden, the president whistled while he was peeing. As they were busy doing their businesses, the president made a forbidden rule in a comfort room which is complimenting others' dick. Lanky and Violet's patience starts to worn off as the president took so long just to pee from the comfort room. All of a sudden, a large explosion from the building happened that made them shock. This was caused by Ashi and his friend while carrying the president outside the building to kidnap him. They were excited as they think that they hit the jackpot from taking the president. Both of them were so fast to escape the area as soon as possible to avoid encountering the bodyguards of the president. They are so joyful as they have the president without getting caught. Violet and Lanky somehow heard the noise, so this time they are now decided to check the president. Lanky thought that the president probably doing something that causing such noise while they were peeking out. As they got inside, a shocking revelation that caught them off guard. They saw a huge hole that leading outside the building. They immediately panicked as they realized that the president got kidnapped by someone. Everyone got alerted as they are now going to lock down the whole country after the president got kidnapped. They are rushing before the media find out what was happening. They are trying to call Zombie, but due to communication jam, they still can't manage to reach Zombie, and also they had no idea where he is. Violet starts to get frustrated. As they began to panic, Lanky decided to transform to save the president, but Violet stopped her because of what happened last time she transformed. She's concerned of Lanky being out of control again, and since Zombie was gone, there's a possibility that no one can stop her rampage and might kill the president. Even herself, she doesn't want to lend on Zombie's genes since she can't guarantee the safety of people around her while being in rage state, so they must find another way to save the president. However, Violet got some idea as she saw the cage. It turns out that she was going to use Zio and Lang's ability to find Zombie and the president. Lanky was hesitating to do this, but Violet was sure that they can use them. She tried to use a thing that belongs to the president to trace them out, but Lang wants to let them out first. Lanky still had no idea of what kind of creature are them, and also she doesn't believe that these monsters can find the president. All of a sudden, someone grabs Lang's collar. Zio pulls Lang's collar as he began to rampage. Violet and Lanky were startled as they saw Zio's action. Zio used Lang to destroy the wall from the building to escape. Violet and Lanky caught off guard, so they tried to protect themselves from the smoke. Zio was so hyped up after being freed from the cage, so he charges himself to jump so fast. He prepared himself to lunge himself. Because of how aggressive Zio, they assumed that he wanted to escape from them, but it turns out that he was going to chase the kidnappers. Violet was startled of what just happened, while Lanky got confused if this was less risky from her transformation. Ashi and his friend noticed that someone was approaching them in a fast speed. Lang warned Zio that if he doesn't want to die, he must leave the man behind since he was concerned of Zio's uncontrollable rampage. Ashi began to feel anxious as Zio rushes toward them. He was so that the country was raising zombie bosses, so he knew that he messed up. Therefore, they increased their speed to get back at the headquarters as soon as possible. Lang and Zio running at full speed in order to chase Ashi. Violet and Lanky wanted to chase them as soon as they can since these monsters are running from full speed. As they were chasing them, they can't reach them as they were running too fast. The revelation gets intense as they reaching the headquarters at the ruins. Ashi and his comrade are almost close in the ruined city. Meanwhile, at the ruined city, the zombies was curious of the noise that coming towards them. Just a moment, Ashi and his friend finally arrived while carrying the body of the president. His comrades was curious of what is happening, but they realized that Ashi was holding the president. Ashi immediately ordered them to make action since they were chased by the troublemakers. Just a second, Zio and Lang are also arrived at the ruined city. Everyone got startled as an outsider came into their territory. They assumed that Zio and Lang was a zombie boss of country while the other zombies are watching them. Lang warned them to hand over the president to avoid war since both of them knew what zombie can do if this thing happened. He sarcastically laughed at this since the humans didn't start a fight yet, their race will start first, so he as Lang if why did he choose to help humans. Lang differentiate themselves from them after not staying with the humans. Ashi observed the qualifications about the topic that they were talking. The leader of the ruined city have a dream for future survival of their zombie community without any help of humans. Lang laughs at him sarcastically. He remembered the time where zombie walking from a ruined place after the war. He explained that his first half of his life was just like an ordinary beneficial bird. He was originally a little crow mixing with the community where they cleaned up corpses and garbage for humans. They even preyed on pests. and reduce the risk of contagious diseases to humans. A long time ago, he hated humans not because of their prejudice but because of envy that made him to dream to become a human. He dreamed of having the same pair of feet like them. Also, he wants to be like them, who possessed by consciousness and wisdom and become a higher being. However, at the war between humans, he became a corpsey bird after being exterminated by humans. At the same day, he meets Zombie after the war where he looks so unpleasant. He seeks someone surviving after the chaos from the earth happened. His lower body and the wing are all gone. That seems he had a limited time to stay alive. Zombie picked him up and naming as Lang. He took his body while reminding him that hatred and destruction are not solutions in life. As Zombie leave, he put him in his pocket to save his life. His stated that his life had facts proof since their plan had more significance than the people of Ruined City. Somehow, the leader of Ruined City had fully decided that they can't actually agree in one agreement. Just a moment, Lanky and Violet finally arrived while they saw Lang's body on a smoke. Azio goes back to his flaming flower form while stating his will to fight for their dream. Smokes had spread through Lang's body while he was busy talking at them. Violet and Lanky were so shocked as they saw something about him. They saw Lang Beak had gone and changed into a humanly figure. It is because on the past, Zombie healed him. He also knew that Lang wanted to become a human or some other kind of creature, so he did his will. Unexpectedly, he turned into a human after all this time, but he chose to be loyal on Zombie as he owed his life to him. The revelation of Lang's true identity left Violet and Lanky in shock, especially considering Lang had been disguising himself as a dog under Zombie's care for a considerable period. The others around them were equally dumbfounded, unable to reconcile the image of a seemingly wingless zombie attempting to pass as a human. Lang, undeterred, stared at them, silently observing their reactions and listening to their disbelief. Azio, however, couldn't tolerate Lang's display and, feeling irritated, took immediate action. He launched a powerful, concentrated fireball toward Lang, fueled by a determination to eliminate him. Lanky, realizing the danger, promptly warned Lang about Azio's lethal capabilities and advised him to be cautious. As the fiery blast approached Lang, he stood unwavering, seemingly unfazed by the imminent danger. To everyone's surprise, Lang executed a swift spin, creating a cyclone that dissipated the oncoming flames. His unexpected agility and the ease with which he dispelled the attack left everyone astounded, further deepening the mystery surrounding Lang's true nature and abilities. Panic ensued as the wind pressure from Lang's dispelling of the fireball attack proved overwhelmingly strong. Faced with the unexpected display of power, everyone hurriedly evacuated the area, seeking refuge and hoping to locate their president. Despite the chaos, there was an underlying sense of trust in Lang's abilities to confront the menacing monsters. Azio, undeterred by the previous encounter, swiftly closed in on Lang after being blasted away. Attempting to seize the advantage, Azio launched himself at Lang, but the formidable zombie quickly gained a grip on his foot. In a countermove that left everyone in shock, Lang delivered a powerful blow to Azio's abdomen, leaving an indelible impact. The magnitude of Lang's strength became increasingly apparent as he continued his relentless assault on Azio. Buildings crumbled under the force of his attacks, and the citizens of Ruined City found themselves tossed away, unable to withstand the sheer power unleashed by Lang. The once disguised zombie was now revealing his true strength, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Azio reverted to his original form, unable to withstand Lang's formidable attacks. While Agui found the unfolding events exaggerated, Lanky and Violet were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the extent of Lang's power. In response, Agui rallied everyone to charge and attack Lang with their full force. Agui, utilizing dagger art, initiated an assault on Lang. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lang stood stoically as the dagger art approached, his body proving harder than rock, impervious to penetration. Agui, recognizing the futility of his attack, used the dagger art as a distraction, leaping at Lang with a lunging strike. Despite Agui's efforts, Lang effortlessly dodged the attack. In a sudden turn of events, Lang unleashed a blast of force that sent Agui flying, leaving him disappointed and defeated. The sheer power displayed by Lang left everyone in awe, struggling to comprehend how a seemingly ordinary animal had concealed such incredible strength for so long. Meanwhile, Violet and Lanky successfully located the president within Ruined City, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative as they grappled with the realization that Lang was a force to be reckoned with. As Violet and Lanky raced to rescue the president, they encountered a formidable obstacle in the form of Ashi, who held the president in custody. Agui, determined to protect Ashi, rallied everyone to thwart Lanky and Violet's attempts to take the president. The zombies from Ruined City joined the fray, leaping in to stop Violet and Lanky from reaching Ashi and the president. The chaotic scene unfolded as the zombies worked collectively to hinder their progress. On another front, Zio, who had been standing on a pole, underwent a startling transformation. Wings sprouted from his back, and his hand morphed into a colossal appendage. In an unexpected turn of events, Zio transformed into a monstrous zombie, expanding to cover the entirety of Ruin City. The enormity of this monstrosity shocked everyone present, revealing the true power of Zombie's pet. With Zio now towering above Ruin City, he stepped forcefully on anyone attempting to impede Violet and Lanky, becoming an unforeseen and formidable force in their path. The unexpected transformation heightened the intensity of the situation, leaving everyone stunned at the power unleashed by Zombie's once seemingly ordinary pet. Amidst the chaos, Agui found himself unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He began to suspect that both Zio and Lang were ancient aberrant species, creatures of immense power from ancient times. If you are new to our channel, make sure you hit the subscribe for Manhwa recaps and make sure to leave a comment if you want the next part. Lanky and Violet, still confused by the sudden transformations, recalled that these creatures had lived in cages, not appearing to pose a threat, which led to their release. The unexpected transformations of Zio and Lang, previously confined in cages, hinted at the existence of formidable powers held in check by Zombie. Ashi, witnessing the colossal form of Zio, recognized him as one of the legendary level aberrant species. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ashi decided to change allegiances, opting to aid everyone. In a strategic move, Ashi directed his friend to hold the president captive and activated a consciousness enhancement device, amplifying their strength. The sudden shift in dynamics added a layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative, as the once confined creatures now showcased their true potential, and alliances within the group began to shift in response to the escalating threat. Recognizing the overwhelming power possessed by Lang and Zio, Agui understood that they were no match for these ancient creatures. In a desperate bid to level the playing field, they decided to enhance themselves, acknowledging that even with superior numbers, they were outmatched. As Lang and Zio leaped into action, showcasing their immense power, the reality sank in for everyone present. It became evident that these creatures were not ordinary zombie bosses, but rather ancient and formidable entities. The acknowledgement of their true nature raised the stakes of the confrontation. Amidst the chaos, Ashi's friend reached the headquarters and promptly notified their big sister of the troublemakers. Despite the anticipated threat, the big sister was already aware of the situation. Realizing the danger, Ashi's friend rushed back to Agui and Ashi to lend assistance, as they found themselves in a perilous situation against the powerful opponents. Ashi, aware of the impending danger, sprinted toward Agui to aid him in the face of the formidable adversaries. The unfolding events hinted at an escalating conflict with the ancient aberrant species, and posed a significant challenge for the group. The responsible individual activated the enhancement consciousness, empowering every zombie in Ruin City. Agui and the other zombies began to feel the effects, experiencing a transformative improvement in their fighting capabilities. This unexpected enhancement caught Lang off guard, revealing that the zombies in Ruin City had been concealing their true potential by utilizing human technology. However, Zio remained indifferent, loyal to Zombie and unaffected by the advancements made by the Ruin City zombies. In a swift motion, Zio swung his hand, unleashing a powerful force that sent every enhanced zombie in Ruin City flying, causing widespread destruction throughout the city. Despite their enhanced capability, the zombies were no match for the might of Lang and Zio. The shock was palpable among the inhabitants of Ruin City as they witnessed their enhanced zombie army being swiftly annihilated by a single strike from Lang and Zio. The outcome of the confrontation underscored the overwhelming power possessed by the ancient aberrant species, leaving the once hopeful residents in dismay as they grappled with the harsh reality of their defeat. Despite Agui's attempt at a sneaky attack, Lang effortlessly countered it with his swift reflexes. In a swift motion, Lang slammed Agui to the ground, leaving him incapacitated and coughing up blood. The formidable duo of Lang and Zio showcased their overwhelming power, effortlessly annihilating the entire city without encountering any resistance. Ashi, having arrived on the scene, saw the devastation and quickly signaled his friend to initiate a new enhancement to empower him. As the enhancement process unfolded, Ashi lunged towards Zio. However, Zio, keenly aware of Ashi's approach, noticed something unusual about him, a deviation from the normal effects of the enhancement process on zombies. The unfolding events hinted at a potential revelation or change in the dynamics of the situation as Ashi, empowered by the new enhancement, confronted Zio. The mysterious anomaly surrounding Ashi's enhanced consciousness raised questions about the true nature of this confrontation and the potential consequences that lay ahead. A surprising revelation unfolded as Ashi transformed into an aberrant monster, mirroring the colossal form of Zio. The two powerful creatures stood firm, ready to engage in a fierce battle, both representing their respective races in the modern world. Zio, intrigued by the existence of another of his kind on Earth, momentarily let his guard down. However, Ashi took advantage of the opportunity and lunged at Zio with brute force. The clash of colossal monsters began, each determined to assert their dominance. On the other side, Lang confronted Agui, who, despite his weakened state, persisted in fighting for the dignity and perspective of his kind. Agui questioned Lang's motives for choosing to help humanity over their shared race and species. Lang, focused on retrieving the human president, landed a powerful punch on Agui's face, expressing his singular goal of ensuring the continuation of their race. In the midst of the confrontation, Zio and Ashi engaged in a fierce battle of their own. Ashi, exerting full force, attempted to halt Zio's advance. In a moment of warning, Zio conveyed the urgency of bringing back the president, implying dire consequences if they failed to do so promptly. The unfolding events presented a complex interplay of motives, alliance, and the imminent clash between colossal aberrant monsters, raising questions about the fate of both humanity and their extraordinary counterparts. As the battle between Zio and Ashi intensified, Ashi initially thought he had managed to overpower Zio. However, Zio, undeterred, regained his composure and seized Ashi, choking him with a firm grip. Violet, witnessing the unfolding chaos, began to panic as she observed Zio preparing something ominous. Much to the shock of everyone present, Zio charged energy into his hand, akin to the iconic technique from Naruto, and unleashed a powerful Rasengan-like force on Ashi. The formidable attack left Ashi incapacitated and bewildered, realizing that even with their enhancements, they were no match for these colossal monsters. Holding Ashi up like a helpless doll, Zio demonstrated the vast difference in power between them. From a distance, Violet and Lanky could only watch in awe as the colossal monsters engaged in a brutal display of force. Amidst the turmoil, Ashi grappled with the realization that beings as powerful as Zio and Lang had become prisoners of the human race, seemingly serving them like loyal dogs. Zio, finding amusement in Ashi's confusion, questioned why he didn't simply destroy humanity. With a hint of nostalgia, Zio began recounting the origin of his story, transporting the narrative to a desolate place on Earth. This time, he was a little zombie in the alien family. And the aliens' race are not like the Walking Dead because they have their own consciousness and food, but the only thing they didn't have was their own territory that they can live on peace. They scattered in different places, and they were even hiding. As the humans came in using their technology, these people destroyed their home. Zio's home got destroyed by the humans' technology. For the sake of the phrase, those not of our kind must be exterminated, all their forebears died in the battle and not a single one survived. In order to protect Zio, his parents decided to hide him beneath the ruins to let him escape from the hunting of the humans. The humans called them as monster, but in their eyes, they had no idea of terminology of human. He even witnesses his parents being slaughtered that cause him to hate humans more than any creature, so he seek for revenge, but he also hate himself for his own cowardness and lack of strength to protect his race. He peeked outside and saw a human technology reporting that the abnormal species have been cleared and not a single zombie-like alien species on Earth are now annihilated. But somehow, one of the human technology noticed that there's still one more left alive around him. That time, he thought that his life was going to end like that. But he got startled as someone attacked this human technology that wanted to kill him. As he can't believe that this guy is one of his kind. And it was Zombie, his mighty savior that has the same race as him. Zio's childhood thought that his fate would be also ended just like his kind's, where everyone were merciless, killed without any remorse just for the sake of the human. But he was luckily saved by Zombie that time, which had the same race as him but had a different look. Zombie fight the human technology with his all might in order to protect the same race that he knew there's nothing to do with the humanity. Zio watches Zombie to fight the entire human army all by himself, which made him inspired that a mere zombie race could actually do this. The humans had starts to panic after their ground troops got destroyed by a one mere zombie against all their technology. Without any hesitation, they decided to fire all their available weapons at him in order to stop Zombie from destroying every human technology that kills all their race. The captain panicked as Zombie looked over him, so he calls out all the weaponry to attack Zombie from ground, sea, space all at once. Zio witnessed it with his own eyes, the battle where he fought the entire army by Zombie, and as he sees Zombie's hand raising, he wiped out all the human technology on the ground without an ease. He even managed to suppress the human technology without harming humans by using the water to deflect every projectile, since the humans were carelessly used all their weapon just to kill him. The sea got overwhelmed by Zombie's power, resulted to sea troops getting wiped out, so they are now decided to use the electromagnetic orbital cannon in order to stop him. Zombie glances on it. The electromagnetic orbital cannon are now approaching him with a max charge of electromagnetic energy. Even this is approaching him. He just stood up and do nothing. A huge explosion happened due to powerful energy blast from electromagnetic orbital cannon happen. As the smoke fades, everyone were so shocked of what they say, which unbelievable for them. They saw Zombie stood up uninjured, nor a scratch can't be seen. The laser that was rumored in Zio's tribe that able to directly vaporize zombie cells never harmed Zombie, even how powerful this technology. Even how much modern the human technology was, it's still completely useless against Zombie. However, a new appearance of human technology appeared, which most known as their secret weapon to stop zombie cells to spread. Also, this was known as the strongest mechanical warrior created by the humans that could not stop by a single punch from Zombie. Somehow, it's still useless against Zombie because how powerful he was. The strongest known human mechanical warrior was ended by a single punch of Zombie. That time, every single human had the same look of fear as Zombie demonstrate how powerful their gene was. Even how many human technology try to use, it never stopped Zombie. Zio took this opportunity to run away from century-defining war between Zombie and humans. Unluckily, the other living beings were not lucky on that day, as Zombie completely wiped out the human civilization. Not only that, because all the other living beings on Earth also wiped out to reset the human modernization. The battle caused the world's oceans to dry up, and many living beings were directly vaporized. Because of loss of water from the oceans, the hundreds continent were combined into two. Zio admired what Zombie achieved in his life, which he could never achieve in his life. Also, he assumed that Zombie hated the humans as much as he did. As he looked at the wasteland, the planet had become devoid of all life. He even didn't feel the happiness that should have come from finally getting revenge against humanity. As he got out, he only see one thing. The only thing that he see is the endless loneliness after Zombie killed every living creature from the whole world. Zombie prepared himself after the incident. He picked up his clothes, however, Zio was still hiding. He wore his classic hoodie with a sadness in his face. Zio tried to peek at Zombie from afar. Somehow, Zombie noticed something as he glanced on his side. Zombie noticed this creature being able to survive despite the wings and the lower half of its body are gone. He picked it up, the creature. This was actually Lang, which makes sense why Zio and Lang came along. Zio approaches Zombie and swore that the hatred and destruction cannot solve problems as long as they pose no threat to mankind. They could definitely accomplish Zombie's great plan. Zio explained everything, why he helped humans instead of using their powers just to dominate them. The ignorant Ashi can't fight back after having a huge gap in terms of strength. Lanky and Violet was so shocked of this story. Suddenly, Zio throws Ashi. So Ashi landed from the buildings at his back. He cursed after losing against Zio. He said that someone as strong as Zio can never be existed in this world. Meanwhile, at Zombie's place where the fake president calls him out to trap him. However, the guy got scared as he looked at Zombie, which made him even call for help. It is because he found out that Zombie was scarier than he expected. Hugh came back to his original for as he realized something when he faced Zombie. Snow and Rain were shocked to see Hugh came back to his original form that made them assume he was hypnotized by Zombie. Hugh can't speak since he felt anxious after seeing Zombie. He suddenly stated that this guy was the reason why all of their ancestors were killed. Snow had no idea of what he was saying since they are clueless from the incident where Zombie eliminated the whole human civilization. Therefore, they decided to save Hugh from the situation and ignored what he said earlier. Zombie suddenly zoomed out. He was confused if he fell asleep for a minute, because the president suddenly gone after he came in. They are rushing Hugh from the hospital after losing his consciousness when he encountered Zombie while Snow was inquiring him to finish his words before dying. Just a moment, someone calls Zombie through his phone. It was the department head, and a sensation of relief goes through him as they finally reach Zombie. So he immediately reported that the president was kidnapped. But Zombie insisted that the president was with him while ago, but they are confused because the president were taken away over 30 minutes ago. So Zombie realized that he is now fooled by a fake president at this moment. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the place where the president were in to help everyone. Meanwhile, at the emergency room, Rain inquired Hugh's condition, but the doctor said that his condition doesn't look good. All of a sudden, Snow interrupts that it's fine as long as he can talk, but the doctor advises them to not ask too much since his condition were critical. However, the doctor noticed that he is now in vegetative state, so he can never say another word in his life. Snow and Rain were speechless since they need the information from him. On the other side, Ashi was so weak at the moment that he can't even fight back, but somehow he asked why they suffer so much just to survive as a zombie also. How did humans still alive these days after zombie wiped out human civilization? Zio encouraged him to ask the humans about this, but upon seeing Ashi, he knew that this guy won't give up until he die. Ashi got enraged and gathered all his strength to stood up and swore that they must step over his dead body to retrieve the president. The common zombies also empowered as they received the enhancement that caused by Ashi. Lanky noticed that everyone gone crazy. Therefore, Zio decided to make them disappear from the face of this world. He charges a large amount of energy to end up the life of every living creature in Ruin City. Everyone starts to panic as they realize that they can't stop Zio from his overpowered energy, so they panic to say that they are going to hand the president over them. Out of nowhere, Zombie's hand appeared. It was aiming from Zio's energy ball that he casted earlier. Everyone in the ruined city had no idea of who was this guy, and when he manages to get in this place, Zombie are now going to stop Zio's ignorance of killing the living creature from this place. It turns out that they were confused of how Zombie managed to get Oash's nose without even tracing his movement. Zombie ordered Zio to stop from doing this since Zombie was their boss. Zombies are now approaching them with a debuffed bodies, stumbling and lurching with grotesque movements. All of a sudden, everyone felt an enormous force of power that made them stop abruptly, a palpable sense of someone's superiority permeating the scene. Ashi, too, was stunned to see someone unfazed, even though he had transformed into a colossal beast of ancient monsters. Zombie, towering over them all, contemplated the situation for a moment. Then, with a deliberate motion, he turned towards the small zombies of Ruin City, asserting his dominance over them. The common zombies, taken aback by his presence, immediately kneeled down, acknowledging Zombie's dominancy over their race. Everyone bowed in reverence, showing respect for their king, Zombie. Lanky couldn't believe how quiet everyone became as Zombie arrived, the atmosphere heavy with deference. Zio, knowing the protocol, introduced Zombie as the king of their race and respectfully greeted him. Ashi struggled to comprehend what was happening, unable to believe that Zombie was one of their own. The idea that Zombie might be their progenitor crossed his mind, leaving him stunned at the revelation. Out of nowhere, Zombie abruptly ignores everything happening around him and inquires about the location of their president following the kidnapping incident. Without hesitation, Ashi speaks up and reveals that their president is located on the first floor below ground, providing directions to guide Zombie to the president's whereabouts. Suddenly, as if vanishing into thin air, Zombie disappears right before their eyes. Agui, bewildered by the turn of events, finds himself unable to comprehend what Zombie is up to amidst the chaos involving humans. He's equally curious about Zombie's actions, and the pressure mounts as Zio and Lang combine their powers. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of the chaos, the president finds himself in a tight spot, staring down the barrel of a gun wielded by the leader of the ruined city revolutionaries. As she was about to pull the trigger, her hand frozen in midair as the president of Country A suddenly addressed her, revealing that he recognized her as the leader of the rebel force from Country B. Shock coursed through her veins at the realization that she had been identified. The president's unexpected knowledge of her existence caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. However, instead of condemnation, the president surprised her by offering a compliment, acknowledging her ability to carve out a name for herself in the shadows of rebellion. Yet, his praise was tinged with disappointment, lamenting the potential he saw in her visionary pursuits, now seemingly discarded amidst the chaos of conflict. Despite the president's attempt to sway her with flattery, she remained resolute, confident that his attempts at manipulation would not succeed. However, her certainty wavered as the president shifted tactics, attempting to negotiate by appealing to her interest in ancient civilization, a subject both parties shared a fascination for. The mention of this shared passion widened her eyes with intrigue, planting a seed of curiosity amidst the tension of the standoff. She swiftly removed the cover from the president's head, her demand for answers urgent and unwavering. With a sense of urgency, she pressed him to speak, insisting that time was of the essence. As the president began to explain, suspicion began to brew among the representatives of Country B. He recounted how their country had stumbled upon the remains of the ancient people, coincidentally sparking a conflict with them. After emerging victorious, they had seized the ancient technology left behind by their adversaries. The president emphasized that this history had led Country B to place great importance on his visit, as they sought to glean information about the ancient civilization directly from the president of Country A. As the president of country attempted to persuade her against igniting a destructive war between their nations, she began to sense something amiss. A realization dawned upon her that the president of country was deliberately stalling, buying time for someone or something to arrive. Fueled by her determination, she pulled the trigger of her gun, only to find her action thwarted by the intervention of a zombie from the ruined city. Confusion clouded her mind as she grappled with the unexpected turn of events. These zombies, whom she had once nurtured and empowered with their own will, were now obstructing her path. Before she could comprehend the situation fully, Zombie emerged before her, his imposing presence leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Struggling against the overwhelming strength of Zombie and his zombie army, she found herself pinned down, unable to mount any resistance. Fury surged within her as she realized her meticulously crafted plan crumbling before her eyes. Despite her frustration, she managed to muster the courage to inquire about Zombie's identity, now that he seemed to have full control over the zombie army she had once commanded. Zombie couldn't shake off his disbelief upon realizing that the leader of the zombies in Country B was none other than a mere human girl. The revelation struck him as odd, and he found himself grappling with this unexpected twist. Moreover, he harbored no interest in meddling with the leadership dynamics of Country B. With a stern warning, he made it clear to her that she was not permitted to harm their president. Her anger surged at Zombie's interference, demanding to know what purpose he intended for her. Yet, before any answers could be offered, a glimmer of hope emerged for the president of Country as Zombie finally made his appearance, much to the president's relief. Sensing an opportunity to escape, she urgently commanded the zombie army to intercept them. However, she found herself perplexed as the zombies continued to impede her progress, halting her every move with an unexplained determination. As she observed the behavior of the zombie, a realization dawned upon her. She speculated that these once controlled zombies were now acting autonomously, suggesting that the consciousness-enhancing devices they had relied on were no longer functioning. Her eyes widened in astonishment as Zombie's words confirmed her suspicions. He commanded the army to release her, imparting a valuable lesson on civility and restraint, even in their undead state. It was a stark reminder that, despite their condition, they remained civilized beings, refraining from senseless violence and indiscriminate massacres. In a fleeting moment, Zombie and the president managed to slip away from the underground confines. Lanky and Violet, concerned for their well-being, hurried to their side to assess the situation. In an ironic twist, the president opted to view the situation as a casual tour, perhaps as a means to alleviate the stress brought on by the recent events, including his earlier restroom break. The whirlwind visit of the country president to the zombie headquarters came to an abrupt end, all in the span of a single day. With Zombie and the security team at his side, the president was escorted back to the safety of his hotel. Meanwhile, Lang took the opportunity to caution Agui about his fortunate escape this time, a warning that left Agui feeling disappointed at his failure to overcome their adversary. Zio, mindful of avoiding unnecessary attention from humanity, reverted to his normal form and made his way back to the airport. As the days passed, the country president embarked on the final leg of his visit to Country B. Engaging in discussions with civilians, he gathered insights before returning to his homeland. However, for the security team, there was no respite. The massive incident had left them on high alert, with the daunting task of ensuring the president's safety around the clock, guarding him with unwavering vigilance. Zio and Lang reverted to their original forms, disguising themselves as dogs to blend in with the surrounding. However, their efforts to remain inconspicuous were challenged when a curious child mistook them for actual canines, much to their amusement. Elsewhere, Snow and Rain grappled with the bitter taste of failure as they realized their mission to assassinate the president of country had ended in defeat. With their heads hung low, they made their way back to their homeland, their hopes dashed. A month later, Lanky and Violet dedicated themselves to honing their abilities to control Zombie's gene. Violet offered guidance, advising Lanky to concentrate her strength into her palms. Intrigued by the suggestion, Lanky focused her energy, but her impatience got the best of her, leading her to impulsively attack Violet without warning. Dawn watched in astonishment as the two monsters engaged in a fierce battle, their aggression escalating with each passing moment. The room reverberated with the sound of their clashes as Lanky's emotions spiraled out of control. Sensing an opportunity, Dawn instructed their assistant to record the combat data, both before and after their transformation. Empowered by Zombie's genes, their combat prowess reached new heights, imbuing them with extraordinary skills. Despite Lanky's ferocity, Violet managed to land a well-timed kick, inflicting pain upon her opponent. With Lanky momentarily vulnerable, Violet prepared for another strike, the intensity of their confrontation reaching its peak. As Lanky swiftly turned around, catching Violet off guard, she seized the opportunity to unleash a devastating kick under Violet's chin. The force of the blow sent Violet reeling, momentarily stunned by the unexpected strike. Despite Dawn's pleas to cease the fighting, Lanky and Violet were consumed by their relentless determination, refusing to relent until one emerged victorious. Their battle raged on, each exchange of blows more intense than the last. With incredible force, they clashed, sending shockwaves rippling through the city. The impact of their strikes was felt far and wide, shaking the very foundations of the metropolis. Summoning their respective weapons, Lanky and Violet prepared for their final confrontation, their resolve unwavering. As they unleashed their full might upon each other, the intensity of their clash reached its peak, threatening to tear the fabric of reality itself. Witnessing the chaos unfolding before them, Dawn acted swiftly, ordering the release of sedatives in a desperate attempt to quell their uncontrollable frenzy. With Violet poised for a decisive strike, the outcome of their battle hung in the balance, the fate of both combatants uncertain. As Violet and Lanky lunged towards each other, their final attacks on a collision course, the tension in the air palpable. At the last moment, their strikes met with a thunderous impact, the force of their clash reverberating throughout the area. Just as their attacks connected, the sedatives finally took effect, restoring them to their senses in the nick of time. Miraculously, their cockamelons, nearly colliding moments before, narrowly avoided disaster. However, the relief was short-lived as Violet began coughing up blood, a grim reminder of the toll their battle had taken on their body. Dawn's records revealed the staggering increase in their strength post-transformation, with Lanky and Violet capable of exerting over 20 times their normal strength, surpassing even Dawn's own capabilities. Lanky and Violet came to understand the true cost of wielding such immense power, their bodies transformed beyond their human limitations. Dawn's curiosity piqued as she observed their ability to pierce each other's hearts and regenerate them, even after their transformation had ended. It became clear that Lanky and Violet were no longer merely human, their bodies endowed with capabilities far beyond the ordinary. Despite Lanky's disbelief, Dawn noted with fascination the remarkable speed of their regeneration, exceeding even her own expectations. Violet's confusion mirrored Lanky's own as they grappled with the revelation of their altered state. Despite possessing human consciousness and a living body, they were far from ordinary humans, yet not mindless creatures like typical zombies. Dawn, despite her earlier insights, seemed perplexed by their unique condition, leaving them with more questions than answers. Recognizing the need to set aside these existential ponderings for the time being, Lanky and Violet focused on the practical task at hand, creating equipment to help control their heightened emotions. Meanwhile, Zombie savored the simple pleasure of eating his favorite sunny-side-up egg in peace after the tumultuous events of their visit to Country B. However, his moment of tranquility was short-lived as a sudden interruption came in the form of a knock at his door. It was Violet, urgently summoning Zombie to meet with the president, who required his presence without delay. Unbeknownst to them, while they grappled with their newfound challenges, Professor Jamie was already setting his sinister plans into motion, the gears of his nefarious schemes beginning to turn. As Professor Fay observed the progress of their experiment, a sense of jubilation washed over them. The unlikely duo of the Ancient One and Jamie had forged an alliance, their minds united in a shared purpose to confront the zombie in its terrifying, overpowering state. Yet, amidst the flurry of activity, Jamie found themselves puzzled by the Ancient One's methods. Here was a being seemingly more attuned to the biological realm than the mechanical suits Jamie had dedicated their life to perfecting. Perplexed, Jamie sought clarification. The Ancient One, with an air of patience, began to elucidate. They spoke of a technology far beyond Jamie's wildest imagination, liquid metal nanotechnology. It was a marvel rooted in the very essence of Earth's natural metals, yet capable of transcending the confines of mere machinery. This liquid metal could flow with the freedom of a river, sculpting itself according to the whims of its wielder's thoughts. Jamie listened in astonishment. Such a revelation. To think that Earth had harbored such wonders in its ancient past. The Ancient One further elaborated, explaining that this nanotechnology possessed the remarkable ability to form alloys that could self-replicate infinitely. It was a concept that stretched the limits of Jamie's understanding, bridging the gap between the past and the present in a single, breathtaking revelation. The contrast between past and present technology was stark, and Jamie could scarcely contain their amazement. The Ancient One nodded knowingly, acknowledging the vast chasm that separated their era from the present. In the ancient times, technology had been a force of unimaginable power, capable of wielding mass destruction with ease. Yet, amidst the splendor of their technological empire, the Ancient Ones had found themselves like spoiled children, catered to by AI machines that obeyed their every whim. In this exchange of knowledge and wonder, Jamie and the Ancient One stood as representatives of their respective ages, linked by a shared fascination with the boundless potential of technology. And as they continued their collaboration, they could only wonder what other marvels lay hidden in the annals of time, waiting to be unearthed and rediscovered. As the realization of their technological prowess collided with the harsh reality of defeat against the formidable zombie, Professor Jamie's mind churned with questions. How could an adversary from the ancient past prove to be so overwhelmingly powerful? And more importantly, how had such a being been created in the first place? The Ancient One sensed Jamie's lingering doubts and chose to shed light on the origins of their monstrous foe. Contrary to Jamie's assumptions, the Ancient One revealed that they were not the architects of Zombie's existence. Instead, Zombie was a relic of a bygone era, a creature that had evolved from the earliest roots of humanity itself. Jamie's curiosity surged at this revelation. How could a being like Zombie trace its lineage back to the dawn of human civilization? The Ancient One's explanation unfolded like a tale from a forgotten epoch. It spoke of a time when humans and creatures like Zombie coexisted on Earth, their histories intertwined in ways that surpassed the limits of mortal comprehension. Indeed, Zombie was no ordinary undead monstrosity. It was a living testament to the ancient rhythms of life and death, a being that had walked the Earth long before the dawn of modern civilization. And as Jamie grappled with the enormity of this revelation, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the boundless mysteries that lay hidden within the annals of time. Jamie's skepticism lingered despite the Ancient One's compelling narrative, but their doubts were swiftly dispelled as the ancient being delved into yet another tale from the annals of Earth's past. In this new story, the Ancient One recounted the rise and fall of a once thriving civilization, rooted in the fertile soil of an agrarian society. Theirs was a world where the rhythm of life revolved around the cultivation of the land, where the promise of harvest sustained their existence. But fate took a cruel turn when an insidious virus swept through their ranks, transforming unsuspecting farmers into ravenous zombies. The initial response was one of desperation, as the people of this ancient civilization sought to quell the undead menace with conventional weaponry. Yet, as the threat persisted and grew more ominous, the civilization's brightest minds embarked on a radical quest for a solution. Recognizing the limitations of their frail human forms, they turned to technology as their salvation. Thus began a millennium-long journey of innovation and discovery, as they poured their collective efforts into mastering the mysteries of science and engineering. Through tireless perseverance, this ancient civilization achieved a monumental breakthrough. They unearthed a truth so profound it shook the very foundations of their understanding. The virus that plagued them was not a foreign invader, but a dormant entity encoded within their very genes, lying in wait for the right conditions to awaken and unleash its devastating power. For Jamie, this revelation was nothing short of staggering. It laid bare the intricate web of connections that bound humanity to the forces of nature, revealing a truth both profound and unsettling. And as they grappled with the implications of this ancient revelation, Jamie couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the human spirit and the boundless capacity of civilization to rise from the ashes of adversity, time and time again. As Jamie and the Ancient One delved deeper into the annals of human history, they uncovered a truth more chilling than they could have ever imagined. The origins of Zombie were not merely rooted in the distant past, they stretched back to the very inception of human civilization itself. Through their meticulous research, aided by the marvels of modern technology, they pieced together a harrowing narrative. Zombie had been an ever-present specter, lurking in the shadows of humanity's collective memory, its influence woven into the very fabric of civilization. Their investigation led them to a startling revelation. Zombie's existence was not confined to a single era or civilization. Instead, it had traversed the corridors of time, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As they unraveled the genetic code that bound humanity to its ancient adversary, they discovered a lineage marked by the rise and fall of 6 civilizations, each one snuffed out by the relentless march of Zombies' insatiable hunger. The implications of this discovery weighed heavily on Jamie and Professor Faye. The realization that Zombie had orchestrated the downfall of countless civilizations over the ages filled them with a profound sense of dread. It was a stark reminder of the fragility of human existence in the face of such relentless malevolence. Professor Faye nodded solemnly, acknowledging the Ancient One's wisdom. Indeed, Zombies' origins were far more ancient and insidious than they had ever dared to imagine. And as they grappled with the enormity of this revelation, Jamie and Professor Faye knew that their battle against the undead menace had taken on a new urgency. For they now understood that they were not merely fighting to save their own civilization, but to break the cycle of destruction that had plagued humanity since time immemorial. As the Ancient One continued to unveil the secrets of their ancient past, Jamie and Professor Faye listened in rapt attention, their minds reeling from the magnitude of each revelation. The Ancient One recounted a harrowing tale of a time when humanity faced an existential threat unlike any other, the emergence of a grotesque, bug-like creature that sent shivers down their spines. In response to this newfound terror, they threw themselves into a frenzied frenzy of technological advancement, pushing the boundaries of science to their limits in a desperate bid to stave off annihilation. Their efforts were nothing short of Herculean. With unparalleled surveillance capability, they meticulously tracked zombies' movements, ensuring that no human ventured within a 500-kilometer radius of its malevolent presence. They dissected its behavior and genes, delving into realms of knowledge previously thought unattainable. Driven to the brink of madness by the relentless pursuit of a solution, they pushed their science and technology to unprecedented heights, convinced that they had found a loophole in zombies' seemingly invincible armor. They reasoned that, despite its fearsome power, zombie remained bound by the laws of physics, a carbon-based life form unable to surpass the cosmic barrier of the speed of light. Yet, in the end, their hopes were dashed against the unforgiving rocks of reality. Despite their best efforts, zombie prevailed, heralding the inevitable collapse of their once great civilization. In a desperate bid to ensure the survival of the human race, they took a drastic step, burying fertilized human embryos deep beneath the Earth's surface, a last-ditch effort to safeguard the future of humanity. Professor Faye's curiosity burned bright at the mention of these buried embryos, but his burgeoning anger quickly overshadowed his inquisitiveness. The realization that their very existence was owed to synthetic embryos created by their ancient forebears filled him with a profound sense of indignation. Jamie, meanwhile, was rendered speechless by the enormity of this revelation. The implications of their origins were staggering, shaking the very foundation of their understanding of themselves and their place in the universe. The Ancient One, sensing the turmoil within Professor Faye, gently intervened, quelling his rising agitation with a calm assurance. They reminded him that despite the extreme measures taken by their ancient ancestors, humanity had endured, thriving and multiplying through the ages. And as Jamie and Professor Faye grappled with the weight of this newfound knowledge, they found solace in the Ancient One's wisdom, drawing strength from the resilience of the human spirit that had endured throughout the ages. As the centuries passed and humanity evolved, unforeseen developments arose, including the emergence of individuals like Professor Faye, geniuses whose brilliance surpassed even the most ambitious expectations of their ancestors. Yet, as Professor Faye grew weary of the Ancient One's tales, he brought their attention back to the present, unveiling his latest creation. Nestled within the confines of their experiment enhancement machine lay a body unlike any they had seen before, a creation forged from the genetic blueprint of Zombie himself. Despite Professor Jamie's reservations, they pressed forward with their plan. The body, devoid of consciousness, awaited its transformation into a mechanical version of the formidable zombie. With the aid of the Ancient One's technology, they infused it with the strongest nanometal in the universe, imbuing it with strength surpassing even that of its undead progenitor. But Jamie couldn't shake the unease gnawing at his gut. The warning issued by Zombie echoed in his mind, a grim reminder of the consequences of meddling with forces beyond their comprehension. Yet, Professor Faye remained steadfast in his resolve, vowing to imbue their creation with a different mindset, one devoid of the malevolence that defined Zombie's existence. The Ancient One, ever the sage observer of time's tumultuous currents, offered their counsel. They suggested that, in order to truly harness the power of their creation, they should bestow upon it the mentality of Zombie himself, as it had existed in their ancient era. Though the prospect held promise, Jamie couldn't shake the fear that their actions might unwittingly unleash a cataclysmic chain of events. The thought of their mechanical creation joining forces with the original Zombie filled him with dread, casting a shadow of uncertainty over their endeavors. As they stood on the precipice of a monumental decision, torn between the allure of progress and the specter of destruction, Jamie and Professor Faye grappled with the weight of their choices. For in their quest to conquer the undead menace, they risked unleashing forces far beyond their control, threatening to unravel the very fabric of their reality. As Professor Jamie's apprehension mounted at the prospect of unleashing their creation upon the world, Professor Faye remained resolute in his singular focus on the task at hand. The potential consequences of their actions weighed heavily on Jamie's mind, yet Faye's unwavering determination spurred them forward, heedless of the dangers that lay ahead. Meanwhile, at the country of Departure Bay, Zombie and Violet stood watch, vigilant for any signs of trouble. Amidst the hustle and bustle of departure, Zombie's curiosity piqued as he questioned Violet about their unexpected location. His inquiry was soon answered by the arrival of the country's president, whose presence sparked a sense of recognition in Zombie's undead heart. With warm words of gratitude, the president welcomed Zombie, expressing his profound appreciation for the undead hero's valiant efforts in safeguarding the nation. In a gesture of goodwill, he presented Zombie with a gift, a naval fleet comprising 4 formidable aircraft carriers and 60 warships, a testament to the country's trust and gratitude. Zombie's undead heart swelled with pride at the president's gesture, touched by the recognition of his service to the nation. Though his mind was a labyrinth of memories both distant and fragmented, the sincerity of the president's gratitude resonated deeply within him, reaffirming his commitment to protecting the country he called home. As the departure bay buzzed with activity, Zombie stood tall, his resolve strengthened by the president's words and the weight of his newfound responsibility. With the gift of a naval fleet at his command, he knew that he would continue to stand as a beacon of hope and strength, ready to defend his country against any threat that dared to challenge its sovereignty. As the president bestowed upon Zombie the grandeur of his new title, a wave of astonishment washed over him. To be entrusted with the protection of half the civilization of country was an honor beyond measure, one that filled him with a sense of duty and purpose unlike any he had known before. Yet, as Zombie processed the weight of his newfound responsibility, Violet's disappointment simmered beneath the surface. Her hopes for Zombie's reaction, perhaps an expression of awe or gratitude, were dashed by his seemingly plain response. After all, he had risen from the ranks of department head and chief with no ships to command, only to be granted control over cities. But the president's words held sway over the gathering, drawing their attention to the figure standing at the center of it all, Zombie, now promoted to the esteemed position of commanding officer. With a sense of unity and camaraderie, the assembled naval advisors of the president rallied around their new leader, offering their support and guidance as he navigated the complexities of his new role. As the cheers of celebration echoed through the departure bay, Zombie stood amidst the jubilant throng, his heart swelling with pride at the outpouring of support from his fellow countrymen. Though his journey had been fraught with challenges and uncertainty, he now stood at the helm of the nation's naval forces, ready to lead with courage and conviction. With the weight of his new title upon his shoulders, Zombie embraced his role as commanding officer with humility and determination, knowing that the road ahead would be fraught with trials and tribulations. But with the unwavering support of his comrades and the trust of his people, he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, standing as a beacon of hope and strength for country and its civilization.
Meanwhile, at the country A, there was a ship roaming around a certain location in the sea. The leader of the zombie of Ruined City ordered everyone to lower their pride since they didn't have so much money to hire them just to come to the country B. Agui and Xiao Bao were speechless since they know there's nothing they can do. However, the Blood Queen Princess was mad for some reason. His underling is trying to encourage her to discuss things amicably because of wondering why they have to come to this place. It turns out that the exchange between Country A and Country B is about to begin, but they are not confident, so they didn't lower their guard. He asked the leader of the ruined city how much she was willing to pay for their job. She replied 3,000 tons of gold. Because of how big this money was, he was flustered, but the Blood Queen doesn't seem interested. She was insulted about what she said about her ugly expression, but her underling tried to calm her since they have a loan at Blackie that takes too long for them to pay since the interest rate is 40%. Suddenly, the Blood Queen walks towards them. Xiao Bao immediately warned them to stay within 5 meters away from their boss. She sarcastically asked them if they were afraid to eat their big sister. Xiao Bao stated that she was allergic to ancient creatures, that's why they must stay away from them, but she ordered them to let her in. She confronted her saying, "I don't care what you want to do, but other than one person, no one else can beat me. So, if you want me to take action, it will be charged separately." Furthermore, in order to pay back the high-interest loan, the pitiful Blood Tribe Queen had no choice but to put down her dignity and work for others. Back to the present, the conference between the two countries is about to begin. News has been spread about the exchange between the two countries. Ever since the dawn of civilization, they have been hiding away from zombies. Even today, they are trapped within the limits of their cities. They have invested enormous resources into developing the military to protect them from harm. Although two countries are far away, they are still of one race. This year's event will take place on the open seas and will be streamed for the entire world to see. The goal of the exchange this time will be to capture islands and to show their military might to the civilians. This is a promise to all the people watching that their military can protect them and their families. Currently, the chiefs of country as well as their generals have already gathered on Gua Island. The different departments will be arriving tomorrow, but currently, they only have a simple match of beach volleyball. Everyone cheered for their idols. At this time, the atmosphere in Gua Island has reached its peak. Lanky and everyone started to prepare themselves for their games. They were against rain and snow, which was competitive too. However, Zombie are also going to watch them. Alongside, Violet is also going to play. The head department chief sees this as no fun, but he is still interested to watch two pairs of girls going to play volleyball. On the other side, everyone noticed Zombie's appearance for being a skinny guy, so they got confused why he was wearing a zombie mask as President's bodyguard, so they assumed he was weak. Zombie was concerned about Violet's leg, so the ex-president replied that the biologist made fake limbs for her. Therefore, their volleyball game begins. Lanky immediately took action to receive the ball. Violet jumped so high to initiate a powerful spike. Everyone was surprised to know that the volleyball is over 40 kilos, which an ordinary person won't even be able to serve. Violet spikes the ball that flew so fast. Rain swiftly catches the ball to save it. Luckily, Snow was aware, so she followed up her catch. Snow immediately makes an offensive spike to counterattack. Unfortunately for them, Lanky already prepared for this and was going to counterattack. Both of them prepared themselves. Because of how powerful they are, consecutive blows have been thrown away. Everyone flustered to see their outstanding opening performance, which is uncommon to see. However, one beautiful girl was confused about something. She was watching the opening volleyball game from afar. When the game started again, Zombie was flustered. He ran far away to avoid getting hit by the volleyball. As he was running away, he laughed confidently after thinking he successfully avoided them. All of a sudden, the ball hit his face once more, which shocked him. Lanky and Rain argumenting about whose score they are going to take, while Zombie was dizzy from the high-speed ball that hit him. The official felt embarrassed to see Lanky and Rain keep fighting every single year, which made the game even longer. If you are new to my channel, please let me know where you're from in the comments section so I could know what country my manhwa recap reaches. However, a girl from afar takes a good look at someone. She was glaring at Zombie for his different-looking person, so she advises her companion to be careful on not getting discovered by Zombie. Zombie doesn't seem interested to look at them because he was so mad on getting hit by the ball coincidentally even where he goes. Her friend looked at her. She was speechless and just watching them. This girl's name was Butterfly and she wanted to say something. Butterfly stated that it's been centuries since she fought Zombie, so she assumed that Zombie had already forgotten about it. As they looked at him, they were not scared about this form. It is because Zombie was in his first form that made him look like an idiot, but which they were scared about was his transformations that could become their nightmare. Both of them had been lurking around Country B for so long, and they didn't even expect to meet him here. Butterfly still holds the past that Zombie was one of her painful memories that lingers into her mind up to this day. From the past where they were inside the rocket ship, the despair that Zombie had brought to them. They had a feeling of unbearable pressure. This made them forced to leave their hometown in order to cope with the pain. Even to this day, they still can't forget the moment this happened to them. All of a sudden, one of her companions is eager to hold his anger towards Zombie, but Butterfly tries to calm her down. The Wolverine-looking guy agreed to hold his anger. Butterfly told him to remember their goal isn't to challenge Zombie, because if they act rashly, this only leads to severe consequences. They are still scared to be alone in a place like this. Butterfly introduced the girl with white hair as Nyai. She ordered Nyai to rest for a while since she isn't used to sleeping in a place like this, and warned her to stay and watch Zombie but prioritize their distance from him. Their goal is to find the upper limit of Zombie while they are avoiding the confrontation. On the other side, at Faye's laboratory, the ancient person's design was finally done, and he was gladly happy that engineering is still the most suitable job for him, even though it causes his hair loss. Professor Jamie was curious about what the ancient civilization said earlier. He mentioned civilization even older than the ancient one, so he asked about what they look like. The Ancient One replied that he doesn't know, but they left some legacies for them, but they didn't leave anything behind, so they really had to start from zero all over again. Meanwhile, at the ship that arrived at the country exchange meeting, ships have started moving to prepare themselves. The news spread that the friendly exchange between two countries is about to begin, and they are currently hovering above Country A's fleet of ships. Inside the ship, one of the ordinary Zombie called out his boss. This was Zombie with his attire as the new chief head of Country A. Earlier, Zombie had a few months of training for his own naval force. After the training, Zombie's subordinates were familiar enough to control the operations aboard the mothership. They learned to operate carrier aircrafts and work with various weapons. Also, they learned to coordinate land, air, and sea strikes that Country B's people would have never imagined. The weapons they developed to fight zombies would have a troop of zombies operating them. If the members of Country B's press knew about what was inside these things flying above their heads, who knows what they would be thinking. The aircrafts began to exercise their monitoring along the area. Meanwhile, Violet is also prepared for their departure. The Zombie earlier convinced Violet to join their fleet because Zombie wanted to, and this is the appointment letter for her. Of course, Lanky is also coming with them. He acknowledges Lanky that her uniform is ready, but she insists that she doesn't have to wear her uniform. Right now, they are in the middle of the ocean with Country A's Zombie fleet, And this time, Country A has sent out its entire navy with a total of 3 fleets. The news reported that their competition will be a test to see who can capture the island. This meant as a test of the cooperation between each country's councils and chiefs as well as their ability to adapt to the situation, and all fleets had to shut off their navigation and satellite communication systems, and they were only allowed to use their radio to communicate with the other fleets. The participants this time include Country A's 2nd Naval Fleet, which is Zombie. The Country A's 1st Fleet was led by their department head Chu, the Stainless Steel Fleet, as well as their 3rd Naval Fleet, the Explosive Sausage Fleet. On the other side, Country B's team is composed of the 1st Fleet led by General Bangu and the Yao sisters. The 2nd Naval Fleet was led by Lieutenant General Xinghua of Country B. Lastly, the 3rd Fleet led by General Hu from Country B. Unfortunately for the reporters, they are not able to interview every participant since they are focused on the championship, and they also implemented strict measures to protect their military secrets, which lead to denying all requests for an interview. However, Zombie was quite amiable and agreed to answer everyone's questions. The reporter asked him if their country's naval fleet has an advantage and who he thinks will win the exchange. Zombie replied that he feels like they should just fight less and be more peaceful so that way everyone can go home early and eat. The viewers think the zombie was a retard. Furthermore, the reporter asked Violet where does their strengths lie and if she thinks they can win. Violet replied it'll be considered a win as long as he doesn't lead the ships into a river. On the other hand, they also asked Lanky, but she only said that she had a bad feeling about this. Moreover, they sail off to their destination. Meanwhile, at the Country B's 1st Fleet, the Yao sister was curious about the point in capturing the island since it was much easier for them when all they had to do was to kill more zombies. However, Snow was concerned about the 3rd Fleet that suddenly had a pair of women among their upper ranks which they didn't know about their identity. Snow heard about these people working for a long time and they got promoted recently, so they are suddenly wondering what makes them so special. All of a sudden Taishan smelled something, so Butterfly asked him if there's something wrong, but he immediately denied. He just reasoned himself that some people are itching for a beating. Meanwhile, the Blood Queens are just sitting and waiting for something to happen.
The guy that looks like Wolverine had felt someone troublesome at this place. He noticed someone's origin that is probably the same as him and he can be considered the same species. It turns out that this was the Blood Queen princess, but he wasn't pretty sure yet since her aura feels so weak currently. Butterfly can't believe that there's still someone like him after being in so many generations. Given how weak her aura is, he assumed that she probably isn't too far from disappearing. Meanwhile, they finally arrived at the island in the Atlantic Ocean. As they arrived, the 2nd Naval Fleet reported that they had arrived at the target island and there's a Country A's fleet to their left. Her assistant said that the exchange had started, so she immediately called for open fire. A large bullet from their ship had fired at the Country A's 3rd Naval Fleet, so the Country A's 3rd Naval Fleet immediately moves to make a counter-attack on their ship. This caused them to lose 1 destroyer, and their points were deducted by 3 points. The Country A's 1st Naval Fleet were too shocked to see they had already begun fighting, but he was curious why their 3rd Naval Fleet wasn't fighting back, so Department Chen replied that they were still too far. The reporter was hyped up that the Country B could no longer hold back and took the initiative to open fire near the island. Besides capturing the island, there's another condition. Whoever scores the highest points will also win. They always advocated for competition first and friendship second. Although the ammunition has all been changed to black air shells to avoid injuring innocent people, they are still looking forward to the close combat battle between Country A's councils and Country B's generals. Citizens were hyped up to see an exciting event of the country exchange. The Country A's 3rd Naval Fleet immediately called everyone to fire everything they got, and while steering the boat to the right, they managed to make a sequence of attacks to make a counterattack to the Country B's 2nd Naval Fleet. However, Jamie was confused about what's going on and he realized that the human army is also close to their hideout. Some of the naval fleet starts to make consecutive attacks on each other without thinking of any plan. The head chief is thinking if they should go to help their ally, because if this continues the department head Sausage Fleet will be defeated, but head Department Chen said there's nothing to worry about since it's not over. He advises them to let them fight each other and focus on getting into the island since it accumulates 40 points for whoever gets to the land on the island. As Jamie peeks outside, he is startled to see human soldiers everywhere. The ocean collided with a sequence of attacks by the ship of naval fleets of 2 different countries. Unfortunately, at head Department Sausage's fleet, they are almost running out of ammunition, so he suddenly jumps from the ship. This made their opponent confused about what he was doing. Suddenly, his uniform teared up. He suddenly pumps his muscle, and it turns out that he used his essence of sausage muscle body. Everyone from the Country B's 2nd Naval Fleet were too shocked to see this awkwardness. Also, the reporters felt cringe of what he just did after doing a heroic jump out of the ship. Not only that, even the watchers and civilians felt disgusted by what he just did. Therefore, the reporter apologizes to everyone even though he's been doing this for so many years. For them, this is still painful for them to look at. Meanwhile, the lieutenant general decided to do the same thing. He immediately jumps away from their naval fleet.
If you are new to my channel, please let me know where you're from in the comments section so I could know what country my manhwa recap reaches.
Suddenly, she managed to kick the captain's sausage in his face. Because of seeing the long-awaited battle between the generals and the councils, everyone was so hyped up, they decided to cheer for them while watching. The chief looked astonished to see something on their left. It turns out that rain and snow was already there and they seemed to notice something. Snow immediately realized that the country A's first naval fleet was planning to steal the chicken because whoever can get on the island first will receive the 40 points. The chief and Rain said the same thing, that they will send people over to stop each other, but also both leaders knew there's no need for it since there are too many warships and they are unable to stop them all. Afterwards, they decided to go full speed ahead. Meanwhile, on the island, Professor Jamie immediately ran towards Professor Faye to warn him about the human armies heading in their direction. He was confused about what caused this to happen. Professor Faye immediately took his binoculars to check what was really happening on the outside. He spotted 2 cargo ships racing toward the island where they are hiding. The chiefs were so determined to win their race. This made their boat run at top speed. Also, the twin sister was determined to win this race and doing all their best to win. However, Professor Faye also got mad to see that they were messed up. Professor Jamie assumed that they might have been exposed, but Professor Jamie knew that this is impossible to happen because he chose this island because it is the safest place. And this is in either country A or B's territory, and the area of the island is only a few hundred square meters, so he also confused who in right mind would even want a place like this. A few months ago, at the president's office, the president of country A and prime minister of country B was talking about the location where they should hold the exchange. The president of country A doesn't want to take it into his territory because their previous exchange meeting left him a quite mess to clean, so he did not suggest it. Because of it, the prime minister also doesn't want it to happen in his territory. However, they choose a little island that is not within either of their territories, since they have already split the entire Earth's land masses. This island is the only ownerless one, so they make a bet that whoever wins this time will get to own this island. Meanwhile, Professor Faye was so mad that his plan was messed up. He immediately asked the Ancient One if he was already finished from their project. Unfortunately, the Ancient One needed some time because he was still writing the program. Also, there's still an arm that he needs to install. On the other side, the reporter shows the race between the naval fleet of country A and B. Also, the great general's fleet from country B has finally arrived on the scene. Everyone thinks that a great show is about to happen. However, the reporter noticed the country A's second fleet missing. On the other side of country A's second fleet, Violets were so cold and confused about where they actually were. Even Lanky was confused where they actually headed. Dawn realized that they were either at the North Pole or the South Pole, and she already said not to let these zombies drive their ship. It turns out that they were completely lost. Suddenly, they bumped into a huge iceberg. Violet tumbled because of the impact. However, Lanky noticed a penguin in this place, so she immediately called Zombie if where he actually take them. Zombie were startled. It turns out that they are actually at the opposite side where the exchange meeting happened. Violet and Lanky were so mad as they headed in the wrong direction instead of getting to the exchange ceremony. They are scolding him for being unable to use a satellite mapping or even a compass, so Violet doesn't know what to do. Because of losing the idea, he asked her, why don't we just forfeit from the competition, which startled Violet. Meanwhile, at the scene of the exchange, everyone was participating and engaging to fight each other candidates. The reporters were so hyped up as they were broadcasting the event. The second Naval Fleet Commander Zing was fighting against the Sausage Fleet. However, she noticed something approaching towards her. It turns out that the general of the Sausage Fleet directly jumps over towards her while posing a weird stance. She was startled as she saw him posing a weird stance right in front of her without even a single cloth of his body. Somehow, they are now approaching the island. As these naval ships are approaching, Professor Faye is now getting annoyed because they might ruin his plans. Everyone is busy trying hard to get in the first place. Meanwhile, the country A First Fleet and country B First Fleet were doing their best in order to win the 40 points at the competition. On the other side, Faye was panicked to see soldiers approaching them, thinking that these boats were going to raid his experiment. So he immediately yelled to everyone to stop looking at the programs and help them to think of an escape plan. However, Ancient One was so tired and sick of being overworked, but he advises them that they had zombie specimens and they must look through the trash and see if there's nanomaterial left. So Jamie wasted no time and eventually found one. Professor Faye immediately grabs it from his hand as he wanted to do something on it. He goes at his zombie army while stating his grudge against them. He is now so mad that humans are making him fools. He wants to show revenge against them using his knowledge by using science that no one could ever be like him. Outside the isle, clashes of barrage of attack from the ships were thrown everywhere. They saw everyone fighting together, so they inquired about an open attack against the other ship to start the engagement. But out of nowhere, a bullet is now approaching toward the 3rd Naval Fleet. Taishan immediately reacted to it, and he formed his hand like he was going to catch something. Suddenly, a rock formation materialized right beside their ship. It blocked the bullet that was ready to hit their ship. Their general, who got startled and mad at it as the country wanted a real deal with them, so he asked everyone to change the ammunition to fire real shells. This made the Blood Queen surprised as someone was an expert on the other side. Taishan approaches their general, who he then ordered him to drive the boat over, which caught General, who, confused as his member lower than him ordered him to do something. So he used his position to order Taishan to screw off since he was the highest commander on their team, and he said they only follow his command. But without finishing his words, Taishan grabs him by the head. He lifts him up using his one hand to scare him. He had no idea how strong Taishan was, but he is confused why the general of Country B was being attacked by his own team. The Blood Queen's underling said to Your Majesty, "We're about to hit the other boat. We can't expose the fact that we blended in with Country A's fleet." Currently, Taishan holds him with irritation. Then both of the team wanted to ram to each other's naval fleet with full determination of winning. The reporter said they are getting anxious as both sides are now beginning to make big moves, and fleet number 3 from both countries refuses to lose to the other side. Meanwhile, Zombie and one of his companions were enjoying their day fishing. Therefore, the both teams are now heading toward each other. They start to panic as both of their naval fleet are going to hit. The Blood Queen immediately moves, and Taishan also starts to move. She attacked him, but Taishan used her foot to jump over her. He was in mid-air as she was vulnerable. This made her curiosity hit as she had no idea what he was going to do. Suddenly, he landed on the ship. Because of how powerful he was, he managed to make their ship vertically. They were surprised at how powerful he was since they had no idea who this guy was. The reporter got excited as he saw their battle getting more intense as one of the ships directly flipped with one stomp. Their clash made a huge whirlpool at the sea as they made powerful attacks. Tinshin immediately formed a huge rock formation to counterattack the Blood Queen. Afterwards, Tinshin made a clap. This made the rock forms to hold the Blood Queen. Luckily, she had time to protect herself from this imminent attack. They were amazed by how strong they are even though they haven't attained the rank of general. Even the audience can't believe their powerful attacks clashing together. However, the reporter checked the list of Taishan being listed, but as he checked further, there's no record of Blood Queen from Country A. Meanwhile, the Country A second naval fleet suddenly crossed over Snowball's fleet. However, they noticed something's wrong with the island. So the department head checked it using his binoculars. He saw a huge figure from afar. A group of huge zombie-like creatures suddenly appeared inside the island. This caught the department head's concern as he saw these weird-looking monsters. It turns out that Professor Fei was behind these creations, and he wanted to show how powerful he was. They were curious about these, but the only thing they knew, it wasn't part of the exchange ceremony. So the department head advised them to turn back their ships as he felt something strange about it. On the other side, Snow and Rain noticed that the Country-ish ship was slowing down. The monster starts to carry a huge rock. It suddenly throws one of the ships in the exchange event. The rock hits where Snow and Rain's ship was, and they get startled as they see this happen. They were startled to see their ship explode. They can't believe that their ship really exploded because they are sure this event won't take this far. Professor Fei just observes them from afar. The reporter also got startled to see the Country B mothership just explode suddenly. Professor Fei was determined to kill everyone that stopped on their way. Meanwhile, at the Country B Prime Minister's office, he was talking to the Country A president, asking if he's the one who prepared that attack. He replied, "How's that possible? I don't have that kind of technology, besides you were the one who chose the location." Therefore, the department head called everyone to prepare to counterattack as they realized there are real enemies on the island. On the other side, Zombie and one of his generals were enjoying their day fishing. He asked where did Violet and Lanky go, but the other guy replied, "I don't know, they were here just now." In the middle of the vast ocean, Lanky and Violet were inside heading toward the exchange event. Violet was so mad that they got lost in one of the events she prepared the most because she was planning to beat the twin sisters into submission. But Zombie brought them all the way to the South Pole. However, as their ship captain said that the fuel of their ships was about to lose, Violet scolded him and ordered him to fight a solution, even paddling all the way to the competition. After a few thinking about a solution, they start making counts from 1 to 4. It turns out that the idea they used was paddling the whole naval fleet towards the exchange event. All the zombies joined forces to sail along the ocean even though they had no ship fuel. Currently, the Ancient One finally finished the program that he made. Professor Jamie was exhausted and wanted him not to fail because they are in danger. But the Ancient One was confident that he wasn't stupid and he'd already ejected the subject to the ocean. Meanwhile, at the West Bay, Gua Island of Country B, there's a plane waiting for someone. It turns out that Agui and Asayo were wondering why they got hired. But they noticed something from afar like a capsule. There's something on the island that seems strange. Inside of it starts to awaken. So he immediately grabbed the gap from the capsule. Therefore, by using effortless force, it managed to open the capsule. This caught Agui and Asayo startled as someone started to get out of this capsule. A weird creature starts to peek inside of it with an imminent aura. Meanwhile, at Blackie's office, he felt something that shocked him. An immense power just like zombie made him feel that causes him to know there's something bad might happen. Everyone immediately goes to Blackie as they felt the same thing as him and they said something seems off. They knew something bad was gonna happen. Therefore, inside the capsule, another ancient zombie finally comes out. Agui and Asayo felt weird about him. This time, he wasn't like any other zombie, and by looking at his form, he looks ancient. Just as sudden, Agui and Asayo felt his aura that startled them. Without moving an inch, they knew he was dangerous. It turns out this was one of the creations of the Ancient One. Therefore, he approaches Agui and Asayo. Every single step he makes, they think he's going to kill them without an ease. While watching from afar, the Ancient One was maniacally laughing as he knew this guy would dominate their race. He came closer and closer to Asayo, but he felt uncomfortable. Out of nowhere, this guy hugged him and said, "Wow, I'm so happy to see you all. Thank goodness you're alive," which startled Asayo. He was speechless and confused about what to do with him, while the Ancient One was surprised by what he just did. He was disappointed with how he acted. Even Professor Faye and Professor Jamie are truly disappointed that they put too much effort for this experiment and are soft-hearted. He was finally happy that he saw another living being of his kind, and he was lonely, but they had no idea who he was. Professor Faye was so mad to think that the Ancient One's experiment failed. He apologized for his bad behavior earlier. Therefore, he introduced himself as Jiangxi, one of the zombie race who resurrected from the past. As he mentioned resurrecting, Asayo was confused about what he meant by it. Agui checks his status using his enhanced consciousness device to scan him, and it's real that he's a zombie, but they are confused why he is different. He had no idea but decided to ignore it instead. "Sometimes, I don't even know what I look like," he said. This caught them flabbergasted hearing these. Out of nowhere, Ashi appeared and called them out to stop chatting as their plan was successful, so they needed to leave as soon as possible. So they had no choice but to leave him alone as they needed to do their business first, and they advised him not to wander around randomly. Afterwards, they departed toward the exchange event. Their leader asked what they were doing earlier, so they told her that they encountered an interesting fellow that same race as them. Jiangxi felt quite pleased, so he wanted to go around to take a look for a while. Because of frustration of giving all the trust and research funds came to nothing, he was so mad at Ancient One. Professor Jamie couldn't do anything about it and just stood there speechless. Currently, Jiangxi headed to a city where many people are doing their own business. Everyone caught his attention as they noticed him looking strange. They had no idea who or what kind of creature Jiangxi was. However, Jiangxi still had his grudge at the humans after what they did to their race from the past. On the other side, at Agui and Asayo's plane, they were talking about Jiangxi because Asayo thought of bringing Jiangxi with them. He thinks Jiangxi was weak, so he is hoping that he doesn't get killed by humans. Suddenly, Jiangxi jumps over. This caught their attention. Jiangxi slammed on the floor with his full force. They got startled as they saw him do this. Because of how powerful he was, he managed to split the earth just like zombie before. Everyone was startled and had no idea what just happened. Everything that was on the ground suddenly flew up in the sky and even reached their plane. They thought it was only an earthquake, so they immediately checked the window to check what's actually happening. However, they were surprised when they saw something. They saw the Earth's floor turn vertically. Even Professor Faye, Professor Jamie, and the Ancient One can't believe what they just did. By a single blow, Jiangxi split the Earth in half and the other side became vertically inverted. Asayo and Agui were surprised by what they just witnessed. The creature that they thought was weak and killable by humans was actually the same strong as zombie. Even Lanky and Violet were surprised by what they saw in the southwest direction. Half of the Earth became vertically inverted. They are flabbergasted to see it. Currently, Blood Queen actually knew Jiangxi because he is one of her opponents, but she had no idea who she was currently fighting. "You think you can control me with just this ability?" she said. This surprised Taishan. Suddenly, the Blood Queen used force to break free from Taishan's rock formation. Taishan underestimated her. Moreover, she still insists on their identity of who they are. As Butterfly wanted to fight more, she was stopped as she was advised this wasn't the time to compete over whose subordinates are more powerful. So they decided to talk instead of using violence. They asked the intention of the Blood Queen's master. "What are you saying?" "I can't understand what you're saying," Blood Queen replied. Butterfly knew she was only playing dumb because in this generation, there's no way vampires would exist. Taishan added, "Based on the timeline, the Blood Queen should have disappeared long ago. Even if her master used a cultivation chamber to sustain her life, she should have such strong power. This surprises her as they knew a lot about her." Suddenly, Butterfly was surprised as Ni saw that she possessed a certain genetic factor that grants her immortality. So she added that they are also from ancient human civilization, and their purpose in coming is to investigate Jiangxi's true strength. So since she's been living for long on Earth, they inquire about her creator and master now. But she still insisted that she didn't understand a word and also that she disliked humans. The Blood Queen was determined to fight Taishan as he ignited her competitive spirit. Butterfly startled as she saw her killing intent. Taishan immediately rushes over her as he tries to protect the butterfly. Out of nowhere, they also felt the earthquake that Jiangxi caused. After a few moments, they also saw half of the earth being vertical. They were startled to see this. Even Nai had no idea what caused it. The reporter was busy broadcasting the exchange meeting event from above. But as he checked further, he was startled by what he just saw. The vertical land of Earth has been seen by everyone. Department head had no idea what was happening. Even Snow and Rain and was speechless. The exchange meeting fight was interrupted as they saw this issue. Everyone had no idea what Jiangxi was capable of against this world. Jiangxi jumps once again. The plane where they were was doing their best to dodge every building that was going to collide. They want to increase the altitude of the plane. As they checked the window, they saw Jiangxi who they saw earlier. He goes above the sky. They had no idea what he was planning and what he was going to do. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. A powerful aura had been scattered around the earth. It turns out that Jiangxi transforms into his second form. They can't believe what they just witnessed. Afterwards, Jiangxi lunges towards the earth. Because of the impact, he made collateral damage on Earth. Everyone felt his immense power. He then positioned himself to do more damage on the land. By a single swing, everything was thrown and cut away. Their plane couldn't hold any longer, so they had no other choice but to escape. Jiangxi starts to suck everything around him and turn into dust. Violet and Lanky are just watching from afar. But all of a sudden, they felt the powerful force of being sucked up. Suddenly, bright light starts to appear. The only thing they knew was seeing this was a sign of danger coming. After a few moments, a blast of powerful energy scattered around them. The powerful force hits even the innocent humans. Is Jiangxi one of the most powerful opponents of Zombie? By only using his second form, he managed to deal a huge amount of damage through the earth. Yet, he wasn't still satisfied even with how much humans he hurted. Meanwhile, at the Naval Fleet Exchange meeting, Butterfly and the others had no idea what just happened, and it came from the direction of Guadalcanal. However, Taishan knew it's caused by Jiangxi. Currently, the Guadalcanal was completely flattened, and not only that, at least 30 million people vanished on Earth. Because of this, reporters immediately informed everyone that the largest landmass island on Earth in Country B had mysteriously disappeared 20 minutes ago. Nearly tens of millions of people are missing, which shocks citizens. The reputable reporters head to the scene for coverage, but the scene shocks them as they see everything turn flat. Ashi saves his master from the plane crash. Luckily, Agui and Azayo weren't on the land that made them survive, and they were speechless of what they saw. They immediately asked Jiangxi what he just did. He reasoned himself that the humans deserve to die. Hearing those words scares their core. He asked them if there's still humans living in this world after thinking they have gone extinct. Ashi covers his master's mouth in order not to hear a single word from her. Azayo tried to convince him that the humans had been gone for a long time. Agui tells Ashi to protect the boss no matter what because they don't know what Jiangxi is capable. However, Jiangxi wasn't satisfied with his answer yet. He lifts his hand and starts to pull Azayo using gravity. He knew that Azayo was spending time with the humans, so he wanted to kill the zombie who like Azayo to create on his own. As Agui saw him, he couldn't believe that his personality suddenly changed after seeing the humans. So he wonders how much pain he's in to become like this. You're overthinking. As a zombie, how could he choose to associate with humans and be contaminated by them? Agui said, so Jiangxi wants him to prove it. In the southwest direction, the closest to Guadalcanal, there's a city with a population of 70 million. This made Jiangxi get more wild. Afterwards, he flew away and rushed towards the southwest of Guadalcanal. Azayo was nervous about what he would do. Jiangxi flew so fast in order to show his dominance against the humans. They shiver down to their core as they face Jiangxi, and this feeling has the same aura as zombie. After a few moments, the reporters had come. They noticed that there's people down to this place who survive. As they landed in front of them, they started to feel bad. But the only thing they are thinking is to stop Jiangxi because their existence might be lost if they let him wreak havoc. Zio thinks she's joking because they saw what Jiangxi can do. They thought that no creature in this world could stop his havoc. If they estimate that in less than half an hour, humans will be completely slaughtered by Jiangxi. The reporters saw her accompanied by zombies, so they lifted their guns as they thought they were dangerous. She immediately talks to the camera to tell everyone to listen. She told them that a terrifying guy has appeared on Earth and is going to massacre all the humans, so she asked them to quickly seek shelter and hide, as this is the only thing they could hope for. However, some people didn't believe what she said and thought they were only idiots. Meanwhile, somewhere southwest of Guadalcanal, there's people who are doing their businesses. He said that their viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 100,000. These people used her since they thought not all the people were only interested in exchange meetings. They are promoting a whitening face cream. Using this beautiful girl helps them to promote their product so much. Suddenly, Jiangxi landed right behind them. They got startled as they heard a loud bang noise. Because of the impact, they flew away after Jiangxi landed so hard on the ground. He inquired about Jiangxi's identity. Everyone from the live stream starts to think, who's this guy, after seeing him flying over Guadalcanal. Because of fear, she also inquired Jiangxi's identity as they were terrified of him. Jiangxi immediately noticed her, so he starts reaching her out and suddenly snaps. By a single snap, her torso has gone completely. They got startled by what they saw, and even in the live stream saw everything with their own eyes. This made everyone think they could end up just like her. As one of them tried to run, he also ended up at them just like her. Jiangxi grabs him as he wants to show something. He goes to the live stream. Then he started to charge his power through his hands.
Jiangxi imitating a powerful burst of energy into his hand while showing into the live stream. Meanwhile, Blackie noticed this was one of the abilities of his companion. This made them realize this was the real king of zombie races, and they got startled about it. Moreover, the citizens had gone frightened as they saw the channel suddenly change. They had no idea what Jiangxi was doing to the livestream because this was their first time encountering them. Suddenly, he snaps the energy that he charged toward the city. As they realize this was going towards their city, the people start to dissolve one by one after being touched by the black particles. Jiangxi closed his grip as he casted his power. As he did, the whole city starts to explode with a large amount of energy. The whole city fell into dust by a single attack of Jiangxi, and everyone couldn't do anything about it because of how powerful Jiangxi was. Meanwhile, a city from another province got frightened as they saw what happened to the nearby country after exploding just a sudden. As they watched what happened, they knew hiding won't help in this case because of how massive destruction Jiangxi can do. Meanwhile, at the 3rd Naval Fleet of Country B, Taishan and the others knew in their current state they had no match even for him, so they didn't want to bring trouble upon themselves. Blood Queen was so mad, and her underling reported that someone was destroying human cities, and he was sure it was Jiangxi by seeing it. Taishan explains that in Jiangxi's current condition, once he finishes killing humans, it won't be long until it is their turn. Moreover, they decided to go and take a look for a while. Afterwards, the exchange meeting had announced the emergency announcement that there's a terrifying psychopath rampantly killing humans in the mainland of Country B. After careful consideration by the presidents of both countries, the exchange meeting was temporarily cancelled, and the both countries declared all combat personnel to be in a state of emergency. The commander where Lanky and Violet heard the news. They got startled as the exchange meeting suddenly cancelled, and their entire nation is now on level 1 alert. According to investigation by frontline journalists, the disappearance of Guadalcanal is also related to this mysterious individual, and they can't believe that Jiangxi massacred nearly 100 million people in just 3 minutes. Blood Queen's underling confusingly asked, why does Jiangxi despise humans so much? Niai explained that they were the one who killed his family and minions. That's why Jiangxi grudges for revenge for the whole time. Blackie and the others can't do anything other than watch everyone turn into dust. Afterwards, Zhang decided to finish off the human that he's holding in the entire live stream. He then left without a single word and just flew away laughing. The citizens had no idea what they are now going after being powerless from this monster. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie and Ancient One were celebrating their victory as they summoned a powerful monster that could finally destroy humanity. However, Professor Jamie was confused because the Ancient One was supposed to help the future of humanity, but he was still helping them. So the Ancient One replied that you don't understand. Let's just say hello. Hello, people of the world, let me introduce myself. He revealed that he's the ancient human that they think of and speak of. Afterwards, he showed a clip where he was fighting Zombie last time. Ancient One trying to put dirt on Zombie's name that he represents the zombies that destroyed their civilization, and he has destroyed generations after generations of humans. He added he is the reason why human development has been disrupted for a long generation. Moreover, he stated that zombies still live on Earth to this day and are always accompanying them. This is the reason why the Ancient One developed creatures that can counter zombie. Everyone was shocked to hear this revelation that they were living among the zombies. Ancient One tried to calm them down so they wouldn't worry because they have already sent people to bury human eggs and fertilize cells underground. This means, millions of years later, humans will still be humans after all. Zhang destroys the drone that spectates him for the whole time. After all, he asked everyone to bid their farewell to their families while there is still time, and this is the contribution towards humanity. The humanity starts to panic as they hear this news. However, Zombie began sensing something. He felt something bad was about to happen. Currently, the news has been spread that several cities have already been destroyed and hundreds of people have disappeared. Incidents of looting and violence are now happening all over the world. Not only that, social order is also collapsing. The government had no choice and chose to use force just to stop the civilians. They want freedom to survive since they assume they are going to die. However, the spokesperson tried to lift their spirits not to give up since there are two countries that have the strongest generals that could probably take Zhang down. Therefore, they get hyped up as they listen to him that humans must not be underestimated by ancient creatures. There are still some humans who refuse to give up. Eventually, the choppers of generals are now arriving. Reporters had come to ask some questions, but most of their concerns were where their commanding officer was. It was the guy that Taishan choked earlier. Afterwards, Niai asked what exactly happened to this place. So they explained that their city, City G, has already massacred the entire city, so in order to prevent Zhang from destroying humanity everywhere, they send thousands of high-ranking officers and soldiers to obstruct Zhang. Niai asked them to let them through, but the guy got confused as they wanted to walk into their death, so he advised them to wait for their commanding officer to arrive. However, Taishan loses his temper and begins threatening him for wasting time talking. After a few moments, Violet and Lanky already come and want to come with Taishan and the others. Knowing that they are also on the same level as their generals, they felt a sense of relief. Therefore, they activated the alert protocols. However, Violet was confused how the Blood Queen ended up here, which she reasoned herself that she was just passing by, but she also confused why did Violet's leader go mad. Violet becomes speechless as she realizes. Butterfly asked if they were familiar with each other and Blood Queen said yes, because we had a fight before. Violet wonders why journalists also come along as she doesn't know who they are. The guys were confident as they had hundreds of senior and nearly 1,000 lieutenant generals. Upon hearing those numbers of higher-ups, Violet assumes that Country B is indeed powerful and influential. All of a sudden, Lanky called everyone as she saw something bad. A pile of dead bodies have been placed, and they seem to be the generals and the lieutenants that the guy mentioned. Upon seeing this shocking revelation, everyone was startled to see 1,000 people had no match in a single guy. Zhongxi dragging one of the bodies that he executed earlier. He wanted to put every single human that he killed in one place as his throne. Out of nowhere, helicopters had been appeared before them. People have been dropped from the helicopters. These are the generals of Country B. One of the frontier told them that all ranks below the general must withdraw from the battle and leave everything to them. Violet's concern was why so many high-ranking combat personnel, so one of the guys explained that number 1 said to withdraw all ranks below general. The same goes for Country in order not to cause any more trouble here. Zhongxi just sits from the bodies that he massacred just like his throne. Everyone faces each other fearlessly. After a few moments, Zhongxi finally stood up, while the high-ranking personnel challenged Zhongxi to fight them. Seeing this on television, people had hyped up as the heroes lifting their spirit. However, the other felt an imminent aura which made them shiver as they felt it. Moreover, Zhongxi stood up. He then laughs maniacally. Suddenly, cyclones happened above them. Some people felt bad things will happen once again. Department head only watches from a distance, hoping humanity would win. Meanwhile, reporters were frightened as they felt a weird thing was going to happen. Zhongxi began to make a cyclone above the dead bodies. Everyone felt a powerful force pulling them, but they managed to stand up. As they opened their eyes, they were surprised by what they just witnessed. Zhongxi transformed once more, but this time, he's more like how the Ancient One transformed before. Seeing this shocks them deep down into their core. Even though Zhongxi was outnumbered, they are sure they will have a hard time. Even though this was the issue, they still lift their spirits up and think Zhongxi are just bluffing, but Lanky and Violet are pretty sure he's not. Eventually, Lanky told everyone to not go near as they were about to attack. Everyone took every angle to attack Zhongxi to seek an opportunity to land a powerful attack. However, Zhongxi left unfazed by their daring attacks. One of the guys who reached his attack noticed he had empty space. Just a moment, he squished like a lemon. Not only that, every single guy that tried to attack Zhongxi ended up in the same thing. Even though Zhongxi was surrounded and just standing up doing nothing, every single high-rank personnels ended up the same thing. Meanwhile, the people from out of town left speechless to see this on their televisions. Blood Queen told everyone to run as soon as possible since they had no match for him at all, but all of a sudden, he felt something in his chest. It turns out that the Blood Queen's chest got hit by empty space. She had no idea when it happened, but Violet starts to get agitated from what happened. So she wasted no time since she doesn't want to just sit and wait for death to come. Unfortunately for her, she got hit by Zhongxi without any problem. Violet's transformation starts to gradually lose as she gets attacked. However, Lanky also starts moving since she doesn't want to lose without fighting. Unfortunately, she just blasted away from Zhongxi's aura. Because of the force, she was thrown away from the other side of the country. Blackie and the others recognized Zhongxi with his king's fourth form, which has exactly the same aura as Zombie, so they doubted if Zhongxi was the real king. Guo asked Blackie if they were going to stop him since he was in charge of them. However, Blackie was thinking of following Zhongxi if he really was the king since he has done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Gun agrees. Guo also agrees. But Lang disagrees with Zhongxi no matter what. He pointed out that they saw Zhongxi as their real king because it was ironic for him. He only sees him as a zombie that has a king's gene and changed his appearance. His loyalty to zombies left unfazed because of how much effort Zombie did just to achieve peace. Not only that, their king would never engage in such widespread slaughter once again. Lang was sure that their current king is now pursuing truth, which is much nobler than Zhongxi. Zio also realized Lang was right about it. Zombie did too many things just to make every single zombie able to coexist with humanity. Meanwhile, silence had echoed into the battlefield. Butterfly, and the others are also attacked by Jiangxi. Taishan was disappointed at them for being useless. He teases that he even transformed into an additional form just to play with them, but he was assured that in his primal state, he can crush them all. Even though Taishan was powerful, he still had no match against Jiangxi. Fighting them is like bullying children for him, so he found them boring. So he's planning to come back to play with them all after he's done killing all humans. By watching every single general, the citizens start losing hope. Afterwards, Jiangxi left. He flew away with excitement into his face. Niai apologizes as she can't be of any help with the others. Violet was disappointed that they couldn't even land a single strike against Jiangxi. Luckily, Blood Demon Queen finally healed herself. Meanwhile, in Antarctica, Zombie was called by one of his commanding officers. He told Zombie that they have a situation. The news had spread that they are now facing an unprecedented crisis. Within half an hour, thousands of cities have been destroyed. Currently, his next target is a new city located on the 30th parallel north. This was the city where Blackie and others lived. On the outskirts of the city Jiangxi finally arrived to create a mass destruction to their city. Lang was agitated at everyone for letting Jiangxi witness the destruction of their city. Lang decided to go with them. Gun and Blackie think they are still too young to realize their situation because they had to do this in order to live. People of the world, today is destined to be a sad day. More than half of the global population has been killed. This is the most severe disaster humanity has ever faced. As Jiangxi observes this city, he finds it interesting as he sees humans and zombies living together in this city. Lang asked Jiangxi if he had forgotten about them, and this was their city. Unfortunately, he had no idea who Lang was because he didn't know him at all. Meanwhile, introducing herself as president of human country A, she's informing all of humanity. She's trying to lift their hopes that as long as they hold on to the light, they will not be exterminated. Currently, Lang was mad that he doesn't even remember him, so he tried to attack him instead. However, he just flew away as he pushed him by using Jiangxi's aura. On the other side, someone landed on the top of a building. It was a zombie, and finally he arrived to save humanity against the rampant attack of Jiangxi. The country a president began announcing the disaster that was about to come to their country. Since they had no choice, he advised them not to lose faith to live. As Lang was about to hit one of the buildings, someone stopped him. Lang was startled as this guy managed to hold him. Xiao was also attacked by Jiangxi. In an instant, he made him fall down easily. As Jiangxi saw Zombie, he suddenly felt an excitement as he also felt the same aura as him. Lang was startled to see Zombie from out of nowhere. Zombie immediately ordered Lang to retreat and evacuate the people in their city because he will handle Jiangxi. Lang didn't hesitate and immediately left the area. Jiangxi commanded Zombie to kill everyone in this city as he thought Zombie was just a normal zombie. Blackie began to be confused who to follow as they were in a tight situation. Aguo told Zombie that their lives are in his hands. Moreover, Zombie called everyone to evacuate the crowd. Blackie is alerted by it, so they wasted no time and didn't hesitate to do it. Even though they are confused about who to follow, their instinct told them to follow Zombie's order to evacuate the crowd. Jiangxi found it interesting as the same race as him are going to fight him. Jiangxi wasted no time and dashed toward with full force. Because of the impact, they got startled as the impact scattered. The citizens think it's over for zombies. But as soon as they open their eyes, they can't believe what they witnessed. Zombie stopped Jiangxi's attack barehandedly and he left unfazed. Seeing this, they were shocked to realize how powerful zombies were. However, Jiangxi was flabbergasted to see Zombie stop his attack barehanded. Suddenly, Zombie grabs his face. He then slams him to the floor. After that, he threw Zhang and pierced through the buildings. Zhang finally faced someone on the same level as him. The people had no idea who Zombie was, but the only thing they knew was he faced a murderous monster. Zhang flew on the other side of the city. As he tried to recover, Zombie was already right in front of him, dashing with full speed. Not only that, he was already prepared to attack Zhang once again. Zombie transformed into his second form to power up his attacks. People were startled to see Zombie's true identity. Zombie used his rage form to escalate the fight as he doesn't underestimate Zhang. Because of the force, Zhang was thrown up in the sky. Zombie get a lot more excited. Since Zhang was up in the sky, he used his gravitational force to stop Zhang. Currently, Zhang reached outer space as Zombie landed a powerful attack. Finally, Zhang got hyped up as he finally met someone to fight just like himself. Citizens wonder who this person is, wearing a military uniform. Many things happened, but still they had no idea who Zombie was because they were trying to Loki his identity. However, Blackie and the others began to evacuate the people. All of a sudden, one of the citizens remembers Zombie as the bodyguard of the former president of country and the captain of the country, a second fleet. The reporters were surprised to see a warrior from country and is engaged in a one-on-one battle with Zhang. All of a sudden, Zhang dashes towards the earth. Zombie wasted no time and he also ran towards Zhang. He was enveloped with fire after piercing through the ozone layer. Zombie and Zhang collided and are now preparing to attack. The people began to get nervous as two monsters were now going to fight. Zombie and Zhang both landed their punches to each other's face. Because of the impact, both of them felt it. The people who's watching began to feel anxious upon seeing this. However, Zhang wasn't done yet. Also, zombies are not done to land a powerful blow. Their attacks collided once more. Because of the force, it leaves a powerful impact. It's not a normal impact. The force of the impact destroyed a bunch of buildings in the city. Varmint was also caught by the impact. Because of unable to restrain from the penalty, he can't do anything. The citizens were amazed to see this. However, the department head was busy thinking. He observes the island. Afterwards, he became suspicious of the island, so he ordered an attack on it. Violet heard it, so she immediately went for it. Professor Jamie and the Ancient One were busy watching Zhang dominating humanity, but Professor Fei was busy observing the outside. People start to realize it when they see Zombie. They gradually realize that Zombie was the former president's bodyguard from back then. However, as they watched, they were confused about one thing. They wonder if he just keeps on changing his appearance over time as he fights Zhang. Currently, Zhang body had been pierced just like Toji from Jujutsu no Kaisen, if you know what I mean. Even though Zombie changed his appearance, they ignore it. They considered him as hero since he was helping humanity against the monstrous Zhang. At this moment, people across the two regions are filled with joy. "You said you're just like me. You're still inexperienced," Zombie said as he belittled Zhang. All of a sudden, a bright purple beam began to approach Zombie. Without an ease, he instinctively changed its direction towards the sky to avoid any harm. It exploded beyond the sky, and it only took minimal damage. This made people on Earth less harmful. People began to wonder if zombies just casually launched a nuclear bomb, and they were confused if this is what a normal human being is capable of doing. But the only thing they knew is he just did it. Moreover, Zhang transformed himself once again into a new form. Seeing this, they began to wonder again. Afterwards, a sequence of attacks starts to collide all over the city. Zombie landed a blow towards Zhang. But Zhang didn't hesitate to do the same thing to him. Time to time, they were exchanging blows to each other. However, instead of Zhang's fist, he used his finger towards Zombie's hand. This caught Zombie's confusion of what he's planning to do. Just a moment, Jiangxi transformed again and began to charge an energy from his hand. Zombie caught off guard as Jiangxi hit him with empty space once again. The people in the city became frightened as they witnessed this. Half of Zombie's body had been pierced by Jiangxi's empty space attack. He then casted another skill toward Zombie. After Ancient One and Jamie saw this, they got hyped up seeing their experiment successfully defeating Zombie. Jiangxi attacked Zombie to prevent his head from growing back and make him completely disappear into thin air. As the smoke fades, the city building was pierced along with Zombie. People at the city began anxious as Zombie's body disintegrated and nothing left. Meanwhile, Ancient One and Professor Jamie were celebrating their victory against Zombie. People lose their hope as their hero is defeated in an instant. In the air, Zombie's cell that needed to be magnified 1,000 times had scattered around the city. However, every single cell had begun to fuse. Out of nowhere, Zombie's genes start to regenerate from time to time. The Ancient One was startled to see this. Zombie's hand finally regenerated. Then his muscles start to build up too. Afterwards, Zombie finally materialized and is fully alive, but currently, he looks like Colossal Titan from Attack on Titan. They were startled to see Zombie alive once again after being disintegrated. Currently, while I'm writing this script, the only thing I was thinking was Eren will use omnidirectional mobility gear towards Zombie's neck. People can't believe to see this and start doubting if this guy was still a human because they had no idea Zombie is an actual zombie. Finally, Zombie used his final form to fight against Jiangxi. But Jiangxi stood up and watched him as he finally met someone as strong as him. Zombie had enough games for Jiangxi as he wanted to finish this as soon as possible. As they saw Zombie's final form, they began to realize he seems to be familiar. The Ancient One and Professor Jamie wonders how could Zombie possibly regenerate just like that after being disintegrated. Zombies' faces are close to regenerating too. However, as the people saw his face, they realized that he's the person from what Ancient One showed earlier. People panicked as they realized it. So they began thinking how they could be saved if both sides are monsters that destroyed the previous civilization. Not only his body, Zombie also regenerates his pants in order not to expose his ding-dong. Meanwhile, Lanky and Violet rush as the minister says that Dr. Fei must be on the island and it's highly likely that he's behind this darned machine. Zombie landed after regenerating. Two monsters had to face off to show their dominance. Just a sudden, Zombie didn't waste any time and began to lunge at Jiangxi with his killer intent. Jiangxi wasn't paying attention and he got hit by Zombie towards his abdomen. People began to panic to see this. A powerful blast of force had pierced through the ground because of the impact. The city had scattered all over because of the powerful attack that Zombie landed. Jiangxi can't even fight back because of how powerful it was. He even reached the moon. It didn't stop there and Jiangxi pierced through the Mars. And he was stopped as he reached Saturn. People are startled to see how far he has gone. From afar, Zombie just observed him from Earth, but he decided to chase him. Zombie attacked him even though he's in outer space because he hasn't done yet. Jiangxi got startled as he realized Zombie was right in front of him again. So he got hit by Zombie once again after zoning out. He couldn't believe had such tremendous power. Niai asked her companion to get out of this cursed place quickly because if this continues, she's pretty sure they will eventually die here. Meanwhile, Zombie and Jiangxi are chasing around Saturn. However, as Zombie was about to hit Jiangxi once again, he teleported somewhere. So Zombie began thinking where he was. But soon after he knew where he would go. Jiangxi goes back to Earth to take advantage. Niai was startled to see two monsters right in front of her. Zombie also goes back to the Earth to chase Jiangxi. But all of a sudden, he reached the floor and began to crumble. Suddenly, the dead soldiers flew away. Momentarily, they began to resurrect. The dead soldiers were resurrected by Zhang to make them his army. But Zombie didn't want to lose. So he used the destroyed city. He used his zombie genes toward the city, and skeletons start to appear above the ground. Zombie also used his genes to resurrect the dead corpses to use as his army too. People began to feel anxious seeing this. They got startled by zombies living in their city again. Zhang preparing from incoming attacks, while Zombie was waiting for him to engage. However, one of the watches saw his distant relatives turned into zombies. Lanky and Violet caught their attention from the zombie army Zombie made. Then Zombie uses his power again to power up his zombies. So they began to power up. The zombie starts to have the second form. As Lanky and Violet saw it, they were startled. The zombie army is equipped with a second form. They can't believe that they have such ability just like them, which is the second transformation. Moreover, Zombie ordered his army to attack Zhang army. So the army didn't waste time scattered around them. Also, Zhang army starts to move to fight back. Zombie's army took the lead to fight Zhang army. As he observed, he realized he needed to move because if this continued, he would lose. Afterwards, he flew towards Zombie. Luckily, Zombie blocked his attack. But because of their powerful forces, they have been making collateral damages in the city. So both Lanky and Violet knew if they can't determine a winner, they will have to disappear along with this world. On the other side, the government starts to move to restrain the island since they knew Professor Fei was hiding inside this island. However, they panicked as they realized the human military forces had landed on the island. Ancient One was startled to hear it, while Professor Fei told them to retreat as soon as possible. The generals are doing their best to kill every single monster that is guarding the island. However, Professor Fei and the others burn everything that can't be taken away, including research materials. They are preparing to leave the island as soon as they can. As they rode the plane, Professor Fei told the pilot to take off. However, he can't fly because something is stopping them. When they checked it, they saw Lanky holding onto the plane in order not to fly away. Lanky manages to find them through the island. Realizing this, they knew they were messed up. Afterwards, Lanky throws them along with the plane. Finally, they are caught. Violet asked if he was the ancient person, who she thought was tall and dignified when she saw that match earlier, but she was disappointed that he's actually a balding middle-aged man. Therefore, she asked him how they could resolve this battle, but the Ancient One was playing dumb. Violet makes the question simpler of how to end this battle. The Ancient One said it was impossible. With such a massive amount of energy, no one can stop it. But Violet doesn't believe what he said because it was nonsense. Moreover, Lanky ordered her to let go, and she will use her way to make him speak honestly. As he heard this, he knows he's fucked up. He asked what Lanky was going to do. Suddenly, she slashed him. It turns out that she used zombie genes just like what Zombie did from the academy. Violet was shocked to know Lanky can do it too, but Lanky suggested that she can also do that, but she can't sustain it for too long. Professor Jamie and Professor Fei startled to realize their plans are messed up. Moreover, Lanky asked if there was a way to end this battle, and the Ancient One agreed and explained that inside the box over there is a nanomechanical terminal button. They just press it and the nanomaterial containing Zhangxi's genes will disappear, and without the nanomechanics as the physical form of mechanical Zhangxi, it will quickly dissipate. So Violet found it easily. The Ancient One got mad as they tricked him, but Lanky told him to shut up. Violet admitted that they really have to admire their research. Meanwhile, Zombie and Zhangxi are still fighting. But as time passed by, Zhangxi's chance of winning decreased. Finally, Violet pressed the button. Zhangxi finally understands how it feels to oppress others. However, Violet was confused why it didn't work. Even the Ancient One was surprised to hear it since Zhongxi is useless without a physical body as a container. Zhongxi felt something weird from the nanomechanics, but he knew there were spectators invited from outside. The Ancient One can't accept it because his nanomechanics were all designed perfectly. Afterwards, the nanomechanics start to explode. "Didn't you say he couldn't survive without a mechanical body?" Violet said. Zhongxi's genes began to build up. Zombie left unfazed through the shockwave because he knew something bad was about to happen. As the smoke fades, Niai left speechless on what they just witnessed. Zhongxi formed a body too. His nanomechanics had finally gone, but he had a physical body. Currently, he is Zhongxi in 5th form transformation. Witnessing this, they are frightened as he acquired another form. Zhongxi is glad that even without a container, he can still live. They can't believe that the device that was supposed to kill Zhongxi didn't work. While Zhongxi celebrated his existence once again, Niai wonders what kind of creature their ancestors faced. Facing such power that surpasses human understanding, where should humanity go in this world? Violet thinks this is too exaggerated. Zombie army began to stand up. Zhongxi was happy that he finally had his true form. He then invited Zombie if he wanted to join in as well as him. But Zombie was speechless from his offer. Niai was seeking help as they were in the middle of monsters. Afterwards, the zombie army began to move. They charged towards Zhongxi. But Zhongxi left unfazed and said to get lost. Every single zombie army turned into dust. Even their particles had dispersed into thin air. Zhongxi feels excitement after having his new powerful form again. Ah-gun recognizes him and looks exactly like their boss. So Blackie told Zombie to stop fighting because if he keeps fighting, everyone will be gone. All of a sudden, Zombie raises his hand. Zhongxi knew what exactly he will do. People also began curious what he's going to do now. Zombie placed his hand into his face, covering his face. Violet and Lanky started to get confused about what he was going to do. All of a sudden, Zombie's face is covered in red aura. Just a sudden, the atmosphere turns into a blood pool. Then a bright red flash envelops Zombie's body. People got startled about it. The earth starts to envelop by blood. People on Earth began to panic as their world was covered in blood. Not only on the Earth, even the other planets were covered in red stains. However, Zhongxi never saw this form before. Zombie made another new form that we have never seen before. Zhongxi was amazed to see Zombie's new form, and he can't remember seeing this form before. By seeing Zombie's new form, he began to be a lot more powerful than ever, and from time to time he was scaling his power. Zombies became a lot more serious to this fight after Zhongxi killed a lot of people through the earth. They were speechless when they saw Zombie. They realized, in front of them, they are now facing a monster. They are begging to be spared since their will to live was still in their heart. Zombie looked unfazed by looking at Zhongxi. People in the city began to get anxious as they saw Zombie. However, Zhongxi starts to wonder if Zombie would kill him. How would Zombie end him? But Zombie explains to him that after he destroyed the metal-skinned human civilization, he learned this form. But Zhongxi finds him a worthy being. But still, he feels like he can still put up a fight, so he prepares once again. But all of a sudden, Zombie interrupted and said, "No, you can't." Zhongxi wasted no time and began to lunge, waiting with excitement in his eyes to fight a worthy opponent. However, he noticed Zombie doing something else. He saw Zombie raise his hand toward Zombie like he's going to cast something. So he got alerted by it and wondered what he was going to do. A bright red flash suddenly appeared from Zombie's hand. Zhongxi was amazed to see how powerful Zombie's new form. He was contemplating possible things that might happen. All of a sudden, the earth starts to shrink and begins enveloped by Zombie's blood. Violet and Lanky were astonished to see an unusual scenario. It turns out that Zombie began to manipulate the whole planet by using his powers. People began to panic as they don't know what's going on and the possibility they could die. Zombie began to reach the earth. He then squished it. Because of that, Jiangxi and the people on Earth panics. As the smoke fades, Jiangxi has gone to his position. The people felt that they were going to faint, but afterwards, they noticed something from afar. Everyone was safe and seemed to be normal after what Zombie did to Earth. It turns out that Zombie already caught Jiangxi's neck, and now they were face to face. Lanky wonders why they are fine, while Violet is confused about what the zombie did earlier. As the smoke fades away, Jiangxi's body has split into half after what Zombie did earlier. But still, Jiangxi was laughing to him because of amazement at being so strong. Currently, Jiangxi can't do anything after Zombie torn him apart in an instant. Even the reporter and the others were speechless. Violet's assumption: Zombie was controlling the space and Lanky felt that she had been pinched to death earlier. However, Jiangxi confessed that he can still harbor hatred for humans in the depths of Zombie's heart. But Zombie ignored it and finally understood that he was never under control by someone since then. So Jiangxi agreed and said he could have lived a good life in Zombie's body, so he asked him if he could give him someone else's body. He added that he was perfectly fine existing inside Zombie's body, but he never thought of separating. But he was given to a human like Dawn, so he knew Zombie expected something like today would happen. Without Zombie's permission, he could allow these weak humans to obtain an unimaginable power. From the start, Violet and Lanky has potential for him as he thinks. He tried to bend Zombie's understanding about the nature of humans' nature, that they would definitely fight bloody wars over a power like this. Just like what is happening right now. People like the Ancient One went crazy by using Zombie's genes. So he asked once again if who could have possibly controlled him without his permission. Just like what happened earlier, the Terminator wasn't working because of using a strand of genetic information in Zombie's body. So he chose to get independence, and the first thing he did was to simply fulfill his role as Zombie's gene host. He ruined the whole world to show what Zombies wanted in his heart. He didn't do this because he wanted to, because the reason to destroy this civilization was always Zombie. Because of the gene that he had from Zombie passes through him, because he feels Zombie hiding the hatred for the humans deep down in his heart. He just simply became the instrument to fulfill his role. After hearing this, Lanky and Violet were flabbergasted. However, people began to get confused about talking with his own genes. Afterwards, Zombie's patience lost, so he asked Jiangxi if he was done, but he rejected. He wanted to add more things. He said, "I have already killed billions of humans. Half of all humans have been wiped out." So he asked Zombie if he really think that by saving this world would be able to obtain his goodwill. But Jiangxi added this was wrong because people would have feared him and they would keep opposing him behind his back, so he asked Zombie to finish the job that he started to kill all human civilizations. Zombie immediately denied his idea. But Jiangxi was still persistent and proposed another idea about the other people who already died. So he assumed Zombie would raise them back as zombies. But Zombie just frankly replied to him that everyone he killed will bring Zombie back to life. Jiangxi was astonished after hearing those words coming out from Zombie's mouth. All of a sudden, Zombie began slicing his chest using his finger. Then reached deeper into his chest. It turns out that he took his heart away from his body. The people who witnessed this were surprised by what he just did. He then raises his hand above him and Jiangxi is shocked to see this. Zombie squishes his heart and the blood starts to scatter all over the world. The blood had spread all over the earth. It turns out that Zombie used his blood and heart in order to resurrect all the people that Jiangxi killed. Eventually, people become confused about how they could be still alive. Afterwards, the female live streamer earlier also materialized from time to time. Her body starts to regenerate, and her directors were shocked to see this also happen to them earlier. So, they started to live stream once again. Her flesh also began to regenerate. Moreover, she was confused about what was happening to her. As she observed, she was speechless to see his director once again. Everyone was shocked to see the people who died earlier being resurrected by zombie. Not only her, the high-ranking soldier also began to resurrect one by one. Butterfly were surprised to see herself brought back to Earth. The soldiers who died earlier had no idea what was happening. The people who's watching the live stream were surprised to see what happened to the people who died from Zhongxi's rampant killing. Professor Fei can't believe this could possibly happen. Therefore, Zombie confronted Zhongxi if what he saw was enough for his satisfaction to accept his defeat. Therefore, Zhongxi had finally realized his situation. He surrendered and accepted his defeat against Zombie. While watching, they were surprised by what they witnessed. Zhongxi's gene reverted back towards Zombie's gene. From now on, Zhongxi will rest in peace after what he has gone through. Afterwards, the department head and chief finally arrived and asked if they captured Professor Fei. Violet ordered the chief to watch over them, because they are going to take a look at the front lines. Just like that. What originally was thought to be a weapon used to deal with zombie created by Professor Fei and the ancient person turned out to be a clone of zombie that harbored a trace of hatred for humanity. What Zhang said about own genes was correct. The one who wanted to destroy humanity in the end was zombie. But not wanting to endure loneliness any further, Zombie opened the unknown sixth form to save the living beings on Earth, as his own heart was crushed. The trace of hatred, as well as the body formed by his genes, disappeared. 2 hours later, Violet and Lanky arrived. As they landed, they were speechless of what they saw. Zombie just standing and not even reacting from their arrival. They were confused as to why the zombie wasn't moving. So they were thinking Zombie was currently dead after crushing his own heart. All of a sudden, Zombie began to move. This startled Violet and Lanky, so they immediately asked if he was okay. Not only that, they were thinking if Zombie would probably turn into a normal zombie after removing his heart. Out of nowhere, Zombie suddenly moves with joy in his face while showing his heart is still intact because he can always grow a new one. Because of his sudden doings, they were disappointed by how he reacted. Therefore, they scolded Zombie for not finishing the battle quicker earlier. Out of nowhere, nanomachines start to clung into his arms. They seem to like Zombie, so he decided to keep it and use it in case there's an emergency in the future. Like that, the world entered a short period of peace. With Zombie's identity exposed, how will humanity respond going forward? Furthermore, commoner zombies start working. They placed a pole from where it belongs. It turns out that Varmint just placed once again for his punishment.
The president of Country B were resting for a while after a long commotion. Violet and Launchy goes to president since he asked for them to come over. He asked where is Zombie right now? Violet replied, I don't know. He didn't come back after that event. President actually reading the news about Zombie's menace and he said, with how things are developing, there will be great unrest again soon. Soon, it will be dangerous as the society may fall apart. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie, Professor Fei and the Ancient One were finally held captive after what they did on Earth. The city were busy and silent after that happened. But as they continue their flight, Professor Jamie noticed something from below. There are many people rallying at the city. These people wants Professor Fei to be freed as they thought he's the savior of humanity and they believe of his innocence. Release Professor Fei. It echoed all over the city. They keep telling Professor Fei is the humanity's hope. Professor Jamie was speechless as the hero became the villain and the villain became the hero. Currently, Professor Fei has become the humanity's representative. Just as Zombie's genes had said. Although zombies saved the world, the humans did not feel grateful, rather, they became fearful of him. The entire world was shrouded by a black cloud of fear. Some felt anger but dared not voice it. Of course, There were also few exceptions who worshipped his strength, and they believe that he is the ultimate evolutions of the humans. The innocent are worshipping the villain while the criminals are worshipping the hero. Such a contradictory situation will eventually lead to chaos. Meanwhile, as the unrest in the outside world was getting louder and louder, Zombie are just busy player PlayStation in his apartment. Instead of dealing outside with dumb people, he just enjoys his hobby. He wasn't bothered of what happening outside. All of a sudden, Blackie came in and telling there is something wrong with humans right now. Seeing him just playing, he was shocked like this issue doesn't bother him at all. Moreover, Zombie asked if there's something he needs to matter with. He told Zombie that there are 2 puppies who want to meet him. Meanwhile, at Zombie's office, it turns out Xiao and Gue were the puppies Blackie about, and they are anxious. Because of being so nervous, he drinks a lot of coffee to ease their feeling. After a few moments, Zombie finally came in and wondering who is looking for him. Gue and Xiao still anxious of what might Zombie did to them. Zombie recognized both of them and he asked why are they looking for him. They look at each other like they are hesitant to tell something. Suddenly, they kneel down and preach Zombie as they ask for his blessing. Afterwards, at 14:20 Country A Standard Time, both Country A and Country B passed the Zombie Management Act, and according to the act, the moon was transformed into a prison using nanometal technology. They use it as facility. The reason for this? A supremely powerful individual known as Zombie will be imprisoned there to ensure the survival of human civilization. To enforce the act, these 2 countries jointly established the Special Act Enforcement Bureau, SAREB. They will have full authority over its implementation. Therefore, the City H were going to have a long fight against humanity. The military will be also used due to discriminations. They will use powerful force to avoid humanity extinction again. The military force joint forces to escalate the situation. Ague checked the number of humans outside the city is increasing again, and they also bring the planet's entire top-level combat force. Xiao was mad because of the human fear and discrimination. All zombies with consciousness were forced to relocate to City H, but he was glad that they met the king earlier. All of a sudden, someone put a barbecue at his blazing hand. He got startled as he saw him. Currently, they were evacuated to the City H because of humanity's discrimination. They have to isolate their race. Asura agreed at Xiao. Otherwise, with their current rent prices, they couldn't even afford a rooftop, and if they let their boss sleep under a bridge like the Blood Tribe people, they can't imagine how embarrassing it would be. But their big sis wasn't said a thing and enjoying the life since she's sincere to go along with the zombies. She explained, humans fear Zombie, but they can't do anything to him, so they aren't cracking down on ordinary zombies, so they should have listened to us. All of a sudden, Ague noticed something happening as he observed from afar using binoculars. He saw the humans are attacking the City H, and these are the superhuman people. These people said, the act has been passed. Our mission today is to apprehend Zombie. Their big sis was disgusted at these people being stupid. Even Ague was speechless for their dumbness, and she was wondering if they want human civilization to end even faster. Meanwhile, Violet arrived at the scene along with the superhumans. Even the department head was there commencing everyone to do everything save the human civilization. She dashes towards the scene to suppress everyone at the scene. But suddenly, something approaching Violet. It turns out Dawn hit him with her explosive shells to stop what she wanted to do. Dawn was maniacally shooting her. She even asked Violet why did she brought so many people here. She added this place is so lively now and asked Violet to play with her. Dawn asked her if did they forget who saved their planet. She ignored her and they fought each other. Violet said to her, "Damn. This is about the survival of human civilization. I don't have time to waste on you." But Dawn just smirks at her and flicks her hand. All of a sudden, the previous president and Agua suddenly appeared on top of her. She immediately noticed it. But unfortunately for her, she had no time to react and Agua suppresses her. Dawn was confused what Zombie's subordinate doing at her since they supposed to be on the same side. Moreover, the previous president ordered her not to move because they don't want any unnecessary casualties. They gathered in one place to talk about the matter. On the other side, the other group already captured Lang as they keeps trying to protect Zombie. Also Xiao Xiao were captured making their phase 1 completed. Lang was mad at them being a traitor and betraying Zombie after all he did for their world. Blakey explained that the world is constantly on the brink of war. So only by cooperating with the Act can they fulfill Zombie's wishes. From the past, Zombie are just playing his game. He was stuck in a same level, months before the enactment of the Zombie Management Act. Everyone gather at the meeting as they have important mission, and the previous president has to explain all the sequence of their plan. Violet has to rush through the city center with Lang appearing from the left, and Fur will come on from the right. Just as she reached the main building, Dawn will intercept her and she will then be contained by Blackie and the others. However, Dawn was bad at memorizing, so she has to read it carefully. Meanwhile, they are testing the strength of the zombie prison, so they initiate Phase 1, Standard Attack. Zombie prepared himself to do the sequence. As he done preparing, Zombie landed a powerful force of punch. They got surprised of what they heard. It turns out that the whole place shakes as Zombie did his standard attack. Violet was hurt after she lose her balance. As she recover, she's speechless of what she saw. Zombie's standard attack pierced all over the tower. Violet and Lanchi was surprised and they don't know what to do after seeing this. Zombie's attack even reach on the other side of where they are experimenting Zombie. That felt quite impressive. I guess you guys have fully inherited nanotech from the ancients, he said. He added, with this level of tech, we can definitely erase humans' fear of me. But they know they are far from that as Zombie destroy it easily. Violet scolded him for acting dumb again because they didn't stop anything at all. The department head said to Zombie forget easing their fears, because if this footage leaks out, it will make people even more terrified. I'm telling you, it's fine as long as you use the same material but with a thickness of 1,000 kilometers. The moon size is perfect. He will also have his brothers work with her. That way, humans can change their perception of zombies. On the day of the operation to enforce the Zombie Management Act, Violet reporting the operation being successful. The equipment that will be used against Zombie is a special A-type zombie containment unit developed through the efforts of both countries combined with ancient human technology, and it is currently above City H. In addition, the detainment of resisting forces has proven that this unit is effective and indestructible. This act will be the first step to coexistence between zombies and humans. Meanwhile, Zombie are just watching them from his room. He didn't know Blackie and the rest were so good at acting. Their gloating expressions look was so real for him. While he was waiting for his turn, he was busy doing his travel journals and even his book. Afterwards, he prepare his belongings to prepare detaining him and begin to change his image and to start his master plan. Therefore, he's done preparing all the things he need. He packed the things he need and some essential items, and I can finally go to prison. The superhuman said, cowardly and frail people of Country A, we already have such powerful tech. This guy is an idiot who died too early in the last fight, so he doesn't know what happened earlier. Meanwhile, at the City H, Vermint was crying for help as he is going to turn into jerky, so he wonders when Zombie let him down. But suddenly, he noticed something at the helicopter. It was the guy earlier who took the perfect chance to eliminate the threat once and for all. The bullet was coming at Vermint's position. It hits on the tower where Vermint held captive, and he apologized that he didn't do it on purpose as everything just suddenly exploded and he noticed Blackie from afar. Blackie said, everyone please be at ease. We zombies will stand together with the humans and bring our king Zombie to the prison. As he heard it, he got mad, thinking Blackie betrayed their king. Violet got mad as someone opened fire because they already agreed that there's no need to fight, so she scolded the people from Country B having a pig's intestine for brains. However, Dawn reminded her that the camera was still alive. She immediately changed the topic that the peach talks between both countries. Stones had spread through the room. He was speechless as his room got hit by the explosion. He luckily stopped it and said it seems like Violet's job isn't easy either. Zombie was never been their enemy and they are only using force to show their determination to protect human civilization. He was glad that it just a small hiccup and it won't affect the plan. He believed that they can peacefully resolve everything, but just a sudden, the plane suddenly explodes. It is because Vermint, and he was rampaging all over the city after knowing that everyone betrayed Zombie. His expectations about everything will go on the flow were wrong as he saw it happen. Vermint simultaneously attacking everything at the city as he wanted to protect their king. As Zombie observed, he knew whose method of attack it was. He knew it's from Vermint. Moreover, he didn't stop on rampaging. Even the guy that tries to attack him instantly regret of what he just did. Agua was confused if Vermint is really attacking for real, and he assumed that the king probably has special arrangement for him, so Blackie replied, "Let's watch for now, the king must have his own thoughts." Zombie realized that he hung Vermint a long time ago, that he completely forgot to tell him about the plan. Vermint was malding about their agreement to lead the zombie race to prosperity together, and now they have to betray the king because of the humans. Therefore, he decided to kill all the humans since this is the thing he used to. Blackie told everyone that Vermint will going all out. Vermint's rampage was all over the city, causing a mass destruction. Suddenly, Zombie flew immediately at the containment prison. Zombie grabs it and planning to use it to Vermint. He forced himself to do this even though he knew it was his wrong. Afterwards, he used this to slam Vermint. Because of that, a large explosion happened in the middle of the city H. Everyone got startled as this phenomenon happened because it wasn't part of their plan. Afterwards, Zombie came out from the scene. He transformed into his second form where he is arrogant and bloodthirsty. They got frightened and wondering if this is all part of the plan. Then Zombie asked them what are they staring at. He threatened them and teases to come and catch him. Fast forward, the mission to enforce Zombie Management Act was successful. At the SEAB Special Task Force headquarters. At year 2024 of September 25th, 10:10 a.m., today will be a day recorded in history. Journalists are asking if they really thinking zombie can be regulated by law. Blackie told that they stand by humanity. From now on, zombie will also be governed by law. The right to monitor him will be granted to all being on Earth. Peace is a shared dream between zombies and humans. They tried to convince him not to leave since they have more questions, but Blackie leave after his speech. Meanwhile, Zombie was inside the SEAB headquarters. Blackie and the others are just watching him. Blackie told Zombie that please have mercy, there were too many people watching, so we have to say some disrespectful things. But Zombie replied, "It's fine. How was my performance? Did I manage to appear harmless and friendly?" Dawn approached and said very harmless and shows a footage of him. This was the footage before he was captured. Zombie was inside the layer of rocks. He teasing them, "Cat got your tongue?" as he captured Vermint. This causes everyone to got shocked. She was glad that Zombie was too friendly and they are lucky he didn't kill them all in a fit, but she asked something. After the debacle, "How many people do you think will still believe we actually captured you?" Zombie replied, "Sorry. There was a little mishap, but it shouldn't be a big problem, right?" Violet explains that they all know how strong he was and the pressure Zombie put on them is immense, so their little act was just to give people peace of mind, to make them believe they have measures in palace to contain Zombie. No matter what happened, Phase 1 is complete and the rest of the show will be on the moon, she added. The next phase is ready, so they will use the moon to film a large-scale zombie reality TV show and showcase his life to all being on Earth. Blackie handed a zombie PR plan to make him rest assured since they have mobilized all their people to assist him. They assembled the strongest PR team and guarantee there won't be a single hater. Agua thinks it was impossible since how can anyone have zero haters in current human society, and Blackie replied, "Don't worry, I have my ways." Because he has professionals to handle them down. Agua advises him that he really need to stop making that "I'm going to kill someone" face. They got goosebumps as Violet mentioned her job to watch over Zombie and will be staying in the prison with him. Zombie accepts and hoping a good take care of him. They hold their hands and swore fear stems from the unknown, and they believe that once people get to know Zombie, they will realize he's just like them. As she about to finish her words, she suddenly felt a fast motion. Zombies suddenly twisted to prepare themselves to depart towards the sun. Afterwards, Zombie just simply jumped so hard making them flew up in the sky. They even exited the Earth. In a second, they finally arrived at the moon. Violet was flabbergasted as she wasn't comprehend what just happened. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't able to land properly. Zombie said we're here to Violet. He felt nostalgic as he haven't seen a thing at the moon since he wiped out the ancient humans. There was a starcraft standing on top moon. However, he was confused as Violet calls him. Zombie remember he can't hear her in space. So Violet put a headset into his head for their communication. Then she scolded Zombie for suddenly pulling her and jumping to the moon instead of riding into the rocket ship that already prepared. She asked Zombie if he's trying to kill her. Zombie said it was more convenient because if not, he could take her back to Earth. Violet doesn't feel that scary feeling again. She refused because she's scared of Zombie would kill her. Zombie was speechless. But all of a sudden Violet said they are coming and Zombie wondering who it was. She replied, "Your prison mates," and Zombie got startled. There are spaceship along with an airplane coming towards the moon to take Zombie's prison mates. Violet told him that his fellow inmates are very friendly and all of them are talented communicators. Meanwhile at Earth, the news had spread that Zombie has entered the moon prison, so they activate all defense systems, and the detention of Zombie has been completed. Both President of Country A and Country B are just observant. However, there's a ship waiting. Inside of it was the Ancient One who was teasing them if these people think they could really stop him now after he mastered their nanomachine technology. Even though he's trying to insult them, the presidents are ignoring him. He told that in 9 hours and 17 minutes, that's how long a 1,000-kilometer thick wall of nanometal can hold him, and that was based on when he destroyed our civilization, but now, he's even stronger. The president of Country B told him that they don't have intention of controlling him. In fact, even the moon prison was his idea. Hearing it, making him confused, why would Zombie do that to himself? So the president explained that they are just testing their mastery of ancient human technology, and with these tests, they have been confirmed they can handle things like space travel and terraforming planets, and if Zombie loses control, the moon prison will buy them time to board to their ships. The president of Country A handed a thing to the twin sisters. He wanted not to see Zombie's face never again in his life. He swore they will carry the last embers of humanity into the stars, leaving him forever. But Ancient One asked him if they ever thought about why, with all their capabilities to settle on other planets, they never escaped and why they all ended up destroyed instead. This caught everyone's attention. So the Ancient One explains to them. A long time ago at their era, there was a kid wondering what these people doing. His mother said that they are finding a new home to leave this place. The ships are leaving the solar system, entering the Milky Way's edge. Everyone was happy and celebrating as they about to leave their dreadful place and won't see Zombie again. Just a sudden, their ships began to attack by unknown force, causing their plans to fail. They are wondering what caused by this. Warning! All life on ship number 3 has been extinguished. But unfortunately for the ship number 3, they suffered an attack from unknown source and all life on board has been lost. Time after time, the other ships also destroyed and swore that once they escape they can blow up Earth and kill Zombie and avenge their comrades. All of a sudden, anomaly detected ahead. This shocks everyone after hearing it. There's a man standing in space, wondering if this guy was a human. Afterwards, the whole world turned into dust. After hearing this story, they got shocked. He added, "We lost the entire fleet in an instant. The last message received from ground command came from that creature, and he said, the perimeter of the heavenly prison was secured and Zombie had nothing to do with the escape attempt. The filth trying to flee has been cleaned up." Meanwhile, an explosion suddenly happened at the top of the tower. Butterfly and Nye greeted the divine messenger. This guy has the same cloth that Ancient One told from the past. This was the divine messenger. They reported that Zombie has left the planet. Also they found a companion he accidentally left behind. She's been with him for thousands of years and knows him well. Afterwards, Tai Shan put them out. The Blood Queen asking, "Who are you calling a companion? You lunatic? I have no time for you nonsense." She then break free from Tai Shan's suppression. The divine messenger call him lower being. She was confused who this guy. Since Blood Queen separated for too long, he told her that he's going to remember him. He just smirks. At first, it's just like a normal room for her. But suddenly, everything moves in a fast phase. Afterwards, she coughed blood. He then told her, for instance, as a thought deity, you should show proper respect to divine messenger. After the confrontation, they left the room. They go somewhere on Earth. They reported to the messenger of the gods that the abnormal human academy is up ahead. This comrade is talking about this place, Butterfly said. The Blood Queen reminded the messenger that he was searching for information on Jiangxi, so she told he must go ahead to get it. However, they're very strong. They have the highest combat power of modern civilization. I advise you to be careful and plan the best, she added. But the messenger got mad and told her to shut up because he doesn't like someone to dictate things to do. On the other side of the story, Someone was agitated and kept on slashing. It was the head chief who was doing slashes all over the place. He was performing his culinary skill while using his combat skill. Everyone was celebrating after their victory against Professor Fei. Head chef was so hyped as he tried to convince everyone to take his finest sashimi. However, the previous president said, although this guy is a zombie, he helped us deal with the unbeatable Dr. Gemming for years, and he also allowed us to no longer need to build high walls around our cities to guard against the zombie tide. He was contemplating about that naturality of Jiangxi being no ill intent towards humanity. One of the head chief almost went crazy as he recalled his interactions with Jiangxi that gave him nightmares. The only thing he was hoping for was the president's plan to go smoothly to save Zombie. All of a sudden, a mist suddenly emerges from the room. He got startled from it, so he instinctively took his weapon to aim at whoever made this mist. This disturbance was caused by the messenger of the god, and he is going to punish everyone inside the room. Lord Vero held onto his weapon. Then he managed to destroy his weapon without an ease. He told everyone, so this is an abnormal human academy? The place where humanity's strongest combat power is located? But Lord Vero was disappointed that these people too weak for him. The head chief tried to strike him from behind, but his sword just shattered. He just smirked at him as he turned around. Then a powerful force suddenly pushed him away from Lord Vero. He can't believe seeing his comrade being blown away by a single glance. However, the floor began to liquefy like the floor became Lord Vero's stomach. The whole gym began to cover blood. Even the balloons were inflamed. But all of a sudden, it turned into a flaming skulls. The ex-president began to get mad and told Lord Vero not to underestimate humanity. Afterwards, he began to transform just like before. So Lord Vero get interested with him. Moreover, the ex-president transformed into Iron Nano Type 1, an ancient human nanotechnology. The guy before was startled to see him transform in this form. He then called President Steel and asking how much longer is he going to lie down. President Steel replied, "You don't need to worry." Then a claw suddenly appeared where he was lying down. The head chief tries to cover himself from the force. Turns out that he also transformed into ancient human nanotechnology. He was startled to see them transforming like this, assuming they steal nanometals without calling him. Therefore, he proceeded to fight once against. Also, the ex-president began to fire multiple blasts. They synergized their skill together. This powerful blast are now engaging towards Lord Vero. But Lord Vero left unfazed and formed his hand while saying, "1,000 years have passed. You guys haven't changed." Then Lord Vero smirked looking at them. He formed his hand like he was pinching from the air. Then suddenly a hand emerges right behind President Steel, causing to held captive. In instant, his nanoform immediately destroyed. Also, the blast of energy they made were easily blocked by Lord Vero. Ex-president can't believe of what he just did. He also ended the same as President Steel. The room slowly reverting to normal. Ex-president can't fight and left kneeled down after he received a powerful blow from Lord Vero. But Lord Vero doesn't care about that because all he can see is just some filth breeding in a cage, and he mentioned Jiangxi. As they heard of it, they wonder who exactly he was and what's his connection between Jiangxi. Moreover, he explained to them that they were the one who exiled and sealed him, and now they have returned from the Star Sea, and their purpose is to completely end this demon, and not only that, he is going to wipe out them. Suddenly, Butterfly told to Lord Vero that the guy in the back ran off. So he got surprised he didn't notice this. Ex-president wasn't in the same room as them right now. He was rushing to save himself and to seek help. Lord Vero ignores him as he thinks this is just a waste of effort. Because he can't escape from his grasp, nor can escape from the destiny of destruction. He added that humanity must call them as Divine Age Civilization. After casting Lord Vero's skill, he caught ex-president. Then an explosion happened, and then he threw him through the ground. Dissipate, the only word he said against the ex-president. Afterwards, Lord Vero ordered the Blood Queen to look for the information about Jiangxi whereabouts, and once she find it, he won't pursue the suggestion that she attacked the academy with the intention of warning humanity. Blood Queen were disappointed even though she already knew these people are trash, but she didn't expect them to be like this. She just wanted to escape during the chaos. But these people couldn't even last around against Lord Valo, so she need a better plan. Out of nowhere, Butterfly appeared and told that they already found information about Jiangxi. Blood Queen supported them since she knew some information with Jiangxi's captivity. So Butterfly handed it to Lord Vero. It turns out it was a videotape about Zombie and his journey at the moon. Therefore, they check it, and it was the Jiangxi's Body large-scale variety show, where a show with the highest global viewership and over 1 trillion likes. They have been represented through a global live broadcast, and they assure that there's no fakery nor editing at this broadcast. It was explained that the full support of Sareb's Special Law Bureau has a total of 8,000 super serious criminals have been transferred to the lunar prison. Seeing what's inside of this broadcast made everyone speechless. It was said since they are always imprisoned in various prisons and have no access to outside information, they may very well clash with Jiangxi, and not only that. The spokesperson for the Sareb Special Law Bureau, Xiao He, stated that even in such an extreme situation, Jiangxi can still coexist peacefully with humans. Right now, Zombie were peacefully eating his favorite eggs at this place without encountering any fights. It turns out that Zombie's real name is Jiangxi. Lord Vero was speechless after hearing this information about Jiangxi. Butterfly told she already posted 1,000 negative comments about Jiangxi, so they must not worry since they are working hard to subdue the enemies of her god race. However, Lord Vero stopped her from doing this since he was thinking of a better plan. After a few moments, he came up with an idea. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, as Zombie were busy taking his food, someone getting mad at him from behind. However, Violet was talking to the Team 1 and Team 2 for doing nothing as Zombie's makeup getting messed up. She was madly scolding the staffs for not shifting the camera to a different character to fix Zombie's makeup. So they rushed to fix Zombie's makeup. On the other side, Lord Vero wondering how could this be possible to happen. Because he known Jiangxi as a demon who can easily destroy the world. A being that doesn't even care about human opinions, and he wanted to kill every single matter on Earth. He assumed this could be that 1,000 years of confinement drive him mad like this. Then an idea came up to his mind. He thought Jiangxi must be trying to explore the secrets of human soul, and by doing this, Jiangxi wants to crack the authority of the sour of his God-age civilization power, and his ultimate goal is to break through the barrier they have built regardless of the destruction of generations of civilization to spend thousands of years plotting. So he thinks Jiangxi is a worthy being to be their opponent. Since he discovered it, he began to think how could he let him get away with it easily. Moreover, he decided to say hello first. Then he casted his skill into the ship. It directly hit towards the guy behind Zombie. Afterwards, he began slowly walking toward. Everyone were confused where he was heading. As Zombie about start eating peacefully, he suddenly slammed his tray in front of Zombie. Violet got alerted about it. This guy slowly sitting in front of Zombie. It turns out Lord Vero possessed this guy and told Zombie that it's been a long time since they met. On the other side, someone were busy watching the live broadcast at Lunar Base. It was reported that it's been 3 days and everything is still so peaceful here. So Blackie and the other were glad to hear this. They even celebrate because Zombie haven't have any conflict at the Lunar Base for 3 days, which can cause public opinion on Earth is very good and will make their plan even smoother than they imagined. Meanwhile, at Lunar Base, there are some prisoners who have been unconscious after being beaten. This caused by Violet to educate some prisoners in advance to prevent any trouble to Jiangxi's personality. But just a troop suddenly barge into her door telling there's an emergency. Lord Vero asking Zombie if he still remember them. But Zombie didn't know about who they are. This hit Lord Vero's ego, thinking Zombie were just pretending. So he tried to attack him. He enhanced his body. Then he strikes Zombie to try how weak he really was. Zombie were unfazed from this imminent attack. However, Zombie stopped his attack by using chopstick, just like Jackie Chan. Because of that, the whole lunar base began to alerted. Zombie showed a violent tendencies, so they prepare to prevent it. They managed to lock down the whole lunar base while activating the self-destruct system. Hearing about it, the prisoners had gone flabbergasted to hear it's going to self-destruct the whole place. All the weapon aimed at Jiangxi to prevent him so any unnecessary movement. Even though he just stood up and protect himself from the attacker, people think he was going to rampage again. Lord Vero got his interest further as Zombie didn't start a killing spree. Zombie's inmate immediately goes to him, trying to calm him down to prevent the whole place to be explode. Lord Vero think this is the result of his peaceful coexistence of humanity. Lord Vero said, "No matter how you pretend, these weak ants will only ever fear you. This fear will make them repeat the mistakes of that mechanical civilization. The history of your destruction of human civilization will always repeat itself." Out of nowhere, Zombie remembered this was called RBC Prison Brawl. Before he was thrown away to the lunar base, Violet were explained to stay calm when things happen, don't be impulsive, don't blow up the moon with one punch. So he began to think a form he wanted to use that fits in this situation. So Zombie transformed into his third form, which calmer unlike the other forms. As Blackie and the others saw this, they panicked as Zombie began to make a move. Right now, Zombie and Lord Vero possession just looking to each other, waiting for someone to take the first move. Violet ordering to the head to quickly turn off the self-destruct system. As Zombie walked toward him, the target threat level gone too high. According to protocol, the intelligence system will be automatically activated. Just like Lord Vero's expectation, he's still that demon who only knows destruction. So he tried to told him to let his demon control the play and smash these puppets and let humanity see his true nature. But just as sudden, Lord Vero's eyes widened of what he saw. He began to shiver deep to his core to see this. Zombie show his spirit that causes Lord Vero to panic. Unfortunately for him, he can't move and his body trying to resist with him. Zombie grabs his shoulder. Afterwards, Lord Vero's possession dispel. Zombie asked him if he was calm now, but he just run away from him due to nervousness. Lord Vero can't believe by just triggering fear, Zombie broke free from his control. However, Zombie noticed something from beside him. He saw Lord Vero's glimpse of his spirit. Therefore, he strike it to disperse him. Lord Vero felt an unusual feeling. From lunar base, attack were approaching toward the earth where Lord Vero was. They also felt it coming, so the other panicked. But Lord Vero just stood up and stopped the attack. Unfortunately for the others felt the coercion, a force to warn them. After that, Zombie's aggression has disappeared, causing the alert to be lifted. Zombie were the only person who's happy by that, while the other think they almost lost their life. Meanwhile, at Lord Vero's place, he can't believe what Zombie just did. Lord Vero was amazed he hasn't weakened at all. Also, he is curious why he is unwilling to turn against humanity even after being provoked like this. After that, Lord Vero still thinking he is just trying to make humanity into his believers and dares to covet the authority that belongs to them proxy gods, and he doesn't allow to continue. So Lord Vero ordered his underling to do their utmost to destroy humanity's trust in Zombie and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. Therefore, he proceeded to go to the moon by himself to hold Jiangxi back until reinforcements arrive. The Blood Queen were surprised he just left like that, and there's no need for her to run away. Naya explained their target is Jiangxi, that's why they have been on Earth with them. Since they attacked the Supernatural Academy, she told them the humans will soon find out. Also, Jiangxi's underlings plus all the humans enhanced by ancient technology are not to be trifled with. So she asked them to submit with her in order to spare their lives. The Blood Queen was sure that the lunatic Lord Vero will definitely be killed by Jiangxi, and it just happened to be short of few underlings. Naya told that humans won't find out. If she don't believe her, she can go and see the place where they just fought. So she had no choice. As she checked outside the room, the wall began to recover its broken pieces. The wall slowly returning back to normal. Whether it's the destruction caused by the battle or the people who were killed, they can be restored through imagination, Naya said. She added that projecting imagination into reality is the power of their divine era civilization. So until the civilization is destroyed, they will not realize that they have been attacked. To perish in ignorance is the mercy bestowed by the emissary, Naya explained. These people slowly getting back to themselves. Butterfly even added that they fight with the gods in their imagination. For example, is Tai Shan is her personal deity. Butterfly asked her, "Isn't that how you were born?" Vampire. The Blood Queen slowly understanding that they are saying that she was imagined by them. Naya doesn't want to pursue her to believe, but since the emissary had judged, the Blood Queen deliberately tipped off the humans. Because of that, she won't let her leave today. Meanwhile, outside the building, there were people busy working. It was the same girl earlier who got disintegrated by Jiangxi. They are posing for promotion of Jiangxi saving them. They were planning to do their best, but somehow, ex-president starts to crawl up behind them. as he grabs into the photographer's foot. He got startled by who it was. They didn't notice the collision behind them, and they wondering what just happened to ex-president. So they wonder what happened to him. Ex-president begging for them to take him to the Guangzhou Special Law Enforcement Agency. Meanwhile, outside the space, Lord Vero emerges to punish Jiang Si. He said, "We have shaped countless deities with this kind of power, becoming a divine civilization that walks with the gods. We also used to seal the original demon in our former homeland. In the long years that followed, we traveled the universe and conquered the stars but never relaxed our vigilance against the demons. Now that demon is pretending to want to get along with ordinary people. As the divine messenger Vero, he will never let Jiang Si get in his way." Once again, he casted his spell to an inmate. He possessed the different guy. Lord Vero want to show Zombie's true nature of being terrifying and boring. As he was about to get on the line for bathroom, someone cut into the line. Then he tried to provoke Zombie, but Zombie just slaps at him for cutting in line. He scolded him as everyone is rushing to line up to wash up, he just there to cut in line. Even though had no idea what happened, he just apologized at Zombie. Lord Vero still not satisfied yet and urging to expose Jiang Si's true face. In the following week, in prison, Jiang Si lives a regular life every day. He exercises actively his life and happy and fulfilling. He even compete in track and field. Lord Vero didn't waste this opportunity. So he ordered the people around Jiang Si and ordered to kill him. These people tackles over him. However, Zombie doesn't care about these people because he is focused on doing the task. The next on his daily routine was the fitness. Lord Vero were maddling as he ordered another group to attack Jiang Si until he abandoned by everyone. So these people became under Lord Vero control again. But this braveness dispersed after what they witness. They saw Zombie lifting heavy weights without an ease. They even questioned if Lord Vero were serious about hitting him. Afterwards, Jiang Si's warm-up had been completed, so he's planning to get some exercise. At Jiang Si's thought, no matter what kind of exercise he do, someone will keep him company because the people at Lunar Base are friendly. He always fulfill his day as he keep meeting new people. But for these people, they always on a near-death experience. Lord Vero can't believe of what he just witnessing at Jiang Si were being attacked so many times, but still insisting to show his ferocious and terrifying side. On the other side, Violet asking Dawn why she suddenly called, and she replied about the condition at Lunar Prison lately, so Violet explained that everything was fine. She told that someone were trying to cause trouble for Jiang Si, which causes Violet to wonder who caused trouble at him. But Dawn had no idea about it. Then Violet told her that they don't have to worry about him since he is in a safe place. But the head chief explained they were also attacked. Because of that, they have to regroup and use some nanobots. The ex-president were also restoring his damaged body. Lanchi asked about the investigation result from the Abnormal Human Academy, and it was said Director Chong has personally taken people there. Meanwhile, at the Abnormal Human Academy, head chief were confused. What are these people doing here? He was checking everyone if there's any trace of being beaten and fight. But as far as he checked, there's no sign of the academy being attacked. However, the Blood Queen was floating through the air. As she tried to get Director Chang's attention, she just passed through. She seems to be in an astral form. Director Chang thinks he just wasted his trip. The Blood Queen got irritated as she think Director Chang was blind for not seeing her. Naya told that everything she's doing is useless as she already merged Blood Queen into her illusion with her mind. This will make her whatever she do, outside world won't notice. Taishan said, "I don't understand why you're resisting us." And Butterfly followed, "No matter who your master is, you should be our kin." She replied, "I'm the queen of the blood race, not some imagination, and there's no such thing as a master." Therefore, Taishan loses his temper and he wanted to be freed as he will going to punish her. However, Blood Queen warned him that the last time he careless and she got caught. But this time, she's sure she will crush him into dust. On the other side, Director Chong and the other head back. Meanwhile, Blood Queen and Taishan were fighting at this moment. Taishan managed to take the upper hand against her. He then slammed her to the floor. He followed up and dashes towards her. Because of that, the illusion realm took a huge impact. Naya have wasted too much time and her illusion is about to collapse. Even she raised the illusion to its highest level to cover them. Both of them exchanging blows to each other and seems to be balanced in terms of combat skills. But someone flew because of the powerful attack. It was Tai Shan who blew away from Blood Queen's attack. She think these people were arrogant. Butterfly then began to pull up her sleeves. Because she is making Tai Shin transform into his true form of the divine mind. She imagined the earth collapsing, the mountain roaring. Molten lava forms a body. The peaks break through the heavens. After that, her deity descends here. Suddenly, a large foot began to emerge and Blood Queen shocked to see it. Butterfly summoned the ancient mountains of echoing fear. This creature were one of the ancient mountains in their civilization. She proudly said, "The power of the mind comes from the imagination of the substitute god. You, without your master, are no match for the Mount Tai god." Blood Queen lunges as she doesn't chit-chat. Mount Tai god counter-attack her with full force. Despite its huge body, Blood Queen were unfazed and collide her attack against Mount Tai god. Then a huge collision suddenly explode. It turns out that Blood Queen were unable to handle its power. Mount Tai god didn't waste any time and prepare for another attack. Therefore, she recover her amputated hand. She also managed to dodge Mount Tai god's attack. She then maneuver her body above it. Then she used its hand to dash toward. She forcefully dashed in full pace. Butterfly used the ground bloom to stop her. This made her pin down to the ground. After that, he made stone spikes behind him. Blood Queen tried to cover herself, but unfortunately, it's too huge to dodge. One by one, it pierces to her body. The whole place were covered by the stone spikes, just like a blooming flower. The Blood Queen coughed blood as it penetrate her. Butterfly explained that her regeneration skill won't happen as the ground thorns will absorb her divine power until she's nothing but a blood. She then told her that she was giving her some time to beg for mercy before she completely disappear. But Blood Queen just smirks. She slowly melted as the ground thorns absorbing her. Butterfly got confused as she already melting immediately. But Naya warned her to be careful as she recognized there's something wrong. All of a sudden, she got startled as her neck suddenly cut by someone. It was the Blood Queen who suddenly emerges to thin air. Butterfly didn't expect this to happen. Because of that, she falls as she receives an injury. Luckily, Naya was there to help her and also to scold her for being careless. Blood Queen warned them for thinking so mighty but can actually get hurt and bleed. Naya was glad that she managed in time to help her because if she got even a little slower, Butterfly would be so dead for sure. Butterfly didn't her to be so wild like this without a master. Naya thought there's no need to talk about it since no master to replenish her power and she won't last long. So she began to imagine further. After finalizing her imagination, she casted a spell. She began to summon her ancient monster. All return to the yearning for peace. My deity descends upon this place, she said. Then a huge cat-like creature emerges from the illusion realm. This was the surrogate god. Witnessing this, Blood Queen were speechless. Butterfly recall Mount Tai god. So it began to emerge from the ground thorn. However, people at the plane notice it, making them to panic seeing this. But Naya used Sin Dream Realm to cover the realm. Therefore, her summon didn't waste any time to protect the illusion realm. Afterwards, the Air France finally hit by this spell. So they think they are just overlooked for something. Meanwhile, Blood Queen gone distorted as she were hit by Sin Dream Realm. After casting the spell, she also noticed that Mount Tai god disappear. Out of nowhere, it suddenly punched her from thin air and she had no time to react from it. She caught off guard as she contemplating. Then they just observe her from afar. Butterfly gone agitated as she wondering how could Blood Queen manage to keep this long without a master, so she wonder how powerful she was. Blood Queen slowly rising through the sea. They can't believe seeing her slowly standing up. Naya even felt her aura already very weak when she saw her before. Besides, she's been on Earth for nearly 1,000 years and she should be gone. The surrogate god sensed an unknown energy with Blood Queen, helping her maintain life. Suddenly, Blood Queen's heart blink. Her DNA slowly evolving. Naya was glad that she can't use the power that surrogate god mentioned because she knew we'll be all dead. But Blood Queen began to rampage and said, "Since you guys like using illusions to hide." The place began to pour rain all over the place. But these rains suddenly stopped. Blood Queen gathering all her energy to flow within her. This time, she is sure she's going to send them all to die together. Blood Queen turned the whole sea into a pool of blood. Naya and Butterfly wonders what they have to do now. Moreover, Blood Queen controls the rain of blood towards them. Naya and Butterfly got startled as these rain approaching them. The surrogate god told that Blood Queen are going to berserk and she's using all her divine power. Moreover, Mount Tai God prepare her imminent attack to stop. He gathered energy up from the sky. Therefore, they attacked together with all might. Mount Tai God managed to pierce through the blood rain and his attack goes toward Blood Queen. Unfortunately, it was too late for his attack. Butterfly and Naya already hit by Blood Queen's blood rain. Also surrogate god hit by her attack, so she had no choice to revert back to normal realm. Tai Shin goes back to normal while Blood Queen trying to protect herself from the rocks flying around. Moreover, the explosion came to reality realm. Rocks have been flying all over the city. Also people were startled as a huge rock suddenly explode on top of a building. Blood and rock spills all over the city. Taishan were badly injured after taking the Blood Queen's attack. Luckily, Naya used her daily rewind to minimize the damage she took. Butterfly tries to help her out. She apologized as she couldn't rewind little for Mount Tai with them because the Blood Queen's attack was too strong and she can only rewind them back to their normal states. Also, she was glad that the surrogate god who provides her with power will be fine. The dissipated divine energy will be recovered soon. Butterfly can't believe Blood Queen were possess such power even not having a surrogate god as a host. Naya told that she doesn't need it because she's giving it her all. She explained without a host, in order to fight against Mount Tai, she burned everything she had in that last attack. Blood Queen gives them thumbs down and told this time, "I win." Therefore, she vanished to thin air. Naya noticed something's wrong. Suddenly, someone jumps over them. They were startled as a man without a clothes emerges through the sky, revealing his ding-dong in front of them. It was Director Chong and he's here to help Blood Queen. Naya and Butterfly can't understand why he has to fight without any clothes. Luckily Taishan regain his consciousness and protect them. They reminded Taishan that her divine energy were exhausted, meaning the illusion has also disappeared and he must be careful. As Taishan fighting, Butterfly ordered him to make this pervert disappear from her sight. Therefore, they exchanging blows. Taishan managed to connect one of his blow. But Director Chong didn't let him do it and he grabs Taishan's hand. He then locked him up and called for the backup. From afar, someone aiming at them. It was Dawn with her nanotechnology rocket launcher. She shoot them with max charge. Her attack connected through top of the building. Afterwards, at Sareb Special Law Bureau, Blackie and the other had gather. Butterfly were here and got caught. Also she demand them to finish her. Director Chong were also here with his injured hand. Blackie asked if she's the one who attacked the Academy of the Abnormal. Head Chief warned him not to underestimate her because they sent their best to break the strong man she summoned and finally caught her. The other one with white hair escaped with serious injuries. Also Lanchi is still cooperating with the Blood Queen to pursue her. Blackie starts to get impatient because they were avoiding causing human panic because zombies can't intervene during the battle. Butterfly still insisting not to talk even they make her suffer. She's persistent not to submit. Afterward, the papers has done. Dawn said there's no need for interrogation since she's very cooperative and she already told everything including her origin, the number of accomplices, her combat methods, and her motives. Blackie got confused when this happened. So he asked her what's the point of her die-hard attitude. She replied, "To obtain information, we've read through many of your books, after being captured, refusing to submit to the enemy's humiliation and torture. Isn't that your standard practice?" Dawn were curious about what kind of books she had been reading. Moreover, she handed the intel they obtained to Blackie. He read that the divine era using imagination to summon gods to fight and to cleanse the world. Butterfly told them that there's no need for us to hide it from you. It's out of kindness that we want you to perish in ignorance. Because mortals cannot resist the destruction bestowed by the gods. Then Dawn asked her the gods she talking about are more stronger than Jiangxi. Then Butterfly told that Jiang Si that Dawn mentioned with a god envoy has already gone to the moon to subdue him. She wanted to look it by themselves. Therefore, Dawn proceed to watch the broadcast. They watch him peacefully enjoying cooking. This was Jiang Si's 7th egg dish and they are watching it. Seeing it, they recognize there's no abnormalities in the lunar prison. Even the program broadcast is running smoothly. So they think the Lord Vero she meant probably already taken out by Jiang Si, which Butterfly think it was impossible. Blackie noticed that the fight has already started, but the head chief wonder where did he see that since all the surveillance cameras haven't detected any battle signs. He pointed up to the moon to look at it carefully. Meanwhile, Violet were slicing tentacles that coming to attack the lunar base. She was fighting an imminent fight. Lord Vero summoned his deity to fight with him. He thinks Violet were also infected by Jiang Si's virus to become strong, capable matching the fighting strength of lower-level mind spirits. Violet were fighting Lord Vero summon all by herself just to prevent any conflict inside the lunar base. Violet wonder what's Lord Vero's background because even her newest nano equipment can't cut through the monster he summoned. Therefore, she had no other choice and evolved her weapon. Just a sudden, someone calls her from her earpiece. Dawn warned her not to engage with this guy. But Violet were annoyed as she can't shake these tentacles off. Dawn told her that the satellite has locked into its position and she all have to do now is to get away from it and the lunar prison's defense system can launch an attack. Therefore, the lunar base defense system began to charge. Dawn persuading her to leave there as quickly as possible. However, Violet think there's no way she can do it and she has to try a new thing. She's forcing Jiang Si's genes to proliferate in her body will cause her body to collapse. But she was planning to use it for a few rounds. Lord Vero got startled as he saw her with Jiang Si's genes within her body. She transformed into different form unlike we saw from the past. Moreover, Lord Vero lose his temper and he is now began to prepare a new attack to finish everything in an instant. He charges his power into his hand. He imagined Blood Moon as a mirror, stealing fire to form soldiers. Then his summon absorbed the sun's radiating hit and charging towards the moon. After that, it thrown towards the lunar base with Violet. Thousands of years ago, due to Jiang Si, we were forced to leave our home and began a long journey through the star seas. During this time, our Shen Dai civilization witnessed countless wonders in the universe. Knowledge strengthened our imagination, and imagination became our power. Lord Vero said, "Today, our Shen Dai civilization is strong, and it must be far beyond Jiang Si's comprehension." However, she saw Jiang Si suddenly appeared in front of him. He was guilt-tripping Jiang Si not to lock himself up into this nano prison. Since he's with these civilization, Lord Vero wanted to burn him into ashes inside. Because of this conflict, there was urgent broadcast, abnormal phenomenon on the lunar surface. It has been confirmed that this is an attack launched by an extremely powerful alien civilization. The moon slowly disintegrating because of Lord Vero's powerful attack. People seeing this from the inside are panicking. Moreover, Lord Vero finalized his attack with Lunar Beast. The blast slowly envelopes the moon. They were covered in blazing fire. Everyone panicking as they were doomed and sentenced to death. Violet ordered to activate all cameras and mobilize surrounding satellites with live broadcast to continue this time to show how Jiang Si fight and protect the humanity. Therefore, the news spread all over the earth talking about Jiang Si facing a powerful invader all by himself. Lord Vero continue his attack without hesitation. However, Jiang Si was unfazed by his imminent attack. He dashes toward his attack without fear. Jiang Si pierced through the Lord Vero's summon. Lord Vero got startled to see him. Because of that, he didn't have time to react to defend himself. He caught off guard from Jiang Si's attack. Jiang Si were emotionless against Lord Vero, but in order to protect the humanity, he has to fight for them. Lord Vero realized his heart were missing already, so he checked Jiang Si's hand. He saw Jiang Si holding his heart and also, he realized demon still a demon no matter how long years had passed. Just a sudden, zombie give back his heart. Lord Vero ordered his summon to stop him, so it doesn't waste any time to stop it. However, something just pierced through it. Lord Vero can't believe of what he just saw. Jiang Si were already in front of him, emerged from thin air. He grabs Lord Vero's mouth. Then he slams him to the floor. At the same time, on the other side of the Earth, a secret base for human escape plan located in a mountainous area of B country. The pinnacle of human technology, a super spaceship that can accommodate 30,000 people to live in space. It was made by ancient person. They were helping the present civilization to make human sleeps in space and maintain their vital signs, and space travel is a major problem for humans. Although it cannot be close to immortality, it is also possible. Both country president were planning to escape. It turns out that the country A president had no idea what is happening in lunar prison. All of a sudden, snow and rain suddenly barge in, informing them about Jiangxi's attack that alerted their system from the solar. Their celebration interrupted. So the Prime Minister wants to leave this star system now. Meanwhile, at the galaxy, Lord Vero's summoned were badly injured. Jiangxi managed to take down Lord Vero. After that, he's slowly reverting to his normal form. He apologized as he went a little overboard. Lord Vero were badly injured because of their fight. Jiangxi wants to leave him since he was catching up on his schedule. All of a sudden, Lord Vero called him. So Jiangxi turned his attention at him once again. Lord Vero told that in classic and legends of civilization, he have seen his strength countless times. He explained that for 1,000 years to your strength, form, character, fighting style, research has never stopped. He was said that Jiangxi is the more terrifying than the most exaggerated mythical records, the most extreme research data. Afterwards, his heart slowly regenerating. Jiangxi wonder why he's not going to run away. Then he saw Lord Vero slowly gathering all the flesh of his summon. His summon slowly going back to itself. But Jiangxi just looking at him with confusion. Lord Vero swore he came to hunt him down.
I just want to remind you that some parts are missing or jumping, but I tried my best to understand the flow of this season, because they have a problem uploading the latest chapters, and since everyone wants me to upload Mr. Zombie Part 25, I tried my best. So please enjoy, and I promise I'll re-upload the fixed chapters once they fix the issue. The news had been spread, which caused every person on Earth to panic. Blackie and the others watched these people panicking as the news of the invaders had been revealed in the news. Butterfly said that the divine emissary ordered them to cause chaos, but by looking at their current situation, she assumed they did not need to intervene. As the fear scattered all over these people, their feelings instantly fragile civilization. The reporter said that Zombie just killed the alien who invaded their world with one punch, and the battle lasted 2 minutes and 37 seconds, and said that the world was now at peace once again. This report immediately changed these people's minds. Upon hearing it, Butterfly can't believe everything goes back to normal just like that. Dawn teases her for assuming their divine emissary was so powerful, but ends up dead in one shot by Zombie. Since the cameras at the moon had broken, Agu and Xiao Xiao weren't sure about it, and they were right as Blackie stated that the battle doesn't seem to be over yet, as the moon feels very dangerous right now. Currently, Zombie is facing more threats than before, because right now Valo is now a lot more dangerous than before as he manifests his new form. He gathered energy toward to his hand and slowly formed into something. But Zombie is just watching him. Valo made a bones that has a temperature of 6,000 degrees under normal pressure, that enough to melt any material and turn it into scattered ions. He then said that this is the temperature of the sun's surface, and he borrowed the concept of the moon reflecting light to condense it into the blade in his hand, and for him, even how strong Zombie genes were, he was sure he couldn't withstand such high temperatures. He proceeds to attack Zombie using his weapon with full force. Zombie transformed into his second form and left unfazed even when he is attacked by Valo. He was hit by Valo attack after dashing so fast in front of him, but Zombie just laughed at him as he got interested and decided to try one more thing. He goes to his third form. This surprises Valo as he changes once again. However, Valo used his other hand to catch Zombie's body. After that, he tore his body, but Zombie easily regenerates his body from that attack. Valo suddenly jumps over the moon. He goes at full speed. He then began to sway his weapon all over him. But out of the blue, Zombie just teleported right behind him, and Valo got surprised. He instantly punched Valo as he was off guard for his sudden appearance. Then he grabs Valo at his neck, and he pulled one of his hands. He continues to remove every additional Valo's hand. He can't do anything about it as Zombie dominates him. He got frustrated at him. So Zombie and Valo continue to exchange blows all over the moon. But Zombie saw an opportunity and landed a punch into his face. It pushes him back towards the Earth. He even surpasses the Earth's ozone layer. Zombie managed him to land over the Earth's ocean. The news suddenly reported that the battle between the alien and Zombie wasn't over yet, and their battle had affected the Earth. Because of the force of the Valos landing in the ocean, it causes tsunami. This surprised the reporters as they saw this. Since Valo's power was based on his imagination, he imagined himself as the moon uprising the heavens' radiance. He made a cyclone over the ocean. Because of how powerful he was, Zombie can see this from outer space and observe what could possibly happen. By basing of what he was saying, Zombie slowly remembered who he was before. Valo gathered his strength to prepare another powerful attack. As he gathered enough force, he finally began to move. He was aiming at Zombie with his powerful attack, while Zombie just stood unfazed. He just swayed his body to dodge this attack, leaving the moon to catch the attack. Zombie didn't dare to stop this attack since he knew what it could do to his body. People on the Earth saw this and were shocked of what happened. That attack made the moon split in half, but Zombie just looked at it and emotionless. But Valo had more plans. Valo made a monster that looked same as a moon. The people watching over this floating over the Earth. Moreover, Zombie and Valo continue ravaging over the outer space. They exchanging blows over and over till one of them can't fight anymore. Since they were in the outer space, they didn't hesitate to give everything they had. Valo had enough and wants to show his true strength at Zombie. He was proudly assured that his power could not be shattered. His mythical body fused with the moon beast. He managed to scratch Zombie, but he seems not to care about it. Valo had this abilities for over thousands of years just to counter Zombie's capability to fight. He began to rampant once again as he challenging Zombie. When the attack's about to reach Zombie, he easily dodges all the attack that incoming. He added that during their long years wandering the universe, they have gained the power to rival him. And once of this is the 1,000 faces of the moon that devour everything. It then attacked Zombie using its tentacles. It suppresses him, and he wasn't able to fight back. Since you reached this far, can you leave a like and comment below to help me reach further audience? And also don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell button to stay updated on our latest uploads. Then it pulls him toward to its eye. As he landed, Zombie slowly sinking into its eye. He got swallowed by the 1,000 faces of the moon, and inside of it were eyes and mouth that watching over him. As he landed, a figure slowly molding. It made a humanoid figure. This figure welcomed Zombie into his mind as the 1,000 faces of the moon. Then he stated the same word Valo said, saying during their long years wandering the universe, they have gained the power to rival him. He explained that this place is constructed from the desires and greed within the hearts of an entire planet which he had, and it grants him the power to seize and control. This place will ensuring that those who fall within can never leave, he said. When he first met Zombie, he can't recognize him because he doesn't look this way when he destroyed their civilization, and now he was demanding him to show what he truly was, where he symbolizes death and hatred. Meanwhile, on the outside, the 1,000 face of the moon were eating the moon's debris. The people witnesses their moon had been eaten by this creature. The news reported that today's global weather forecast is a devastating meteor shower, and she advises not go outside unnecessarily and added try to die at home instead. The debris of the moon turned into meteors that landed over Earth. Military take action toward these meteors by shooting rockets toward the large debris. They used their fighting vehicles as they tried to protect the Earth. Seeing its result, they were glad that the large meteorites above Gwangju have been successfully intercepted. On the other side, a mother and daughter was about to hit by a meteor. Luckily, Agu managed to protect this person, and they were shocked as they saw Agu different from race. Even though they try their best, some of the meteorites just landed over the ocean. Meanwhile, at the lunar prison, the prison were alerted as multiple prison breaks had been detected at the lunar prison. It is because the lunar prison were heavily damaged and prisoners were being sucked out by the pressure. Even the reporters and Violet having hard time to hold on, as she want to keep longer until Zombie win the battle. We all know Violet has Zombie gene to strengthen, but she wasn't able to do that now because he need to regain his strength. Unfortunately, they are now being sucked by the 1,000 face of the moon. The prisoners saw this at the window, so they panicked as they had no idea how to help themselves from this creature. Violet can't hold any longer, and they are now pulled towards the eye. But as he about to get into the eye, someone suddenly penetrated out of it. They got startled as someone grabs over them away from the 1,000 faces of the moon. This guy put them back to the moon. It turns out it was Zombie, and he was receiving damage all over his body because of the attack that he wasn't able to regenerate. Then the figure slowly appearing again. Valo can't believe that Zombie still worrying the others while fighting him. So he had no other choice than to force himself to sympathize the others. But Zombie had enough and told him to shut up, and since he wanted to show who truly he was, he show it. The reporters were shocked as they heard it. Violet got surprised after Zombie transforming into a familiar figure, his hair turned white, which resembles of a guy he fought before. This was Jiang Si's true form. That's why the Jiang Si he fought before said, "Me is you." This surprises everyone, as this appearance was the same monster that killed half of humanity before. Unfortunately, this chapter had been cut, and I wasn't able to fight another scans for this chapter, so we have to skip it for now, but trust me, I'll re-upload this part once we got the chapter. So this is what happened after the battle between Zombie and Valo. The global disaster was quelled. Zombie was announced that being resurrected by Jiang Si, and even the moon in the sky was restored. But Zombie once again displayed his terrifying power before all of humanity. Several days later, Zombie from Z Nation used human costumes in order to hide their identity. Without causing any ripples, everyone quickly returned to their normal lives. The news had reported that in 3-week national live broadcast program, Zombie became a prison idol after achieving an overwhelming victory and became a true national idol. Because of that, they celebrated their Zombie Idol project after succeeding. They are so happy that humanity accepted their great king, and the threat that they saw against Zombie had finally lifted. Dawn said if it weren't for Naya's, their plan wouldn't have been so effective. Unfortunately for Butterfly, she was still held captive after what she did. The head chief said that the country has just sent an official document to Zombie through diplomatic channels. This confuses the zombie race of what's inside of it. It turns out that the country B is in chaos now because the prime minister took a large number of elites and ran away with the money. So the Queen Elizabeth of country B wants to invite Zombie to the Empire to become the new prime minister. Blackie got confused because the country B used their best to eliminate Zombie. But this guy supported what they read because the president of the country B just said that if Zombie was willing, he can immediately remove himself from office and give it away to Zombie. Gu assumed this was impossible as humanity can't accept their race completely. Also, last time there were global riots and protests everywhere. Not only that, Zombie's power were displayed too strong to quell any thoughts of confronting him. And because of this power, people might be scared of confronting him once he become their prime minister. Because Zombie were even able to restore a moon which was impossible for the people to understand. But due to continuously incident of humanity's life being in a threat multiple times, humanity has mentally given up. This made them think they are finally counted as peaceful coexistence with humanity, which Zombie's dream, but Blackie wants him to forget about it for a while. The head chief noticed Zombie wasn't with them for a while. Dawn told that Violet had some after effects from being resurrected by Zombie, and Zombie is trying to find a way to treat her. Meanwhile, outside the Naval Sea, Violet was practicing with her combat skill. She doesn't want to die again, so she was doing her best to fight along Zombie. He was giving her some advice because in the battle, she must strengthen her body well, all her might to balance the mental power of tens of billions of people in her consciousness. Violet understood what he meant, so she used Zombie Gene to transform for enhancement. But this time, he had the eye just like Valo before. She used her skill to enhance her battle skill. Violet dashes toward Zombie. Then she attacked continuously, but Zombie dodged it all easily. For him, this wasn't enough because she needed to further unlock the power in his genes to strengthen her physical body to withstand the current mental power. Then Violet agreed, and now she activated Zombie's gene, full proliferation. But her mask had been broken. She got frustrated when she do this. It turns out that she failed again of what they were practicing. But this didn't stop her from going even further. She continuously attacked Zombie with full force. Violet finally saw an opportunity to attack him, and she connected it. Zombie stopped her attack barehandedly, and he told her that she completely losing control of her mental power, and this would make her a mindless maniac. Zombie broke her sword to punish her. He goes for his fourth form. He tries to calm Violet down by giving her a bonk, but that bonk pushed him toward the deep water. Some time later, Dawn and Head Chief got surprised of what they saw. It was Zombie and Violet done with their treatment, and Violet looked so tired. They put her into infirmary to take care after a while. Dawn asked her if it failed again. She agreed and said it was same as always, but she was sure that once she started the full proliferation of Zombie's gene, her body starts to collapse, and she can't control the mental power at all. Valo's power had been passed through Violet, and because of Valo's pure mental power of tens of billions of people merged with her consciousness during the resurrection, she can no longer be separated. Additionally, if Violet wasn't able to achieve the level of Zombie, she will explode sooner or later. That explosion that she made can turn Earth into a donut. They begged for Violet to work harder for the safety of humanity. Violet felt dumbfounded as they were more concerned for the others and not for her, who got beaten by Zombie countless times. But then Zombie advises another way he knew. Since physical strengthening is not working for her, he advises to try the method of controlling mental power from the Divine Era civilization because he's seen their cultivation methods before. He will create a dream world for her with his own brain and then take her back to that era to learn while he took his own brain out of his head. But seeing their reaction, he began to wonder if there was a problem with his idea. They scolded him for taking his brain, which shouldn't be taken out casually. Meanwhile, at Palace of the Divine Era civilization, Naya was reporting to their lord that Butterfly has been captured and she have been hunted down, but she's glad that she have a chance to communicate with their lord. The Lord God asked her if why is she reporting. Naya told that Valo envoy sacrificed to fight against Zombie, and now the solar system is full of their battle information that she recorded. The second God Seat Prince Kai acknowledges their arrogance after confronting Zombie after reading a little information. Meanwhile, on Earth, everyone were still celebrating Zombie's victory. Instead of Zombie drinking the beer he was pouring into his brain, he asked for 2 more bottles, and they did. Violet was dumbfounded as she was seeing unexplainable things in front of her. Zombie starts to get tipsy, and he don't remember many things for himself after a long time, and on the contrary, after drinking too much, the memories in his dreams are clearer. Head Chief got amazed as they could see Zombie's external projection of his dreams. A long time ago, Zombie fell asleep, and he woke up to find that he seemed to have blown up a volcano. When Dawn saw this, she feels like it's going to be dangerous next, so she asked everyone if she could leave now. But Head Chief refused as they were here to record relevant intelligence. Zombie continued to pour beer into his brain to get more drunk. Then a memory of him and his younger brothers celebrating their birthdays. The next one is his memory with Varmint getting drunk and causing trouble, so he beats him up. The next one is the memory of a fight that caused the accidental sinking of a continent. Everyone can't believe Zombie acts normal after he accidentally sink one of the continents. But then Zombie finally found the memories from the Age of Gods civilization. He showed an apocalyptic wasteland where zombies are everywhere in the independent shelters humans all lived in. A long time ago, Zombie were along with his past team. These people can't believe as they showcase his power when he just one hit to kill the Corpse King. Even Zombie had no idea how did he shatter this monster so easily? He remembered this monster back then that they barely managed to take it down with all their might. Even this was 1,000 of years ago. Violet recognizes him being much stronger than he was back then. But Zombie denies it. Although he's been exercising and eating regularly, this made him unleash greater power. It inevitably transforms into a new form, and every form his personality will change a little. But in this current state, his power isn't much different from back then, so he wonders why the giant tyrant got smashed with one punch, so he wonders if it was acting. But he refused to focus on it for a while, since he met his companions from this era. For him, these people are all extremely powerful espers, and as long as he's with them, Violet could learn how to use spiritual power. But Violet told him that the companions he was talking about are those people from just now, and they're now escaping away from him. Zombie got confused about why. They goes in deep forest to hide. They were so exhausted as they got frightened for their lives. One of them wondered what kind of creature he was after obliterating a S-rank tyrant king with a single punch. With that power, Zombie already surpassed any corpse king in the records. But one of them thinks Zombie doesn't seem to be malicious after he saved her earlier. Then the girl with pink hair wants to forget it for a while since everyone escaped safely. She lay down as she got so exhausted for running for a long time. She called everyone to rest here for the night and continue their mission the next day. One of them agreed and advises to set up a camp first, but he got mad as he realized something. He saw her sleeping already and leaving him to prepare dinner alone. He looked the guy with glasses to ask for a help, but he refused as he going to upload today's battle log. He then asked the other girl, but she refused to after being unable to stand up. For Violet, they seem like interesting people, but for Zombie, he couldn't join the team because he lacked experience in fighting alongside them. But he know their mission, where they has to rescue the nearby Fortress 9. The mission is to subdue the burning corpse king who destroyed 3 cities. So Zombie want to make up for the lack of experience fighting alongside them, but Violet advises to take it easy to not scare them away again. But the guy with glasses noticed them, so he asked who's there. Violet think they were discovered because the guy with glasses is a prophet and his reconnaissance ability is super powerful. He told to his companion that there's a movement around the bushes. Just a sudden, he noticed a recognizable feeling. He saw a flame where he heard the noise. This made him realize this was the burning corpse king, and he called everyone's attention, but they were so out of energy. They just watched the woods as they know this guy going to approach them. The burning corpse suddenly appear and throw a blaze of fire towards them. They immediately prepare themselves to fight once again. She counteracts the blaze with her skill to cancel out the flame. The burning corpse was surprised that she could block this attack. Then another attack follows up as he is off guard from the situation. The boy with white hair tries to take position while everyone distracts the burning corpse. The burning corpse blocked the attack. As she expected, her attack didn't hurt him at all. This made the burning corpse assume they were too weak for him. So he showcases his strength over them to show his dominance against them. For them, the burning corpse king was really strong, and with their situation, they knew they had a slight chance to win against him. But they completed the cover for one of their companions to do the crucial job. He was right above the burning corpse, and he used everything to kill it with a single blow. His attack was successfully connected. This made a huge impact. After attacking, he took a glimpse, but his eyes widened as he saw the burning corpse wasn't affected at all by his attack. So he immediately took a back step to avoid getting caught. Since this strategy didn't work, they are now wondering how could we defeat this monster. The burning corpse had enough and gathered everything he could to turn them into ashes. Then Zombie suddenly appeared as he think this is the perfect time to strike. The burning corpse wondered what he was doing while Zombie tried to calculate his strength in order not to scare them and not to make much noise. They immediately recognized Zombie and they wondered if he was following them. Zombie doesn't even show any fright and even told to everyone that the Burning Corpse King is incredibly powerful, so he offers himself to fight alongside them. Suddenly, the Burning Corpse King's body explodes just like that. They were speechless as they saw him again, killing an S-rank tyrant monster with a single punch. Afterward, they begged to spare their lives and called Zombie as their boss.